Chapter 692. One king-level magical beast and several commander-level magical beasts. Although there were not many of them, each of them was not to be underestimated. Most of the people already knew about this terrible news. The first thought of those who owned airships and flying magical beasts was to escape from Skywing City immediately. Everyone boarded the airship. At this time, an airship became extremely precious. As soon as the elite camp members boarded the airship, a large number of warriors and mages who did not own airships wanted to climb on board. Elder Helian's airship was not big and could only accommodate 50 people at most. There were also reserves on board. If there were more people, it would not be able to fly. Helplessly, Elder Helian could only take action and kill a few people. Only then did the airship successfully take off. In the air, many airships quickly flew forward together. But at this time, the airship flying at the front suddenly smashed into pieces in midair. Wait! Elder Yu took the lead and transformed his fighting energy into wings. He went forward to explore the path ahead. Unexpectedly, not long after Elder Yu left the airship and flew for a few thousand meters, an obstacle appeared in front of him, making it difficult for him to move forward. He quickly returned. There's a domain boundary in front. What? How can it be a domain boundary? That king-level magical beast has comprehended a domain boundary? After hearing this news, Elder Helian and the other students' faces changed slightly. A domain boundary was a very special existence. Among the magical beasts, only king-level magical beasts, martial emperors, and even master summoners could comprehend a domain boundary. A domain boundary was of a higher level than profound magic. I'm afraid it's worse than this. It's not just one king-level magical beast, but two. Elder Yu's eyes were deep as he looked at the dark sky. At the top of the sky, which was the periphery of the domain boundary, there was a pair of golden eyes. The eyes were hidden in the clouds, and their specific appearance could not be seen clearly. One king-level magical beast was enough of a headache. Now there were two king-level magical beasts. At this time, all the hunters on the airships had only one impulse. F***CK. It turned out that the king-level magical beast had disappeared for so long to get reinforcements. Since it could not win in a one-on-one battle, it decided to gang up. Shameful, too shameful. Without exception, all the airships and flying magical beasts encountered the domain boundary. No one could get out. Skywing City was slowly collapsing, and the empty ships couldn't fly out. If this continued, even if there was an empty ship, without supplies, everyone would starve to death here. Elder Helian furrowed his brows. He gathered everyone on the ship, including Chunli. Today's matter is urgent. Everyone, retrieve your storage equipment immediately. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Every student took back their equipment with a solemn expression. Yin Sheng put on the beast speech ring and quickly took out the Millennium Ice Zither from the ring. Yi Baiming stood alone at the bow of the ship, staring at the invisible domain barrier. Right now, everyone inside and outside Skywing City was facing a predicament. Vile creatures, you actually dare to offend my Heavenly Wings city. This city lord will dismember all of you into 10,000 pieces. In this moment of crisis, an omnipresent voice sounded from the sky. That voice was filled with majesty. In such an urgent moment, it was like a stabilizing needle that calmed everyone's anxious hearts. In the pitch-black night sky, a golden rainbow flew over like a bolt of lightning. It shuttled through the densely packed, flying magical beasts and airships with ease. A dignified man with a square face stepped on the golden red light. He was dressed in a golden dragon warrior robe. In the night wind, he didn't move at all, following the man's roar. The king-level magical beast that was hidden under the clouds finally couldn't hold back. The clouds dispersed, and a huge eagle appeared out of nowhere like a treasured sword. The size of the eagle exceeded Yun Sheng's common sense. Its body was dozens of meters long. In the dark night, its two golden eyes shone like an invincible bomber flying at night. Its entire body was covered in sharp, murderous aura. Its entire body was golden, except for the top of its head, which was white. It looked majestic. From its beak to its feathers and claws, the Eagle King's entire body was filled with murderous aura. It looked down from above, overlooking the clouds like a king that ruled the world. The airships, Skywing City, Skywing Venerable, all the people and things were so insignificant in front of it. It's out, it's out. It's this damn thing that's blocking our way. Kill it. Once they saw the Eagle King appear, the first few airships launched attacks. Countless spells and battle techniques were shot out, all focused on the Eagle King. The warriors and mages didn't care about the white-crowned Eagle King's body at all. It even circled in the air provocatively, sometimes dodging, sometimes facing the attacks head-on. Those spells and battle techniques landed on its body, but not a single feather was harmed. When the Skywing City Lord saw this, the golden rainbow beneath his feet suddenly soared into the sky and turned into a streak of light as fast as the wind. The light shadow hit the boundary of the territory with a boom, and the entire boundary made a sound like glass that was about to shatter. Hearing this sound, the white-crowned Eagle King's golden-brown eyes had a hint of vigilance. Eagles were the kings of the sky. The white-crowned Eagle King was a bird of prey recorded in the books of magical beasts on the continent. It was an extremely rare magical beast that only resided on snowy peaks tens of thousands of meters high. It was proficient in wind and water magic. It was recorded in the Handbook of Magical Beasts on the continent that although the white-crowned Eagle King was a magical beast, it was born in the snowy mountains. Its bones and even its hair were tempered by the wind, as if it was wearing the best armor. Long-range magic attacks and close combat attacks below the level of a martial sage were all ineffective. Today it was indeed so. The Eagle King was extremely fast, and ordinary airships were no match for it. It seemed to have been angered by the Skywing Venerable's words. "Pah!" The white-crowned Eagle King suddenly flapped its huge wings. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and the sea of clouds churned. For a moment, the sky seemed to have turned into an ocean. The hurricane swept up the clouds and rushed toward the airship at the front like a huge wave. The people on the airship did not even have time to escape before they were blown to pieces by the hurricane. The people on the ship screamed for help, but in the blink of an eye, they fell into the air and crashed into the boundary of the territory, turning into pools of blood and flesh. The crowd witnessed this scene, but no one rashly made a move. In front of a king-level magical beast, ordinary experts were like ants. Overestimating one's abilities to save others was equivalent to courting death. The Skywing Venerable did not make a move either. He had limited manpower and would not waste his energy in the hands of useless people. The white-crowned Eagle King was extremely pleased with its success. Its eagle cry pierced through the clouds. When the eagle cry landed in the ears of the people, it was like spring thunder exploding in their ears. Yinsheng only felt a buzzing pain in her bones. Some people could not bear it and pressed their ears. Chapter 693. This was followed by another series of collisions. The enraged Condor King flapped its wings a few more times. Before it could truly unleash its power, it had already affected many empty ships. The Condor King spread its wings and flew across the sky like a bomber. It was as fast as lightning. The clouds were smashed apart as if a layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Another hurricane swept towards the Skywing Lord. The Skywing Lord did not dodge. He stood in the air, and with a shake of his right hand, the wind from his palm collided with the hurricane. His fighting aura and magic power immediately dissipated. Seeing the Skywing Lord's bravery, the originally frightened and uneasy people began to calm down. When Yunsheng saw the collision and the tremor, she felt her heart thump heavily twice. This was a battle between true experts. It was so soul-stirring. The Skywing Lord and the Condor King were both the top experts of the continent. Top experts. So there's still such a big gap between me and them. The experience in the Skywing's arena had made Yunsheng somewhat complacent for a time. But after seeing it today, she realized that only a true expert could stand tall between heaven and earth. One day, she would definitely be like the Skywing Lord, stopping a king-level magical beast and breaking the boundary of a domain. Neither the unicorn nor the white-crowned Condor King in front of her could stop her. At this moment, Yin Sheng was on the empty ship, the blood in her body surging. So strong. On the empty ship of the elite camp, the students had all seen the scene up close. Most of them had not seen the match during the day and had not seen the battle between humans and magical beasts. Tonight, they had seen the Skywing Lord's power with their own eyes and were stunned. The power of the Condor King's wing and the Skywing Lord's palm was actually so powerful. When true experts exchanged blows, life and death were decided in a single breath. Elder Hellion and Elder, you were also shocked. The Skywing City Lord had been famous for a long time, but very few people had seen him in action. Today, they saw that the Skywing City Lord's strength was probably comparable to the two great elders of the elite camp. The Skywing Lord did not back down in the slightest when facing the Condor King. On the contrary, his eyes shone with excitement. This king-level demonic beast was not weak and could be his opponent. But just as the Skywing City Lord and the Condor King were locked in a stalemate, an even greater tremor came from the depths of the clouds. As the tremors continued, Skywing City was on the verge of collapse. Not good. I almost messed up the important matter. The Skywing City Lord secretly cried out in alarm. He had nearly fallen for the demonic beast trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. With this demonic beast king pestering him, the king-class demonic beast that had escaped earlier had most likely already entered the depths of the Sea of Clouds, searching for the magic array that supported Skywing City. There were also the numerous commander-grade magical beasts that had escaped from the Skywing's arena. There was still no sign of them, and they were probably hiding in the Sea of Clouds. When Elder Hellion saw the Skywing City Lord, his heart calmed down slightly. The other party had a king-level magical beast that had comprehended a domain. On their side, they also had the City Lord of Skywing City, whose strength was unfathomable. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's events are too sudden. Skywing City is now in a state of crisis. But fortunately, the situation has not reached its worst. I have already ascertained that there is a king-level magical beast within a magic array in the Sea of Clouds. The City Lord of Skywing City was indeed an extraordinary person of his generation. In such a predicament, he could still remain calm and direct the citizens to carry out the rescue. Most of the city guards had already dispersed throughout the city, guiding the citizens and leading them to the relatively safe Skywing's arena. There were also some who were doing their best to rescue the injured citizens. The Skywing City Lord had already ascertained that the king-level magical beast that had escaped was somewhere in the clouds. He had wanted to personally go and kill it, but the Condor King that was outside the domain barrier had been eyeing it covetously. In terms of strength, the Condor King was more difficult to deal with than the other king-level magical beast. City Lord, we are willing to go with you to kill the Condor King. Elder Hellion and Elder, you step forward. In terms of cultivation, Elder Hellion and Elder, you are also one of the few peerless powerhouses in Skywing City. Only if they joined forces with the City Lord of Skywing City could they break the barrier. Thank you, Brother Hellion and Brother you. The Skywing City Lord was very grateful, but then he said, in addition to fighting against the king-level magical beast, we need another group of people to go to the Cloud Sea to guard the magic array. This was the most difficult problem for the Skywing City Lord at the moment. This group of people was going to the Cloud Sea to search for the other king-level magical beast, so their strength could not be weak. But there were limited experts at the moment, so where could he find a group of trustworthy and competent people? Father, I'm willing to go. I can also bring a few veterans of the arena with me. The Skywing City Lord volunteered himself. The crisis in Skywing City this time was both an opportunity and a crisis for him. As long as he could kill the king-level magical beast and resolve the crisis in Skywing City, he would be able to gain his father's favor. Father, my cultivation is about the same as second brother's. I'm also willing to go. How could the Skywing City Lord be willing to fall behind? The Skywing's City Lord nodded. He then looked at the mainland's elite camp's empty ship. Are there any magicians in the elite camp who know how to heal? After entering the Cloud Sea, anything could happen. It was very advantageous to have a magician. Gufeng, Elder Hellion had just called out Goofing's name. "Elder Hellion, I am willing to go," Yinsheng interrupted. Yinsheng was unwilling to let Goofing go. She had taken back the beast speech ring and Bing Qin. Even if they encountered the king-level magical beast, they could still put up a fight. "Your disciple is also willing to go." As soon as Yinsheng finished speaking, Yi Baiming unhurriedly followed up. "Elder, your disciple also wants to go and redeem himself." Chun Lianer, who had been cowering at the side and not speaking, was unwilling to see Yi Baiming and Yinsheng together. She hurriedly pleaded, "That's good. All you have to be careful." Elder Hellion thought about it. Yinsheng was much smarter than Goofing. Her elven magic was also very outstanding, and she was also a doctor. She was more suitable than Goofing to go and help. The Skywing City Lord immediately decided on the candidates for the Cloud Sea Search team. The Skywing City Lord and his brother selected a few more people. A group of people immediately boarded a brand new empty ship and entered the Cloud Sea. "Your disciple." Feng Tian had just opened his mouth. "Feng Tian, our empty ship still needs people to guard it. You lead a group of brothers and sisters to guard here," Elder Hellion hurriedly advised. He did not want Feng Tian to meet Yi Baiming again. Feng Tian's eyes darkened, and he did not speak again. Once they boarded the empty ship, Yunsheng saw a few familiar faces. Chun Lianer's expression changed slightly. Skywing Jade and eldest young mistress were also on the ship. The Skywing brothers had already gone out, so Skywing Jade could only participate in order to avoid arousing suspicion. As for eldest young mistress, she immediately followed after hearing that Chun Lianer was also on the empty ship. Skywing Jade's matter had just stopped a while ago, and she did not want another vixen to hook up with eldest young master. Eldest young master could not help but smile when he saw Chun Lianer. However, Chun Lianer's face was wooden and looked serious. Everyone on the ship had their own thoughts as they headed towards the Cloud Sea. Chapter 694. In the Skywing City Beast riot this time, the magical beasts in the Skywing and Darkwing districts had fled. A large number of mid-tier, high-tier, and even commander-level magical beasts had fled, and some high-tier magical beasts were still missing. A rough estimate suggested that about 100 magical beasts might have entered the Sea of Clouds. Big Brother, Second Brother, in addition to our empty ship, some contestants have spontaneously organized to enter the Sea of Clouds. In order to resolve this crisis as soon as possible, the Skywing City Lord issued a City Lord's order. Kill a mid-tier magical beast and accumulate a regular season record. Killing a high-level magical beast would add up to a month's worth of results. Killing a commander-level magical beast would allow him to accumulate a year's worth of achievements. Kill a king-level magical beast and accumulate a Fighting King record. As soon as the City Lord's order was announced, a large number of contestants entered the Sea of Clouds. This included Lionheart and the others. The empty ship left Skywing City and kept sinking. After boarding the ship, Yunsheng listened to Tianyi Yu roughly describe the current situation in the lower city. "The situation isn't good. My mother has already ordered people to move the items in the treasure boat. The city is now in chaos, and many buildings have been damaged." Tianyi Yu told Yunsheng about the city situation. "Everyone, the empty ship is about to enter the maze of clouds. Everyone, please pay attention," Tianyi Dong reminded. The empty ship's speed suddenly increased. A large sea of clouds appeared in front of them. It was only today that Yunsheng learned that there was a maze of clouds below Skywing City. This sea of clouds was very unique. The clouds outside the Sea of Clouds were like smoke without a physical body. However, the clouds in the Sea of Clouds were all physical and were also called Cloud Islands, where empty ships and the like could be birthed. The magic array was located at the northernmost part of the Sea of Clouds. "Everyone, the Sea of Clouds is ahead." After entering the Sea of Clouds, because there are many cloud islands and they will drift with the wind, for safety reasons, those who can't fly can only ride flying magical beasts or wait on the empty ship, Tianyi Dong said. Taking advantage of everyone's attention focused on the Sea of Clouds, Yinsheng suddenly whispered in Tianyi Yu's ear, "Sister Yu, Try to guard the entrance to the Sea of Clouds later. I'll think of a way to finish off the Skywing brothers in the Sea of Clouds. Tianyu was slightly startled and thought to herself, how did Yinsheng know what she was thinking? The reason why the Heavenly Wing Jade had come along was because it already had a plan in mind. Unexpectedly, the two of them looked at each other and saw the admiration in each other's eyes. Just as Tianyi Dong ordered the empty ship to stop at the nearest cloud island. Before the empty ship came to a stop, it suddenly heard a low beast roar from the clouds. Everyone on the empty ship was shocked. Not good. There are magic beasts lurking under the clouds. Tianyi Dong discovered it too late. The originally tranquil cloud island suddenly began to tumble. A terrifying eyeless magical beast emerged from the clouds. It crashed into the empty ship. The entire empty ship was instantly pierced through. The people on the empty ship were caught off guard and fell one after another. At the moment of falling, Yunsheng did not hesitate to use the transformation spell. She immediately merged with the Bobo egg and summoned Tycoon Gold. Yunsheng pulled Chuyu, who was the closest to her. With Yi Baiming's cultivation, there was no way he would be in any danger. Yunsheng, what are you? Tianyu was shocked. She had never seen Yunsheng like this. Sister Yu, the Sea of Clouds is very dangerous. I've already ordered people to come and get you. After Yunsheng warned her, she released a signal into the Sea of Clouds. Soon, a group of giant winged bat dragons flew over, with Oriole and 10 magic warriors sitting on them. Tianyu could not help but be stunned when she saw who it was. Oriole saw Tianyu and did not immediately speak. Sister Yu is one of us. Just say it. Yunsheng nodded. Deputy Commander, everything is proceeding smoothly according to your orders. As soon as Tianyi City received the emergency signal, Yun Songlong immediately contacted Yunsheng. Yunsheng and second uncle discussed briefly before following on to the empty ship. The 4 knight emissaries of the Hidden Knight Pavilion have been killed by Commander and the others. Our brothers have already entered the Hidden Knight Pavilion. We've already confiscated the doctors, magicians, and some medicinal herbs and pills. Hidden Knight Pavilion? When Tianyu heard this, she could not help but look at Yunsheng. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of the situation? At present, Tianyi City was in chaos, and everyone was only concerned with running for their lives. Who would have thought that Yunsheng would choose this time to clear out the Hidden Knight Pavilion? However, this was indeed Yunsheng's way of doing things. In Yunsheng's philosophy of life, one who did not take advantage of the situation was a fool. However, we did not find Su Dagwa of the Hidden Knight Pavilion. He also took away a batch of precious medicinal herbs and dozens of doctors and magicians. We searched in private, but did not find him. According to the people of the Hidden Knight Pavilion, he might have entered the Sea of Clouds. It's not a problem. We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Sister Yu, go back with Oriole first. I'll take care of the rest. With 10 devil martial artists by her side, Yunsheng was very confident about the next operation. Tianyu had many questions. She had previously thought that Yunsheng was a young lady from a large family on the continent. Who would have thought that she was actually the deputy leader of a super hunting corps like the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps? There was also the group of martial artists with strange masks that Oriole had brought. Their doqi and magic power were very strong. Yunsheng could actually command this group of strange guys by herself. It was too terrifying. Was this really an ability that a teenage girl should have? Tianyu did not ask any more questions. She understood very well that this time, whether it was for Yunsheng or her, it was a chance for them to rise up. Once Tianyu and Oriole left, Yunsheng and more than 10 devil martial artists entered the Sea of Clouds together. The king-level magic beast that had smashed through the airship quickly disappeared after its attack. There was no longer its aura in the surroundings. Yunsheng's target today was that king-level devil beast in the Sea of Clouds. She was about to break through, and that king-level devil beast soul stone could be used to inlay her magic scepter. From time to time, mid and high-level devil beasts would appear in the surroundings, sniping and killing the martial artists and mages who had fallen from the void ship. Fragments of the void ship were everywhere. The moment the void ship was pierced, Yi Baiming immediately began to search for Yun Sheng's traces. But to his surprise, not only did he find Yun Sheng's aura, but he also found the aura of 10 devil martial artists at the same time. Yun Sheng's devil martial artists were trained by Yi Baiming, so he was very clear about their strength. It seemed that the little wildcat was going to do something big this time. If he intervened, she would probably be so anxious that she would stomp her feet. He was sure that Yun Sheng had the ability to protect herself. Yi Baiming immediately dodged into the clouds. After he transformed his chi into wings and flew for a while, suddenly, a terrified cry came from ahead. In front of him, a small piece of the wreckage of the void ship appeared. There were 2 people on it, Hong Fei, who was lying on his stomach, and Tianyi Dong, who was standing. Second young master, save me. Not far away, that crimson unicorn's eyes were red and murderous. As the person in charge of the Tianyi Dong arena, the devil beast had long hated him to the bone. When Tianyi Dong was on the void ship just now, he had been accidentally injured by that king-level devil beast magic, and now he had to drag Kong Fei down. Chapter 695. Scram. Tianyi Dong was unwilling to face this unicorn directly. He kicked Kong Fei away, transforming his battle chi into wings as he fled. Kong Fei was badly frightened. Seeing Tianyi Dong flee, his face was ashen. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. As if he had seen his savior, Kong Fei hugged the person's leg. Second young master, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. I've followed you for so long. Only then did Kong Fei see clearly that the person who had come was not Tianyi Dong. What a handsome man. Kong Fei was also quite good-looking, but when he saw Yi Baiming, he could not help but be stunned. You are Tianyi Dong's boy toy? Yi Baiming still had some impression of Kong Fei. According to Long Tu, it was this sissy in front of him who had ostracized Yun Sheng. Yes, no sir. As long as you save Kong Fei will be yours in the future. Kong Fei looked at the man's attire. He was either rich or noble. He had been abandoned by Tianyi Dong. If he could climb up to this in front of him, it would be a good thing. Where's Tianyi Dong's Achilles heel? Yi Baiming lowered his eyes and looked at Kong Fei. After a martial artist cultivated to the martial saint realm, their entire body was invulnerable. Wanting to kill them was not easy. But as long as he had not broken through to martial emperor, there would definitely be Achilles heel on his entire body. As long as he knew the Achilles heel, Yi Baiming could easily kill Tianyi Dong. Yi Baiming would definitely not waste his energy on things that could be done with less effort. Young master's Achilles heel is under his left abdomen. Kong Fei had just finished speaking when Yi Baiming suddenly kicked him away. In the sea of clouds, Yi Baiming was dressed in black and a black unicorn, facing each other. You're not human. Why are you with a human? That unicorn suddenly spoke in human language. Commander-level magical beasts were already adults among magical beasts. They knew how to communicate in human language. You should not exist in the boundless world. It's useless to say more. I need your Dharma soul. Yi Baiming's body quietly changed. In an instant, his arms were covered with scales. There was a trace of fear in the crimson unicorn's eyes. The fist had already pierced through its chest. That was in Yi Baiming's hand. A magical soul as pure as a black gemstone appeared. His Dharma soul gradually fused into Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming's 5 elemental Dharma spirits immediately grew in size. If Yun Sheng saw Yi Baiming's special cultivation method, she would definitely be shocked. No wonder Yi Baiming's cultivation speed was so heaven-defying. His method of cultivating magic was to directly devour magic souls. 1. A red light flashed across Yi Baiming's gray eyes. He narrowed his eyes and looked around for the second commander-level magical beast. Very quickly, Yi Baiming found the whereabouts of the Thunder Wolf. As long as he devoured the Dharma souls of the commander-level and king-level magical beasts that escaped from the arena, he would be able to break through very quickly. He kept the crimson unicorn's corpse in his storage device. Yi Baiming then looked at the sea of clouds. He revealed a mischievous smile and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Not long after, Yunsheng led 10 demon warriors to this area. Yunsheng frowned slightly. Strange? Just now, she clearly felt that there was a commander-level magical beast nearby. Why did the magical beast's aura disappear without a trace when she arrived? Forget it. She should look for the next one. Yunsheng immediately ordered the 10 demon warriors beside her to spread out. Once they found any magical beasts above the commander level, they were to inform her immediately. Not long after Yunsheng and the 10 demon warriors separated, the light unicorn appeared in the sea of clouds in front of them. You're the one I'm looking for. Yunsheng was secretly delighted, but she was also a little nervous. She was already holding the summoning hand in her hand. When the light unicorn came closer, Yunsheng discovered that the light unicorn was seriously injured. Blood had already dyed its pure white fur red. It also discovered Yunsheng. Under its gentle big eyes, there was endless sorrow. The light unicorn had already sensed the aura of a summoner from Yunsheng's body. Human, I will not contract with you. The dignity of the unicorn clan cannot be trampled on. The light unicorn opened its mouth to speak. Was it you who killed my crimson blood? The light unicorn was a female beast. The lover it spoke of was the crimson unicorn. It's dead. Yunsheng couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder the female light unicorn was seriously injured. Get out of the way, it's our prey. 2 more voices came from behind. The 2 men from the Lionheart clan each rode a flying demon beast and flanked the light unicorn from the left and right. When the 2 men from the Lionheart clan found out that the city lord had issued the city lord's order, they immediately entered the sea of clouds, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to kill 1 or 2 demon beasts. Who would have thought that they would be lucky enough to encounter a lone light unicorn? After confirming that the crimson unicorn was not around, they launched a frenzied attack on the light unicorn. The light unicorn was no match for them. After being seriously injured, it could only hide in the depths of the sea of clouds. Yunsheng was not wearing a mask, so the 2 men from the Lionheart clan did not know that she was Yin. Li Xinyue saw Yunsheng's appearance clearly. She saw that she had a pair of wings on her back. Looking at her face, there was a trace of jealousy. Where did this monster come from? I advise you to get out of here quickly. This light unicorn is ours. The light unicorn was on the verge of death, and there was no way to save it. However, Yunsheng was very interested in the soul stone on its body. Gufeng was about to break through soon. With his special magic attribute, if he could match the light unicorn's soul stone, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. The 2 men from the Lionheart clan had a good plan. As long as they could kill this light unicorn, they might have a chance to win this year's annual tournament. At that time, Yin Huang would not be able to obtain any glory. That soul stone, I want it. Yunsheng did not relent. After hearing Yunsheng's voice, Li Xinyue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped off the back of the light unicorn. You're Yin. The 2 men from the Lionheart clan turned pale with fright. They had thought that Yin would at least be a female magician around their age. However, the girl in front of them had tender skin and a pair of black eyes that were like stars. She did not look old at all. You have good eyesight, but you're not very lucky. I am Yin, but I'm not the Yin from the arena. A magic array appeared under Yunsheng's feet. Xiaohei and the centipede ant general pounced out from the magic array. Xiaohei bit Huangfu Lion's right arm, while the centipede ant general commanded countless ant soldiers to devour Li Xinyue in an instant. In less than 15 minutes, the 2 men from the Lionheart clan were wiped out. The light unicorn could no longer hold on. It lay on the clouds. Yunsheng's little beasts surrounded her. When the light unicorn saw Yunsheng's little beasts, it was as surprised as when Lionheart recognized Yunsheng as Yin. Chapter 696. Most of Yunsheng's summoned beasts were of extremely high ranks. With the exquisite beast pagoda, apart from the puffed egg whose rank was unknown, the other beasts had all broken through to the commander rank. A summoner who could contract multiple beasts, and each of them was at the commander rank. What kind of concept was that? Perhaps even the continent's Emperor Zhao might not have this ability. The light unicorn knew that it was going to die today, but it wasn't afraid. The female summoner in front of it was very strong. She didn't lack beasts. She only wanted its soul stone. I can give you my soul stone, but I have a wish. Please leave my horn. If you have the chance to find Crimson Blood's horn in the future, perhaps you can use our horns to refine a pair of special magic tools. A tear fell from the corner of the light unicorn's eye. The tear was red. Yinsheng wasn't in a hurry to act. Ever since she had a portion of the blood of beasts, she had a special feeling for them. It wasn't until the light unicorn had breathed its last that Yinsheng took action, digging out its horn and soul stone. The light unicorn was a very special kind of beast. It could only have one partner in its lifetime. For Crimson Blood, its partner was already dead, and it didn't want to live alone. After receiving its soul stone, Yunsheng extracted a part of its memories from the soul stone. The light unicorn was originally a beast that lived in a forest in Penglai. It was born in a large family of unicorns that had more than 100 of them. However, it was born at the same time as another pair of unicorn heirs, and that was Crimson Blood. This was because light unicorns had snow-white fur from birth. Crimson Blood, with its black fur, was neglected by the other unicorns. Only the light unicorn was willing to play with it. It wasn't until the two unicorns had reached adulthood that a few unicorns suddenly died one day in the unicorn family. All the unicorns felt that it was bad luck brought by Crimson Blood, and they expelled Crimson Blood. When Crimson Blood left the forest, light unicorn Sue also left with it. However, due to an accident, the light unicorn had been captured by the Skywings Arena, and Scarlet Blood had stayed with Dawn in the Skywings Arena. Although the arena was a place filled with slaughter, it was a rare place where the two unicorns could pass their days peacefully. It wasn't until Tianyi Dong got excited and reformed the Xuanyi division that Kong Fei secretly ordered people to add forbidden drugs to the food of the magical beasts, which led to the abnormal behavior of the magical beasts during the annual competition. Who would have thought that there would be such an emotional love between magical beasts? Yunsheng sighed. Well, I will find the Red Blood's horn and let you two meet again. Master, there's a powerful magic wave coming from the northwest of the Sea of Clouds, a magic warrior reported. Looks like we found our target. Yunsheng immediately cast a transformation spell and turned into an old-looking mage. Southeast of the Sea of Clouds, outside, a huge magic array. The two groups of people were fighting. Tianyi Tuo and his wife stood on one side, and on the other side was the Zhao State's 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, and the 5th summoner. Tianyi Tuo had come prepared this time. He had a magic space in his hand, and a wailing magical beast was locked inside. The 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, glared at Tianyi Tuo and his wife. The two of you, what is the meaning of this? The Zhao State and Skywing City have always had a good relationship. Do you want to become enemies with Skywing City? Tianyi Tuo had stolen this cub from the competition area with great difficulty, and his goal was to lure out the king-level magical beast. Who would have thought that the 9th summoner would suddenly attack? Capturing a magical beast is one thing, and threatening it with its cub's life is another. Put down. The 9th summoner looked at the cub. Do you really think this is the Zhao State? Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Tianyi Tuo also threw a tantrum. He was anxious to make a contribution. As long as he killed the king-level magical beast, his father would definitely see him in a new light. Husband, don't worry about that woman. Bring the magical beast cub into the magic array and let it see blood first. I don't believe that its beast mother won't come out. Eldest young mistress's ugly face opened wide. To everyone's surprise, the first ones to find the magic array were the eldest master and the eldest mistress. You have me to thank. If I hadn't reminded you to bring this cub here, would you have found the magic array so easily? The eldest mistress's face was smug. My wife still loves me dearly. Don't worry, as long as I kill this beast, I will become the city lord, and you will definitely be the city lord's wife. Tianyi Tuo said sweet words. The location of the Cloud Sea magic array was hard to find. Even the city lord of Skywing City had to spend a while to find it. Although the eldest mistress and the eldest master still had some grudges because of Chun Lianer's matter, But if she married a chicken, she would follow the chicken, and if she married a dog, she would follow the dog. The eldest mistress's thoughts were still on Tianyi Tua. Seeing that Tianyi Yu and Tianyi Dong were more capable than her husband, she was secretly anxious. This time, Tianyi City was in chaos. As a woman, the eldest mistress was more careful. When she learned that the eldest master was going to enter the clouds to kill the king-level magical beast, she took advantage of the chaos to steal the cub of the king-level magical beast in the Shuani district and took it with her. Magical Beast had a keen sense of smell. With the help of this cub, they were the first to find the location of the king-level magical beast. In a magic array, the king-level magical beast also found its cub and kept roaring angrily. What the hell is this thing? It looks a little like a snake, but also like an earthworm. The eldest mistress frowned and looked at the king-level magical beast. Who cares what it is? Let's kill it first. The eldest master rubbed his hands. If they didn't have the cub in hand, with a couple strength, they could only fight the king-level magical beast to a draw. When the king-level magical beast saw its cub in the hands of the eldest master and his wife, it didn't know what to do for a moment. But just as the couple was about to attack, there was a sudden shout from behind them. The two Zao States summoners appeared. When the ninth summoner saw that the eldest master and his wife were threatening her with the cub, it was as if they had touched a reverse scale. Without another word, she started a fight with Tianyi Tua. The eldest mistress also started to fight with the fifth summoner. The two sides were entangled in a fierce battle. For a moment, combat skills and magic were constantly used. The young magical beast was so frightened that it let out a sharp cry. The king-level magical beast was also enraged. It suddenly burrowed into the clouds and rushed straight toward the magic array. Its huge tail slammed into the magic array, and the entire sea of clouds suddenly churned. Tianyi City shook even more violently. Bastard! How dare you destroy my Tianyi City? I'll make you die without descendants. Tianyi Tua was furious. He raised the cub in his hand high and threw it from the sky. The king-level magical beast let out a painful cry. She watched the cub fall from the sky into the clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A scene flashed through the ninth summoner's mind. Chapter 697. A small baby was born from one of the blood clouds. Someone wearing a summoner's robe cut out a child with a beast's tail from the blood clouds. They lifted the child up high and smashed him to the ground. The child didn't even have time to cry before he breathed his last and was smashed to death. The ninth summoner, Hu Jiuxing, glared angrily. Her silver hair was as hard as iron. It wrapped around Skywing Taiko's neck like vines and tightened bit by bit. Skywing Taiko found it difficult to breathe. Strands of hair dug into his skin, and he couldn't gather his fighting energy. Skywing Taiko wanted to break free, but no matter how hard he struggled, the ninth summoner's hair tightened around him. The ninth summoner's hair was extremely tough. Skywing Taiko couldn't struggle at all. Let her go. Eldest mistress saw this and didn't want to tangle with the fifth summoner anymore. She rushed forward and fought the ninth summoner. She tore off the ninth summoner's mask. Under the mask, the beautiful face was as cold as ice. Even the eldest young mistress, who was a woman, felt her heart sway when she saw this otherworldly beautiful face. Whoosh! It was like the sound of a palm tearing through the air. Eldest mistress felt a warm current spurt out from her abdomen. She looked down and saw a foxtail piercing through her abdomen like the sharpest blade. The foxtail had come from the ninth summoner's back. Foxtail, eldest mistress realized that the Zao State's ninth summoner was actually the Zao State's main summoner beast. Eldest mistress didn't get to finish her sentence before she died. Skywing Taiko witnessed this scene and felt his liver and guts shatter. He couldn't catch his breath and also died. He died. Ninth summoner. The fifth summoner's face changed drastically after witnessing this scene. He had always had suspicions about the ninth summoner's true identity, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. My head hurts. After killing 2 people, Hu Jiuxing's face was as white as a sheet. She curled up and trembled. Her mind was in a mess, as if it was a paste. Ninth Lord Zhao. Don't forget Lord Zhao Huang's orders. We have to bring that king-level magic beast back to report. Seeing that the ninth Lord Zhao was no longer attacking, the fifth Lord Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly reminded him. In the magic array, the king-level magical beast, which had been extremely violent earlier, did not dare to move after seeing Hu Jiuxing reveal her half-beast form. "Who's there?" Hu Jiuxing suddenly raised her head and glared at the person in front of her. There was a person standing in front of him. "Aren't you the breeder? Why are you here?" The fifth lord saw who it was. That person looked sloppy. It was the breeder he had met in the Shuani area earlier. "Jiuxing, I'm Songhai. You don't remember me, but don't tell me you don't remember our child." Yin Songhai was still holding the magical beast cub that Skywing Taiko had just thrown down from the sky. His expression was sorrowful. He looked at his wife, who was so close to him, but he did not remember her at all. Ever since the chaos in Skywing City, he had been following Hu Jiuxing all the way. The scene that had just happened had obviously triggered some of Hu Jiuxing's memories. That was why she had revealed her half-beast form in a moment of agitation. Yin Songhai knew that this was the best time for Hu Jiuxing to recover her memories. That was why he had walked out. Hu Jiuxing looked at Yin Songhai in front of her, and her headache worsened. The same situation, the same face. She remembered that she had seen this man somewhere before. At that time, he was holding, Yin Songhai said as he walked towards Hu Jiuxing. A baby, a baby, a baby that was very important to her. Girl. Hu Jiuxing struggled to spit out a sentence. Hu Jiuxing, the Emperor Zhao is waiting for your report. Just as Hu Jiuxing was about to think of something, the fifth lord beside her suddenly took out a magic crystal. He held the magic crystal high and muttered something. The magic crystal emitted a dazzling light. Hu Jiuxing saw the crystal. Her headache suddenly froze, and the pain and hesitation in her eyes were replaced by a layer of coldness. She quickly put on her mask, as if she had become a different person. She raised her magic scepter, and a summoning array rose under her feet. A huge flood dragon flew out of the summoning array. Kill him. In the blink of an eye, Hu Jiuxing underwent an astonishing change. Jiuxing. Yin Songhai did not expect his wife to suddenly turn hostile. It was all because of the crystal. His wife's temperament suddenly changed after she saw the crystal. He still had a magical beast cub in his hands, and he could not bear to kill his wife. Therefore, in the face of the flood dragon, he could only keep dodging. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. Fifth Lord, catch that king-level magical beast. Hu Jiuxing attacked Yin Songhai as she ordered the fifth Lord to catch the king-level magical beast. There was only one order in her mind. Bring back the king-level magical beast and kill the man in front of her. The fifth Lord had already arrived in front of the king-level magical beast. He chanted and tried to use the magic space to take the king-level magical beast away. Who are you, Junior? How dare you snatch my things? The fifth summoner was given a fright. An old man with fluttering white hair suddenly appeared. The old man had a sage-like appearance. His face was old and his eyes were sharp. The most shocking thing was that he had a pair of eagle-like wings on his back. Those were definitely not ordinary magic wings. Was he a human, or... The three people present, including Hu Jiuxing, could not help but look askance at him. This white-haired old man who appeared out of thin air exuded a strong magic power. He was a powerful man on the same level as Emperor Zhao. Senior, may I ask where you belong to? We are the main summoners of the Zhao state. We are under the orders of the Emperor Zhao in red to capture this magical beast. The fifth lord had summoned a powerful man on the same level as Emperor Zhao. The fifth lord kept addressing him as senior, and his attitude was very humble. There were only a few powerful men on the same level as Emperor Zhao on the mainland. According to the fifth lord's knowledge, most of these people were acquainted with the Emperor Zhao in red. This old man, however, was a stranger. No matter what, he had to be careful. He did not want to offend this man. If he was not careful, he would summon his own magical beast and swallow him whole. Wulsh asterisk T. Since when was it your turn to capture my magical beast? The old man spat and spat on the fifth lord's face. The fifth lord could only stand awkwardly with his face covered in saliva. He did not even have the courage to wipe his face with his sleeve. What? This man said that the king-level magical beast was his. Chapter 698. This wasn't easy to handle. According to the rules of the continent, once a magical beast had a master, if it was injured or killed, it would directly become an enemy of the magical beast's master. The Zeo state had promised the Heaven's Wings Arena earlier to come forward and help deal with this magical beast incident, and they had also confirmed that this magical beast was ownerless. It was clearly an ownerless magical beast, and there was no sign of a contract on its body at all. The fifth summoner looked at the king-level magical beast, and no matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was an ownerless magical beast. However, a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Zeo wouldn't go so far as to blackmail him. Sir, what evidence do you have to say that this magical beast is yours? The ninth summoner, Hu Jiuxing, rode on the flood dragon. She could also feel the pressure of a powerhouse emanating from the old man, and he was definitely a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Zeo. However, that king-level magical beast was definitely ownerless. If this lord dares to say so, I naturally have my evidence. Even if Yun Sheng had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to call him daddy in front of her mother. This white-haired the Emperor Zeo, needless to say, was Yun Sheng in disguise. When Yun Sheng learned that there was a fight in the magic array, she immediately used a transformation spell to change her appearance. However, she didn't expect that her family of 3 would meet in Yunhai ahead of time. Even more unexpected was that her mother actually wanted to kill her father. On the side, Yin Songhai also didn't know where the Emperor Zeo had come from. Just at this time, Yin Songhai discovered that the summoning emperor quickly blinked his eyes at him, even revealed a kind smile at the corner of his mouth. What made Yin Songhai feel the most strange was that he discovered that when the Emperor Zeo smiled, there were 2 dimples at the corners of his mouth. Could it be? This white-haired Emperor Zeo was... Yin Songhai almost died of depression. Sheng this sly girl, had actually deceived her own parents. However, given the current situation, he could only let Sheng deal with it. Yun Sheng walked up to the king-grade magic beast, placed her hand on its forehead, and began to chant. The king-level magic beast's eyes, which had been filled with fear, were now filled with uneasiness and fear. Soon, it became docile. It crawled under Yun Sheng's feet and licked her hand. A king-level magical beast would only do such a thing to its closest kin. Looking at it this way, this magical beast really did belong to this white-haired Emperor Zeo. When the 5th summoner saw this, he complained incessantly. After working so hard for so long, it turned out to be a magic beast that had already recognized its master. Honorable the Emperor Zeo, I am very sorry. This magical beast belongs to you. The Zeo state will not interfere. The 5th summoner bowed. Hu Jiuxing's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she stared at the white-haired Emperor Zeo and the king-grade magic beast. She had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Seeing that he could not capture the king-grade magic beast, the 5th summoner did not want to stay any longer. He pulled Hu Jiuxing with him and quickly left. Yin Sheng was secretly anxious. She was anxious that her father did not stop her mother. She knew that if she missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for her to see her mother again. After all, she had used the demon hand to scare off the sorcerers of the Zeo state. However, if Hu Jiuxing made a move, she would be exposed. Yin Songhai was about to confirm his daughter's identity. Suddenly, he heard a cold laugh. Where did this imposter come from? How dare you pretend to be Emperor Zeo? You can fool the people of the Zeo state, but you can't fool me. Tianyi Dong floated in the air. It turned out that he had run into the 5th summoner and the 9th summoner on his way here. The 5th summoner could not help but complain to him about how this magical beast clearly had a master, causing the Zeo state to go through so much trouble and wasting months in Tianyi City. Tianidong finally managed to appease the fifth summoner. He was also very puzzled. Tianidong had personally purchased that king-grade magic beast. Magic beasts that could enter the Tiani arena had all gone through layers of screening. If the beast had a master, he would definitely know beforehand. Besides, the Lord of Tiani City had once said that none of the several masters at the level of Emperor Zhou matched the white-haired old man in front of him. Then, there could only be one explanation, and that was that the old man in front of him was an imposter. You go after her. I'll deal with this. Yun Sheng was afraid that she would miss the opportunity to reunite with her parents. Yun Sanhai was still a little hesitant. Father-in-law, don't worry. Leave this to your son-in-law. A lazy and somewhat domineering voice was heard at the right time. Tianidong looked over and saw Lord Biming of the Zhao state standing not far away. Father-in-law. Yun Sanhai looked at Yi Biming and realized that he was the blind boy from Banana Leaf Village. However, compared to when he was in Banana Leaf Village, the young man's temperament and appearance were even better. Lord Biming? If the Lord Biming in front of him was such a person, then his daughter. Yin Sanhai remembered that last time he had already reminded his daughter to break off the engagement with Lord Biming as soon as possible. Looking at the situation, the engagement had not been successfully broken off. Tianidong was also very surprised. He had been secretly delighted in his heart. Lord Biming was his guest of honor, but he immediately felt that something was wrong. Why would Lord Biming appear here? After the chaos in Skywing City, those nobles had already hidden and fled. What was even stranger was that Lord Biming was still looking at the white-haired old man and giving him a flirtatious look. Tianidong was fond of men. A few days ago, when he first saw Yi Biming, he was also shocked. However, because of the other party's identity, Tianidong did not dare to hook up with him. But today, it seemed that Lord Biming was actually fond of men. A handsome young lord and an old man with white hair and wrinkled skin. A forbidden scene appeared in Tianidong's mind. Could it be that Lord Biming was also a kindred spirit? It was just that this kindred spirit's taste was a little too heavy. Tianidong shuddered. Moreover, Lord Biming had even said something about father-in-law. When he said this, the white-haired old man standing opposite Tianidong actually looked as shy as a young girl. Yun Sanhai was even more hesitant. He knew that his daughter, Yun Sheng, had extraordinary opportunities and carried several precious treasures on her. However, she was still young, and she might be deceived by Lord Biming's flowery words. Seeing that the ninth summon and the others had already disappeared, Yun Sheng could not help but feel anxious. If she missed the clue to find her mother's memories this time, she and her father would regret it for the rest of their lives. Tianidong's face turned green and purple. White-haired old man. Yun Sheng wanted to vomit blood. If not for her father and Tianidong being present, Yun Sheng really wanted to strangle Night Fox alive. This guy called him father-in-law so fluently. However, after she changed her appearance, she could not even recognize her own parents at a glance. How could Night Fox recognize her at a glance? Chapter 699. Actually, Yi Biming was also very baffled. He was also brought here in a daze. Yi Biming killed the crimson blood-summoning beasts along the way and searched the sea of clouds for a while. He also dealt with a few domain-level magical beasts, but he still didn't find the whereabouts of the king-level magical beast or the heavenly winged east. Just as he was about to search for traces of other magical beasts, a strange wave came from his storage belt. That wave came from the horn of the crimson blood unicorn from earlier. Yi Biming was about to take out the horn and take a closer look to see what was going on when a wave of magical waves came from the horn and formed a magic array. Then, he appeared near Yun Sheng. Even he didn't realize what had happened. Yun Sanhai saw the strange behavior of Yi Biming and Yun Sheng. As a father, he looked up and down at Yi Biming and realized that compared to when he was in Banana Leaf Village, the youth had obviously grown a lot. After not seeing him for several years, the silent and almost autistic youth in Banana Leaf Village had grown into a tall and imposing man. Looking at Yi Biming's back, his fighting aura had transformed into wings and flown thousands of miles. His breathing wasn't chaotic, and his cultivation and bearing were dozens of times better than before. If it weren't for the fact that this person was a member of the royal family of Zhou State, he would really be a rare match for his daughter. Yun Songhai sighed in his heart. He looked at his daughter's appearance and expression. Her disguised old face was stiff and motionless, but her eyes were anxious and gloomy. On the other hand, Lord Baiming's gray eyes saw Yun Sheng, who had changed her appearance, and recognized her with a single glance. Alas, these two people really looked like the situation when he was pursuing Yun Sheng's mother. Yun Songhai sighed with emotion. It seemed that he had to think long and hard about letting his daughter break off the engagement with Lord Baiming. He was afraid that he would have to deal with this matter as the father. With Yi Baiming's help, Yun Songhai weighed the pros and cons and handed the baby magical beast to Yun Sheng. Then, he cupped his hands towards Yi Baiming. Then I'll have to trouble your highness to take care of her. Done talking, Yun Songhai performed an earth escape, his person already disappearing. What did he mean by taking care of her? Did she need his care? As if to prove that she could completely deal with Tian Yidong by herself, Yun Sheng began to chant. Her summoned beasts immediately appeared. Tian Yidong took a look and knew that the situation was not good. A poisonous light flashed in his eyes. The cub in Yun Sheng's hand suddenly let out a strange cry and bit Yun Sheng's hand. The cub's teeth flashed with a green light. It was obvious that it was poisonous. Be careful. When Yi Baiming saw this, he did not hesitate in the slightest and grabbed the cub with his hand. When the cub bit down, Yi Baiming felt a burst of pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. After the pain, a scalding sensation instantly attacked his whole body. The blood that flowed out of his wound instantly turned a dark green color. Yi Baiming suddenly felt dizzy. Given his constitution, he still felt this way when facing this poison. It could be seen that this poison was very powerful. Yi Baiming withdrew his long fingers, and the baby magical beast in his hand was immediately strangled to death. It turned out that this cub was a trap set up by Tian Yidong. As early as after the king-level magical beast escaped, Tian Yidong secretly ordered that this magical beast cub be fed a forbidden drug of the Hidden Night Pavilion. This forbidden drug would cause magical beasts to gradually lose their consciousness and become Tian Yidong's tool. Tian Yidong wanted to use this cub to catch him off guard. Thus, when a beast riot broke out in the Tianyi arena, he deliberately left the cub there. Sure enough, the cub was stolen by the smart-aleck eldest young mistress. Serves you right for being unlucky. This cub was originally going to deal with Tian Yidong or that ghost-masked woman from the Zhou State. That poison is very powerful. If you don't die, Tian Yidong choked on his words. Little wildcat, you're not allowed. Yi Baiming's hand was already snatched away from Yun Sheng. She sucked the poisonous blood from Yi Baiming's wound mouthful by mouthful. Time returned to several years ago in an instant. Yi Baiming remembered that he had also been poisoned in Banana Leaf Village. At that time, his constitution was far worse than it was now. He remembered that the little wildcat had also sucked his blood without hesitation to get rid of the poison. Her soft lips lightly touched his wound. Yi Baiming's heart was as soft as water. Stupid fox, didn't I say that as long as there's no wound, sucking blood with your mouth won't get you poisoned? After Yun Sheng treated Yi Baiming's wound, she immediately took out 2 antidote pills and threw one to Yi Baiming before taking one herself. After eating, Yun Sheng realized that Yi Baiming was looking at her with a very hot gaze. Yun Sheng blushed at the sight of him acting as if he wasn't there. Where's Tian Yidong? Are you stupid? If he escapes to the Tianyi City Lord, my and Big Sister Yu's plan will be ruined? Yun Sheng saw that Tian Yidong had actually taken the opportunity to escape. It's very easy to kill him. Just wait. Yi Baiming smiled and disappeared in an instant. Yun Sheng pursed her lips and looked at her little beasts. It's time for you to show off. Tian Yidong had been hiding all this time and had already reached the periphery of the Cloud Sea. As long as he escaped back to his father, he would be saved. Tian Yidong's last hope was shattered when he saw Yi Baiming at the exit of the Cloud Sea. Second young master, you're really slow. Yi Biming looked impatient. Yi Biming, I respect you as Zhou State's Biming King and don't want to fight with you. You just broke through to Martial Sage and are no match for this young master. Tianyi Dong looked around and saw that the white-haired old man with many summoned beasts didn't chase after him. He was relieved. He had previously thought that the white-haired old man must be a fake, but when he saw the other party summon several magical beasts of unknown rank, Tianyi Dong became afraid. But if his opponent was only Yi Biming, he didn't need to worry about anything. Tianyi Dong had broken through to Martial Sage 4 or 5 years ago, and he was now a mid-stage Martial Sage. Then this king will tell you what it means to be impossible. Yi Biming's lips curled into a cold smile. The next moment, a layer of black helmet-like scales appeared on his body, and his gray eyes turned red. Beast Blood Berserk? His cultivation had also broken through from Martial Sage to Martial Emperor. This is impossible. How can you enter Beast Blood Berserk in such a short time? Tianyi Dong was shocked. He stared into Yi Biming's eyes. Those red eyes seemed to have a mysterious power that made him unable to move from head to toe. In this king's life, nothing is impossible. Yi Biming's figure flickered, and he was like a ghost as he punched at Tianyi Dong's weak point under his abdomen. Under that punch, Tianyi Dong had no way to escape. He only felt all the bones in his body shatter. The next moment, his body was torn in half. Chapter 700. After Yi Biming killed Tianyi Dong, a pitch-black flame rose from his right hand and burned Tianyi Dong's corpse clean. Only then did he return to the magic array with Tianyi Dong's clothes. What surprised him was that while he was fast, Yunsheng was not slow either. In just a short while, that king-level magical beast had already disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, it must have been dealt with by Yunsheng. At this moment, Yunsheng was puzzled. Tianyi Dong's corpse is gone. After Yunsheng and her little beast dealt with that king-level magical beast, they discovered that only the eldest young madam's corpse was left to the Tianyi Dong couple who had been killed earlier. Yunsheng had also been momentarily careless. It was only when she was doing an inventory that she discovered that he was gone. Maybe he was sucked into the magic array. Tianyi Dong is dead. If Tianyi Dong is still not dead after we go out, just kill him casually. Yi Biming also looked around, but did not find any trace of Tianyi Dong. Yunsheng rolled her eyes. She realized that she should not call Yi Biming Night Fox. She should call him Night Demon King. Tianyi Dong was a martial sage, after all. Why was it that in his eyes, killing a martial sage was like twisting a fried dough twist? Looking at the clothes that Yi Biming had brought back from Tianyi Dong, Yunsheng thought that it was easier for Yi Biming to kill these two brothers than twisting a fried dough twist. Your magic is not bad, but can you look more normal? This face is a bit of an eyesore. Yi Biming looked at Yunsheng's old face with some dissatisfaction. Yi Biming had seen many disguises or illusion magic, but was his first time encountering magic like Yunsheng's. Under the disguise spell, even Yunsheng's spiritual soul fluctuations could be concealed. If it weren't for Yi Biming's secret trick, he wouldn't have been able to recognize Yunsheng. Yunsheng snorted. After thinking about it, she obediently withdrew her disguise magic. Then how did you recognize me? This was also what Yunsheng was curious about. She almost thought that her magic had been seen through. You were the one who killed that light unicorn, right? Yi Biming took out a unicorn horn as if he was performing a magic trick. Huh? Is this the horn of a crimson unicorn? So it was you who killed it. But what does that have to do with you recognizing me? Yunsheng was also very puzzled. Previously, the light unicorn had even told her to keep this horn. Do you still remember that the light unicorn can summon a crimson unicorn? Actually, that wasn't a summoning spell, but a disguised form of magic resonance. These two unicorns should have also undergone magic dual cultivation. Yi Biming played with the black unicorn horn in his hand. This was also something he had discovered by accident. These two unicorns were lovers. They had stayed together for a long time, and the result of their dual cultivation was that they had stimulated magic resonance. But their magic resonance was rather special, and it was reflected in the horn. As long as the bond between the person carrying the horn is strong enough, within a certain range, they can immediately teleport the other party in front of them. This is a special magic of the unicorn clan, called Heart's Bond. Yi Baiming looked at Yun Sheng with a smile. In other words, you just used the horn of a unicorn to reach me? Yun Sheng clicked her tongue. The rapport between magical beasts was really very special. No wonder the crimson unicorn would appear when the light unicorn was summoned. Previously, the light unicorn must have discovered that it was unable to summon the crimson blood, so it knew that the crimson blood was already dead. Is there really such a powerful magic? Let me try, Yun Sheng said, and used Earth Meld to teleport a few hundred meters away. She then merged her magic power into the horn of the light unicorn. Just as Yi Baiming's name flashed across her mind, she appeared in front of Yi Baiming with a whoosh sound. Yun Sheng tested a few more times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From a few hundred meters to a few thousand meters, all without exception, she appeared in front of Yi Baiming. Yun Sheng's little beasts were also stunned by what they saw. The teleportation effect produced by the Heart's Bond was even better than Earth Meld. So magical, it really worked after one try. I just don't know how far this Heart's Bond can go, Yun Sheng muttered. That depends on how deep the feelings between you and Ben Wang are. The deeper the bond, the further the distance. For example, the light unicorn and the crimson blood have been dual cultivating for so long, they should be able to teleport at least a few hundred meters. Yi Baiming saw that Yun Sheng was like a child, having so much fun playing around, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He liked this wild kitten. Sometimes she was cunning beyond her age, but other times she was childish and very delicate. Deep feelings. Yun Sheng savored it a little more and found something wrong. The Heart's Bond of the Unicorn Clan was not something that everyone could trigger. Only a pair of dual cultivating unicorns with a strong enough bond could unleash the latent magic resonance of the unicorn's horns. It was not strange that Yi Baiming could use it, but why could she also? Could it be that she really had feelings for Yi Baiming? Who has deep feelings for you? Yun Sheng blushed. This thing is still quite useful. I'll keep it for now. If I need you, it'll be convenient for you to come on my call. Yun Sheng also could not bear to throw away this light unicorn's horn. Whether it was Yi Baiming or Yun Sheng, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to test the limits of the Heart's Bond on them. Because the two of them did not know how deep the feelings they had for each other were. Once the king-level magical beast was eliminated, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming left the Sea of Clouds one after the other to avoid suspicion. Before leaving the Sea of Clouds, Yun Sheng ordered the Devil Warriors to search a large area in the Sea of Clouds. They did not find the Heavenly Wings Tower, but they made an unexpected discovery. Master, there is a damaged, empty ship ahead. Looking at the sign, it seems to be the empty ship of the Hidden Knight Pavilion, a Devil Warrior reported. Suda Show of the Hidden Knight Pavilion was on the ship with several of the Hidden Knight Pavilion's best doctors. This empty ship was Suda Show's last straw of hope. When the Heavenly Wing City was in chaos, a group of unknown bandits with amazing skills suddenly broke into the Hidden Knight Pavilion. They killed anyone they saw and snatched any good herbs they saw. In order to escape, Suda Show took the most valuable herbs and some doctors of the Hidden Knight Pavilion and escaped on the empty ship. Who knew that when he escaped the Heavenly Wing City, he would encounter the Condor King's domain barrier. The empty ship crashed into the barrier and quickly lost its direction. Somehow, it was sucked into the Sea of Clouds. At that time, there were several commander-level magical beasts running amok in the Sea of Clouds. Suda Show's empty ship was also attacked several times. Although it was more daunting than dangerous in the end, the empty ship was also on the verge of collapse after being attacked many times. Even flying was very difficult. Just as Suda Show was worrying, a group of flying magical beasts suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 701. But when the flying magical beast flew closer, Suda Guosho took a look and was shocked. The leader of the flying magical beast turned out to be the girl that Yi Baiming entrusted him to save earlier, Yun Sheng. Suda Guosho, I trust you have been well since we last met. Yun Sheng smiled and looked at the tattered, empty ship. Greetings, great Guosho. Suda Guosho saw Yun Sheng, who was jumping behind, and his intestines were green with regret. After saving Yun Sheng that time, he found out afterwards that Yun Sheng was not only the Yin Emperor who caused trouble for him in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but she also had an even more terrible identity. Yun Sheng was the continent's youngest great Guosho, and also the founder of the Little Ci Entong. She was the one who forced the Medicine Emperor Pavilion on the continent to almost go bankrupt. When she was in her teens, she was personally conferred the title of Great Guosho by Emperor Tang Yuan. She was also the youngest refiner of sacred pills. Not only was she a doctor, but she was also a pharmacist. Suda Guosho, looking at your situation, it doesn't seem to be good. Do you need my help? Yin Sheng asked knowingly. The empty ship of the Hidden Night Pavilion was broken in many places and could capsize at any time. The elite doctors and magicians on the ship were also crowded at the bow in panic. No need. In a while, Tianyi City will send people to Yunhai to search and rescue. Suda Guosho rejected Yun Sheng's good intentions. Suda Guosho would never believe that Yun Sheng would be so kind. This girl looked harmless, but from Wunda Guosho's words, Suda Guosho already knew that she was very cunning and extremely vicious. He was just a doctor. At present, the lives of the people on the ship were in his hands. He couldn't take the risk. At that time, he wouldn't even know if he was betrayed by this cunning girl. Seeing Suda Guosho's expression as if he had seen a bandit, Yun Sheng suppressed the laughter in her heart. National Master Su, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. Skywing City has suffered heavy losses. Of the two sons of the Skywing City Lord, one died in the Cloud Sea, and the other's whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid the Skywing City Lord doesn't have the spare energy to come to the Cloud Sea to search for them. Yin Sheng's word surprised Sudagwa. If the City Lord really didn't send anyone in, wouldn't they have to? He was skeptical. He didn't know whether Yin Sheng was telling the truth or not. The Cloud Sea is too big, and it's hard to manage. Who knows, after this incident, the Skywing City Lord might order people to seal off the Cloud Sea. When that time comes, don't even think about getting out alive. However, I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Is there anyone on the ship who wants to go out with me? Yun Sheng glanced at the doctors and magicians on the ship, who were all pale with fright. There were many healers and magicians in the Hidden Night Pavilion, but most of them were proficient in ancient medicine or healing magic. Their cultivation base was generally not high. If they wanted to rely on their own ability to leave the Cloud Sea, it was really not easy. Moreover, magical beasts appeared from time to time near the Cloud Sea. Everyone was already frightened and didn't dare to act rashly. However, Yin Sheng appeared with 10 devil martial artists. It seemed that these martial artists were strong and strong. Maybe they could really take them out of the Cloud Sea alive. Your Excellency, I'm willing to go out with you. I'm also willing. Seeing the defection of the healers and magicians on the ship, Su Dagwa didn't dare to say anything. He also knew that Yun Sheng was looting a burning house. But what could he do? If he angered Yun Sheng, any of the devil martial artists behind her could come up and cut off his head. I can save you, but I'm not a charity. Since I saved you, you owe me a life. From now on, you are my little Ci and Tang's people. When Yun Sheng's words came out, Suda Guosho was so angry that he almost spurted out blood. Yun Sheng was making a blatant threat. How was this saving people? This was simply robbing people. Moreover, it was a robbing method that was even more banditry than bandits. After so many years of operation, the most valuable thing in the Hidden Night Pavilion was the healers and magicians on the ship, in addition to the medicinal herbs and medicinal pills on the ship. Even if the medicinal herbs and medicinal pills were gone, as long as these people were still there, the Hidden Night Pavilion would revive sooner or later. But if these people were poached, everything would be ruined. Too shameless. Too insidious. No one is allowed to follow her, otherwise the Hidden Night Pavilion will not spare you, Su Dagwa threatened. But at the moment of life and death, these healers and magicians didn't listen to his threat. One by one, They climbed on the dragon behind Yun Sheng. When these people moved together, the empty ship shook more violently. Su Dagua was so angry that he couldn't say a word. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the people on the empty ship surrendered. Su Dagua, do you want to think about it again? Yun Sheng looked at Su Dagua. This old man's temper was really strong. Even if this old man dies here, I won't compromise with you, Su Dagua snorted. But just as he snorted, the 10 dragons shook their wings together. The empty ship made a dull sound. At the stern of the ship, a piece of the ship's side cracked, and the ship tilted down heavily. Su Dagua's face turned even uglier. He hesitated and looked at a cabin in the cabin. Yun Sheng also keenly looked in the direction Su Dagua was looking at. Su Dagua, I know you have a strong temper. How about this? I will also relax a little. As long as you give me all the medicinal herbs and medicinal pills on this ship in exchange, I will save you and this ship. An entire ship's worth of medicinal herbs and medicinal pills? Su Dagua was in a hurry. The medicinal herbs and medicinal pills on this ship were all the accumulated wealth of the Hidden Night Pavilion over the years. If converted into gold coins, the value of the medicinal herbs and medicinal pills on this ship was no less than hundreds of millions of gold coins. It could be said to be the same as the amount in Su Dagua's purple gold cards. Su Dagua's heart ached. Fortunately, this little devil still didn't know that he still had an astonishing number of purple gold cards on him. Su Dagua had run the Hidden Night Pavilion for so many years and was very shrewd. He quickly calculated in his mind. Should he hand over the medicinal herbs, or, at this moment, a voice came from the periphery of the Sea of Clouds. Everyone in the Sea of Clouds, please leave the Sea of Clouds quickly. Skywing City will close the entrance to the Sea of Clouds in half an hour. That was Skywing Jade's voice. When Su Dagua heard this, he thought to himself, it seems that what Yun Sheng said is true. The Skywing brothers are in trouble in the Sea of Clouds. The Skywing City Lord is probably also injured. If this drags on, I will really be buried in the Sea of Clouds. From now on, Skywing City would probably become the world of this little devil and Skywing Jade. As long as there's life, there's hope. After hearing that voice, Su Dagua's last trace of doubt disappeared. He decided that after leaving the Sea of Clouds, he would immediately reorganize the Hidden Night Pavilion and think of a way to recover the lost land. Yun Sheng and little C.I. Entong, let them be proud for a while. Chapter 702. All right, all the herbs on this ship belong to you, as long as you can bring me and the others on the ship out of the Sea of Clouds. Su Dagua thought that since there was no result in the annual competition this time, the Hidden Night Pavilion could make a lot of money just by betting on the periphery. When the time came, they could use the money they earned to make up for the loss of the herbs on the ship. That's settled then. However, Great Guasho Su, I see that your empty ship is also in tatters and can't be used anymore. Why don't you give me this empty ship and the herbs? Buy one, get one free. That way, I won't have to carry the herbs on the ship. Yun Sheng had a matter-of-fact look on her face. Su Dagua's eyes bulged, wishing he could swallow Yun Sheng whole. A broken ship still had 3 caddies of nails, but this was an empty ship. Even if it was seriously damaged, it could be repaired, and it would be a brand new empty ship. This was clearly a grab one, get one free. But at this point, Great Guasho Su did not dare to bargain. He squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. All right, I'll give it to you. Great Guasho Su is indeed generous. Yun Sheng received a great benefit and smiled brightly. She immediately ordered the 4 devil warriors in the formation to command a bat dragon. 2 dragons dragged the bow of the ship, and 2 dragons dragged the stern. They slowly pulled the empty ship of the Hidden Night Pavilion out of the Sea of Clouds. As long as Yun Sheng was willing, it was very convenient for her to bring a few dozen doctors out. Great Guasho Su should be glad that he agreed. Otherwise, Yun Sheng planned to directly knock him out and drag him away with the ship. Anyway, she was already a bandit. She did not mind robbing in the open once. Yun Sheng led the devil warriors, the empty ship of the Hidden Night Pavilion, and the people out of the Sea of Clouds. Winged Jade listened to Yun Sheng's orders and guarded the exit of the Sea of Clouds. When she saw Yun Sheng give her a look. Tianyi Jade understood in his heart that the two Tianyi brothers had most likely met with misfortune. Yun Sheng, it's good that you came out. Father is seriously injured. Quickly come with me to the city lord's mansion to take a look. Tianyi Yu called Yun Sheng. The 10 devil warriors were monitoring Sudagua. The latter could only watch helplessly as his empty boat and the herds on the boat were taken away by Yun Sheng's people. The heavenly winged Jade temporarily sealed off the Sea of Clouds. Before the seal was lifted, no one was allowed to enter or leave. Naturally, no one else knew what had happened in the Sea of Clouds. After Yun Sheng left the Sea of Clouds, she learned that the white-crowned Eagle King had fought with the Skywing City Lord. The white-crowned Eagle King had lost one of its wings and fled. Although the Skywing City Lord had won, he had also sustained heavy injuries. The moment Yun Sheng arrived at the Skywing City Lord Manor, she discovered that the City Lord Manor was also in a mess. Empyrean Winged Venerable's condition was not good. Fortunately, with Yun Sheng's help, his condition quickly stabilized. The people that the Heavenly Winged Jade had sent to find the Skywing brothers had also returned. The second young master and Kong Fei's corpses have been found. Looking at the situation, they were both killed by magical beasts. The eldest young madam's corpse has also been found, but the eldest young master was not found. After obtaining the death of one of his two sons and the disappearance of the other, Empyrean Winged Venerable aged considerably overnight. Heavenly Winged Jade and Steward Chu persuaded him with kind words. After drinking some medicine, Empyrean Winged Venerable fell asleep. All of this is like a dream. Are you sure that the eldest young master is already dead? Heavenly Winged Jade found Yun Sheng. Without finding Empyrean Winged Tuo's corpse, Heavenly Winged Jade was still somewhat apprehensive. He should already be dead. With the situation in the Sea of Clouds at that time, unless there was an expert who saved him, he was bound to die. Elder Sister Yu, you can rest assured. Yun Sheng had already ordered people to search the Sea of Clouds, but did not find Empyrean Winged Ta. With the death of the Skywing brothers, her final apprehension disappeared. From today onwards, she would be the legitimate successor of Skywing City. When Yun Sheng and Heavenly Winged Jade were searching for Empyrean Winged Tua, he was indeed already dead. It was just that he did not die at the hands of Hu Jiusheng like what Yun Sheng saw earlier. Instead, he died at the hands of someone that no one expected. That day, Empyrean Winged Tua was entangled by Hu Jiusheng's hair and nearly suffocated to death. Fortunately, at that time, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming suddenly appeared. Hu Jiusheng let down her guard, and Empyrean Winged Tua was abandoned to the side. Just as Yun Sheng and Hu Jiusheng were talking, Empyrean Winged Tua was quietly rescued by a mysterious masked person. That mysterious person took Empyrean Winged Tua and fled the Sea of Clouds. Empyrean Winged Tua was already severely injured at that time and was on the verge of death. He also did not clearly see who that person was. After they reached a safe place, someone grabbed his chin and stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Once the medicinal pill entered his mouth, Empyrean Winged Tua came to life. His consciousness was somewhat clear, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Many thanks for saving me. Send me to the Empyrean Wings City Lord's residence. I will definitely reward you handsomely. When Empyrean Winged Tua was in a daze, he felt that someone had rescued him. That woman in the Zao state was really too scary. He really thought that he was going to die there. But it was also good. Empyrean Winged Tua was dead. And that tigress of his family was also dead. He, Empyrean Winged Tua, finally did not have to be bullied by the tigress and his cut-sleeve younger brother. When he thought of this, Empyrean Winged Tua had the misconception that even the heavens were helping him. Empyrean Winged Tua had the urge to laugh wildly. As long as he returned to the Empyrean Wings City Lord's residence, he would be the only successor to the City Lord. Where is sure to? The cold voice behind him made Empyrean Winged Tua come back to his senses. He resisted the pain in his chest and turned his head to look. What he saw was a charming face. Chun-Lien, it was actually her. Empyrean Wing Tuo's impression of Chun-Lien, was still very deep. After that incident where they were caught red-handed, Chun-Lien, seemed to have disappeared. Empyrean Wing Tuo had also seen Chun-Lien, when he was on the empty ship entering the Cloud Sea. Unfortunately, his tigress was by his side at that time, so Empyrean Wing Tuo did not dare to harass Chun-Lien. Today, she actually appeared at this time and suddenly appeared here. That's right, when the empty ship capsized, Chun-Lien must have also gotten off the ship and secretly followed him. After all, he was her first man. She must have developed feelings for him, which was why she took such a big risk to save him. Seeing Chun-Lien, Empyrean Wing Tuo remembered that day, the wonderful taste of Chun-Lien under his body. At that time, Chun-Lien was still a virgin. Empyrean Wing Tuo's lust did not change. Now that the tigress was dead, he was even more unbridled and fearless. Liener, it's actually you. You really can't bear for me to die. I am your first man. Empyrean Wing Tuo was about to stand up, want to go up and hug Chun-Lien. Chun-Lien took a step back, her charming face covered in a layer of frost. Just seeing Empyrean Wing Tuo made her feel disgusted. Liener, what are you hiding for? That tigress has already died in the mouth of a beast. My second brother is also dead. As long as you marry me, you'll be the future wife of the city lord of Empyrean Wing City. Empyrean Wing Tuo shamelessly went up, wanting to kiss her. I ask you, where's the stone? Chun-Lien's gaze was cold. Before you send me back to the city lord's residence, I will, slut. You dare to hurt me. Empyrean Wing Tuo's face was deathly pale. On his chest, there was a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Chapter 703. Looking at Skywing Expansion, Chun-Lien's body was surrounded by a murderous wind element. A gust of wind sickles that seemed to have come from hell cut open Skywing Expansion's chest. Skywing Expansion was already seriously injured. In this situation, he was like a puppet waiting to be slaughtered. Hand it over, or else you'll always taste my wind sickles. Chun-Lien no longer had the appearance of a delicate beauty. Ever since that day when Skywing Expansion took her virginity, Chun-Lien's heart had been completely twisted. She hated two people. One was Yun Sheng, and the other was the dog-like Skywing Expansion in front of her. Her hatred for Yun Sheng was that she was loved and doted on. She hated Yun Sheng for taking everything away from her. Her hatred for Skywing Expansion was that he ruined her reputation. After Chun-Lien's virginity was ruined, she still had a bit of hope. She hoped that Skywing Expansion would marry her on account of him being her first man. But there was no news of Skywing Tower at all. Liener, don't be like this. I love you, as long as you, a bloody gash appeared on Skywing Expansion's throat. He could no longer speak. You're not worthy to talk about love. You ruined me. Hand over the stone, or else I'll make more gashes on your body. A seductive smile appeared on Chun-Lien's face. Skywing Expansion's throat was cut, and he could no longer speak. He was deeply afraid that Chun-Lien would really kill him. Chun-Lien removed a belt from his body. When Skywing Taiko was trying to curry favor with her, he had told her that all of his valuables were kept in his storage belt. She forced Skywing Expansion to take out the stone from his storage belt. Chun-Lien looked carefully and confirmed that this stone was the one she had her eyes on. Skywing Expansion desperately gestured, begging Chun-Lien to save him. Since you gave me this stone, I'll let you die slowly. Chun-Lien chuckled. She raised her magic scepter, and wind sickles cut through Skywing Expansion's body. Streaks of flesh and blood, streaks of bleak white bones. The blood was like a drizzle, splashing down. Chun-Lien seemed to have lost her humanity as she watched from the side with narrowed eyes. She wanted Heavenly Wing Tower to die a miserable death. After a full half an hour, the area below Skywing Tower's head had already become a skeleton. One could faintly see the pulsating organs inside. That scene made people feel nauseous. But Chun-Lien was watching with great interest, as if she was admiring her proudest work. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since gone crazy and died. However, Heavenly Wing Tower was a martial saint. His life force was so tenacious that it caused one to raise their eyebrows. Your life force is really tenacious. I'll send you on your way. Chun Lianer raised her magic scepter. Ha! It was the sound of a heart bursting. The magic scepter was forcefully thrust down, and the sharp bottom of the scepter shattered the sternum of Skywing Takeo. Skywing Tower's eyes were glaring angrily. He had long since lost the ability to make a sound. He had never imagined that he would one day die in the hands of a woman. Skywing Tower was already dead. Chun Lianer wiped the scepter clean and threw out a magic fireball, burning his corpse clean. After Chun Lianer killed him, she quietly sneaked back to the empty ship. Due to the magical beast riot in the Schwani district, most of the people from the Magic Elite Camp went to the Skywing Arena. No one discovered Chun Lianer's assassination this time. Everyone thought that Skywing Tower had died in battle at the beast's mouths. After Chun Lianer killed Skywing Tower, she pretended to be injured and left Yunhai. After a few days, order was restored in Skywing City. The domain boundary outside the city was also broken. The people and merchants in the city also started to rebuild. The Hidden Night Pavilion suffered extremely heavy losses in the turmoil this time. Although Su Deguosho had kept his life, when he returned to the city, he received the bad news that the Hidden Night Pavilion had been burned to ruins and that the 4 night emissaries had died in the fire. Not only that, when Su Deguosho hurried back to the Hidden Night Pavilion, he found that the Hidden Night Pavilion had been ransacked inside and out. Not a single herb was left for him in the pharmacy. He knew in his heart that this matter was inseparable from Yunsheng. But this time, he could only suffer in silence and swallow his own bitterness. He swallowed his anger, reorganized the Hidden Night Pavilion, and sorted out the accounts and the number of casualties. But at this time, his subordinates came to tell him that Yunsheng had come to find him. At this time, the person Su Deguosho did not want to see the most was Yunsheng. Why is it you again? I don't remember having anything to do with you. Su Deguosho's face was full of resentment. Su Deguosho, I am here to collect a debt. Compared to Su Deguosho's bitter face, Yunsheng was now full of smiles. What debt? You have taken away all the people, herbs, and empty boats. The Hidden Night Pavilion does not owe you anything anymore. Su Deguosho really wanted to strangle Yunsheng to death. Su Deguosho, you are wrong. The old debt has been cleared, but our new debt has not been cleared. I am here to collect my bet money. Yunsheng smiled and took out a stack of paper. It was all the bets from the peripheral bets since the annual competition. Among them, the biggest one was related to the finals of the annual competition, especially the bets from the peripheral bets of the unicorn. In the end, it was as high as 1 to 100. According to the bets from the peripheral bets that Yunsheng brought, on the last 2 days of the competition, which was the afternoon before the turmoil in Skywing City, Yunsheng bet as high as 7 million gold coins on Flame Emperor. According to the odds of 1 to 1, if Flame Emperor defeated the unicorn in the end and became the champion of the annual competition, then the peripheral bets operated by the Hidden Night Pavilion would have to pay Yunsheng a huge sum of 700 million gold coins. After seeing the receipt of the bet money, Su Deguosho sneered. 700 million gold coins was really a shocking number, but unfortunately, nonsense. The annual competition of Skywing's Arena was not held as scheduled. Where did the bet come from? Su Deguosho tore the receipt into pieces. This girl was really crazy about money. She actually tried to extort money from him. The annual competition was not held as scheduled, but that does not mean that it was not completed. Don't forget that the City Lord of Skywing City issued a City Lord order earlier. During the turmoil in Skywing City, all the demonic beasts killed could be counted in the arena's battle record. Just this morning, Flame Emperor and his companion personally went to the City Lord's mansion and handed over the Radiant Unicorn Soul Stone. In other words, the champion of this year's annual competition is Flame Emperor. Yunsheng's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly making Su Deguosho look tender on the outside. You can go to the city lord's mansion and ask. In addition, the receipt you tore just now was only a handwritten copy. I have already handed the original to the people in the arena. 700 million gold coins. I can accept cash or a gold card. Yunsheng looked at Su Guosho's face as the blood drained from it. Chapter 704. 700 million gold coins. What kind of concept was that? In layman's terms, if the Hidden Night Pavilion did not experience this loss, if all the properties, medicinal herbs, pills, and cash of the Hidden Night Pavilion were put together, it would only be worth 1 billion gold coins. However, Yunsheng ordered the people of the Heaven Hunting Corps to burn down the Hidden Night Pavilion and plunder everything inside and outside. Not only that, she also took advantage of the situation and plundered a group of people. She also robbed the most precious medicinal herbs and pills that Su Guosho carried on the empty ship. Now, Su Guosho only had a few gold cards worth 500 million gold coins on him. Even if he gave all the gold cards to Yunsheng, the Hidden Night Pavilion still owed Yunsheng 200 million gold coins. Su Guosho was dispirited. This time, the Hidden Night Pavilion had completely collapsed. He simply could not pay off the huge debt of 200 million gold coins. Su Guosho, I cherish talents very much. I know your medical skills. If you can be of use to my little enchanting, I can guarantee your position in life. All the affairs of Skywing City will still be under your control. Yunsheng threw out an olive branch. After annexing the Hidden Night Pavilion, the current scale of the little enchanting was comparable to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the past. However, Yunsheng's medical talents were limited. Imperial Physician Yao and Dr. Fan were already as busy as spinning tops. It was impossible for Yunsheng to stay in Skywing City for a long time. After this beast riot, she must complete the trial and return to the continent's magic elite camp. Yunsheng urgently needed talents to help her manage the affairs of Skywing City and assist the Skywing's Jade. Although Su Guosho was only a doctor, he still had high standards. This old man is a person of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and will never betray it. Su Guosho was very unconvinced by Yunsheng. This cunning little girl, in a critical moment, used the lives of the people on the ship to threaten him and forced him to hand over 200 million gold coins. That was not all. She even made use of the peripheral betting system to make the Hidden Night Pavilion lose 500 million gold coins. He, Suda, would never yield to such a cunning person. Great Master Su, as the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If I spread the news of you saving my life to the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, do you think the people there would spare you? Yunsheng laughed. She had plenty of methods to deal with such a pedantic old man. You, how despicable. You actually dare to threaten this old man. This old man is already so old. I don't care about this broken life anymore. Hearing this, Su Guosho flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed at Yunsheng and cursed. You can give up your life, but what about your grandson? Yunsheng smiled. On Su Guosho's empty ship, Yunsheng found a child whose lower body was paralyzed. That person was Su Guosho's grandson. Su Guosho had been practicing medicine all his life, but he was unable to treat his only grandson's illness. Looking at the entire Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion, even the Dharma Temple, they were unable to treat his grandson's illness. This matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Yunsheng, you used my grandson to threaten me. You're not qualified to be a doctor. Su Guosho was furious. Great Master Su, there's no need to be angry. I just want to tell you that I can treat your grandson's leg. Yunsheng was not angry. Impossible, even that lord. Su Guosho did not continue speaking. Even if he was now Yunsheng's prisoner, he could not reveal the biggest secret of the Medicine's Sovereign Pavilion. Otherwise, he and his grandson would really lose their lives. A few years ago, before Yunsheng's soul-healing divine needle reached the 4th level, she was already able to use saint-grade pills to regenerate Yun Songhai's hand. Now, her acupuncture technique had already reached the 4th level. Even if she did not use acupuncture, she could still treat Su de Guoxiu's grandson's leg. However, in order to make Su de Guoxiu even more grateful, she used an extra sage ginseng pill. Sometimes, serious illnesses needed strong medicine. You should know that I'm from the Marshal Saint General's residence of Zhou State. My second, Uncle Yin Songlong's hand was healed by me. As for your grandson, it was just a side effect of polio because he was not taken good care of when he was young. With a sage ginseng pill and my unique acupuncture technique, he can naturally be cured. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, she clapped her hands. They saw the Oriole helping a boy out. The boy's legs were still a little inconvenient to walk. However, he was indeed able to stand up and walk. As long as he practiced for a few more days, at least there would be no problems with his daily life. Really? This is true. Su de Guoxiu's psychological defense completely collapsed. Yun Sheng's coercion made Su de Guoxiu understand that he had no reason to refuse. Even if he did not agree, after returning to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, he would suffer a punishment worse than death. It would be better for him to stay in Skywing City. With Yun Sheng's protection and the help of Skywing's Jade, Su de Guoxiu could still manage his favorite medical career and be together with his grandson. Thank you, Yun Sheng. From now on, this old man is a member of Little C.I. Anton. Su de Guoxiu sincerely submitted. Yun Sheng nodded her head in satisfaction. From now on, the Hidden Night Pavilion was officially renamed to Little C.I. Anton, Skywing's Branch Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's biggest profit channel in the continent was uprooted. Yin Sheng returned to the inn with the few gold cards that she got from Su de Guoxiu. Heavens, so much money. Dong Wanglinger was almost dazzled by the gold cards in front of her. Each limitless gold card has several tens of millions of purple gold coins. Counting the 5 gold cards here, there's a total of 500 million purple gold coins. This is only a part of it. Hidden Night Pavilion still owes us 200 million purple gold coins. But now, we should change the name to Skywing's Branch Hall. Yun Sheng chuckled. Yun Sheng was not a fool. Since Su de Guoxiu had already pledged allegiance to her, she would still ask for the remaining 200 million purple gold coins from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yun Sheng, I still haven't asked you. How did you do it? With so many gold coins, it is enough for our imperial family's expenses for several decades. Dong Wanglinger was puzzled. Yun Sheng's miraculous aspect was not only this. On that day, after returning from the Sea of Clouds, Yun Sheng took out the Radiant Unicorn's soul stone and said that she encountered the seriously injured Radiant Unicorn and Lionheart in the Sea of Clouds. She took advantage of the chaos and killed Lionheart and Lionheart. At that time, the Radiant Unicorn was already dead. Thus, she took out the soul stone. This matter sounded very mysterious, but Dong Wanglinger was unable to figure out what was wrong. I made a small bet. Oh, right, there's also a gold card with 500 gold coins. When I placed the bet, I also placed the 50,000 plus gold coins that Chun Yong'an entrusted me with. I plan to send this money to Later Qin and give it to his family when I have the chance. This was all that Yin Sheng could do. I'll leave it to you. Oh, right. When you weren't here, big sister, you asked someone to send something over. Dong Wanglinger mysteriously took out a very luxurious framed box. Chapter 705. Inside the box, there were 2 belts. The belts were made of soft golden silk and inlaid with 2 valuable agate stones in the middle. In the middle of the stones, the names Flame and Emperor were engraved. It was the Grappling King's belt that symbolized the title of the strongest competitor in Skywing City. The Grappling King's belt? Yin Sheng was shocked. Big sister, you said that this is what we deserve. Originally, it was to be awarded in the arena, but Skywing City is still like this, so big sister, you could only send it directly to us. Dong Wanglinger's face was full of joy. Yin Sheng only found out from Skywing Jade a few days after leaving the Sea of Clouds that most of the people who entered the Sea of Clouds did not make it out of the Sea of Clouds. Many hunters, including Lionheart, had died in the Sea of Clouds, and their corpses had been found one after another. But there was a very rare thing that Skywing Jade still felt was inconceivable. Of the few commander-grade magical beasts that escaped, other than the light unicorn that Yin Sheng killed, the others were still missing. Even their corpses were not found. He didn't know if those commander-level magical beasts had been killed by someone, or if there were other exits in the Sea of Clouds, and they had escaped. If they had escaped, those magical beasts would have become a hidden danger no matter where they escaped to in the Boundless Continent. But it was also because of this unexpected result that Flame Emperor became the only survivor among the contestants and magical beasts of the annual competition. In addition, Flame handed over a soul stone of the light unicorn after the event. Flame Emperor became the overall champion of the annual competition. Combined with the results that Flame Emperor had accumulated in the two-person and one-person competitions, in the end, the two successfully obtained the title of Grappling King. Skywing Jade had already announced this matter to the entire Skywing arena. Many people congratulated Flame Emperor for obtaining the title of New Grappling King. But after the event, they realized that they could not find any trace of Flame Emperor at all. As for Flame Emperor, after the Beast Riot in Skywing City, he had completely faded out of the arena and became a legend that would be passed down forever in the Skywing arena. After the Beast Rampage in Skywing City, the training of the elite camp in Skywing City also came to an end. Elder Hellion treated the wounds of a few Academy members who were slightly injured. Yin Sheng was surprised to find that Chun Lianer had also successfully escaped from the Sea of Clouds. She asked around and learned that she had returned to the empty ship a long time ago. This time, Chun Lianer's reputation had indeed been ruined. Not only had she lost her innocence, she had also failed on the verge of success in her personal trial. Originally, in the Earthwings competition zone, due to Feng Tian's unexpected defeat and Yi Baiming's refusal to participate in the competition, Chun Lianer should have been one of the most promising candidates to become the fighting king in the Earthwings competition zone. However, due to the humiliation incident, Elder Hellion ordered Chun Lianer to reflect on her mistakes on the empty boat and stopped all competitions. Yin Sheng originally thought that with Chun Lianer's personality, she would definitely not let the matter rest. However, what was inconceivable was that Chun Lianer really did stay on the empty ship every day, looking like she was reflecting on her mistakes. However, no matter what, Yin Sheng was still wary of Chun Lianer. She still remembered that day when Chun Lianer had used an extremely venomous gaze to stare at her. One must always be on guard against others. There was another matter that made Yin Sheng very depressed. Even the corpse of Skywing Tower could not be found. Even the Labyrinth Stone's whereabouts were unknown. Yin Sheng could only prepare the king-level magical beast Soul Stone as a temporary backup. After the Hidden Night Pavilion was officially recruited by Yin Sheng, the members of the Sky Hunting Corps also left Skywing City under the lead of second Uncle Yin Songlong. Yin Songlong also passed a letter to Yin Sheng. It was left behind by her father, Yin Songhai, before he left Skywing City. In the letter, her father said that he suspected that Hu Jiuxing's memory loss was related to the current red-cloaked pope. As the matter was related to the magic crystal, Yin Songhai might go to the Dharma Temple to look for related clues. Yin Sheng left 5 demon martial artists in the city to help with the construction of the Skywing's library branch. Half a month later, Skywing Jade officially succeeded the position of Skywing City Lord, and they were even invited to watch Skywing Jade's inauguration ceremony. This time, the inauguration ceremony was not held with great fanfare because of the 2 young masters' funerals. Skywing Jade also asked for Skywing Venerable's opinion before inviting Yin Sheng and Dongwang Ling to come. In the City Lord's residence, Skywing Jade was wearing the City Lord's battle helmet and had prepared a family banquet to entertain Yin Sheng and Dongwang Ling. The City Lord is still unwell. Mother is accompanying him, so I can't entertain you together. Skywing Jade was regretful. Sister Yu, there's no need to be so polite. It was unknown whether it was because Skywing Jade had inherited the position of City Lord or because she was wearing the battle helmet. But the current Skywing Jade had a majestic aura. She was the new City Lord of Skywing City. But even so, Yunsheng still had a natural expression and called Skywing Jade Sister You. Actually, I came here today specially to thank you. Skywing Jade looked at Yunsheng and sighed in her heart. Even Dong Wang Ling was kept in the dark. Only Yunsheng and Chu Yu knew that the death of the Skywing brothers was not a coincidence. In a few days, you'll be leaving, right? Yunsheng, my mother asked me to give you a parting gift. Skywing Jade took out a box and handed it to Yunsheng. Yunsheng opened it and saw a familiar stone. This was the soul stone she had obtained in the treasure boat last time. When she saw this labyrinth stone, Yunsheng was very surprised. Didn't second young master already give it to Chenlian? Yunsheng was very surprised. The one that was given away was a fake. This one is the real one. Skywing Jade smiled. Don't be surprised. My mother secretly hid this. In a while, she will be traveling around the continent with the city lord. She might not be able to see you off in time, so she asked me to give it to you first. The treasure boat has a habit. Every time it receives a treasure, it will make a copy. Skywing Jade then told Yunsheng the whole story. The treasures on the treasure boat were mostly made in 2 copies, one real and one fake. The fake copy was used to guard against thieves or for display purposes. This rule was set by Steward Chu back then. Therefore, even if it was just one stone, Steward Chu still followed the rules and made 2 copies. However, even Skywing Jade did not know about this secret. Only Steward Chu and the city lord of Skywing City knew about it. Steward Chu and Yunsheng had promised that if Flame Emperor could help Skywing Jade gain a foothold in the Yellow Wings competition zone, she would keep this stone of unknown origin and sell it to Yunsheng. Yunsheng did it. Furthermore, it was much more than what Steward Chu had asked for earlier. The Skywing brothers were dead, and Skywing City belonged to Skywing Jade. No one could harm the mother and daughter anymore. It was also because the result had greatly exceeded Steward Chu's expectations. Therefore, after some consideration, she decided to give this stone to Yunsheng for free. Chapter 706. Chenlian thought she was smart and used a honey trap to trick Skywing Tower, but Steward Chu was already prepared. She ordered someone to secretly switch the soul stone. Skywing Tower did not give the stone that day. As for the whereabouts of the stone, it disappeared with Skywing Tower's death. Yunsheng had long given up hope of finding the stone, but she did not expect to suddenly obtain it again. Yunsheng put away the stone, her heart filled with joy. Big sister you, this time, you really gave me a parting gift. Yunsheng was very grateful. Yunsheng did not stand on ceremony. This stone was too important to her. That day, young Master Skywing Tower fell for a honey trap and wanted to use the stone to hook up with Chenlian. Steward Chu had long seen that Chenlian was not a good person, so he agreed on the surface, but secretly let his trusted aide change the stone while it was being packaged. Therefore, Chenlian spent a lot of effort and even lost her virginity in exchange for the stone. In fact, it was just a very ordinary broken stone. Yunsheng thought about how angry she would be when she found out about this. Yunsheng stroked this hard-earned stone. Her fate with this stone was really subtle. Thank you, big sister you. I will always remember the friendship between you and your mother. If there is a chance in the future, Linger and I will definitely come back to train again. Yunsheng and Skywing Jade appreciated each other. In the past year, the two of them had already established a deep relationship. You are very welcome. You are welcome to Skywing City to train at any time. But next time, you must appear in the Skywings or Earthwings competition zone. Skywing Jade also liked these 2 little sisters very much. Big sister you are not fair. Why is it only Yunsheng who has a gift? What about me? Dong Wang Linger pretended to be angry and acted coquettishly. Haha, you little girl, what do you want? Tomorrow, you and Yunsheng can go to the treasure boat and pick. Heaven's Wings Jade was now in charge of both the Heaven's Wings Arena and the treasure boat, 2 treasure basins. A single treasure was nothing to her. Both Chu Yu and Dong Wang Linger felt warmth in their hearts. The Heaven's Winged Jade truly treated them as sisters. Why don't the 3 of us become sworn sisters? Dong Wang Linger suggested. She had an elder brother, but no sisters. It was rare for her to meet two sisters who got along so well. The other two readily agreed. The three of them immediately used tea in place of wine in the inn and swore an oath to the moon, forming a golden orchid. Among the three of them, Chuyu was the oldest and became the eldest sister. Dong Wang Ling was the second oldest and could be considered as the second sister. Yun Sheng was the youngest and could be considered as the third sister. Three women with completely different temperaments and appearances, yet equally outstanding, clasped their hands together. The three of them inadvertently became sworn brothers, and in the future, it would become a much-told story in the continent. There were many men in the world who became brothers of the opposite sex, but there were not many women. Not to mention that there were three women in different fields who were equally outstanding in appearance and strength. It was rumored in the later generations of the continent that during the most turbulent period of the Boundless Continent, there were countless male experts who rose to power. However, there were three women who, even in that era where magical beasts and powerhouses were plentiful, were still eye-catching. The three women were also known as the three emperors. In the sky was the female city lord, Tianyu. On the ground was the successor of the Dongwang dynasty, Dongwang Ling. As for the emperor of healers, Yun Sheng, she was the most accomplished and the most mysterious of the three. However, the friendship between the three women was still a legend in the continent, even after the three of them had passed away. After parting that night, a few days later, the continent's elite camp's empty ship set off for the return voyage. Tianyu personally came to the city gate to send off Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling. Sisters, if you have the time in the future, you must come and visit your elder sister. Originally, I should have sent the two of you off. Unfortunately, I am truly unable to leave Sky Wing City. Tianyu was also very reluctant to part with the two of them. If it were not for this matter, Heavenly Wing Jade would have thought of finding an opportunity to travel around the continent. However, it seemed that there was no chance now. The Skywing Arena had gone through the previous catastrophe, and there were countless deaths and injuries. More than half of the Skywing Arena had been destroyed. It could be said that the Yellow Wings and Black Wings divisions had been completely destroyed. The Magical Beasts in the Black Wings division had also been killed or injured in the Magical Beast Frenzy this time. This had caused the Skywing Arena to lose more than half of its income, and it still needed to replenish magical beasts. Although the Skywing City Lord already belonged to Tianyu, the mess left to Tianyu now was even bigger. Because the Skywing City Lord was saddened by the death of his two sons, he had already left Skywing City 2 days ago under Steward Chu's persuasion to travel the continent. All matters were handed over to Tianyu, so she was under a lot of pressure. Seeing the devastated Skywing City, the three were speechless for a while. Yin Sheng had a thought. Sister Yu, I have something to discuss with you. I can provide a portion of the reconstruction funds for Skywing City, and I can introduce you to Brother Zhou of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Tianyu had given Yun Sheng the Enigma Stone. Besides being grateful, Yun Sheng also wanted to do something for Tianyu. With a bet from the Hidden Night Pavilion, Yun Sheng's personal wealth had expanded to an unprecedented level. Money, she had plenty of it. As Yun Sheng spoke, she took out 2 everlasting gold cards. In each card, there were 100 million gold coins. This could be considered as a parting gift from Yun Sheng to Tianyu. Skywing City had suffered heavy losses. If they wanted to recover, they would need a large sum of money. Tianyu was currently having a headache over this matter. She couldn't be more pleased with Yun Sheng's proposal. However, did Yun Sheng have the money? Tianyu wasn't looking down on Yun Sheng, but she remembered that Yun Sheng was just a student of the continent's magic elite camp. Her medical and magic skills were pretty good, but during her time in Skywing City, the bonuses she received were very limited. At most, she had earned a few 100,000 gold coins. Big sis, don't be deceived by her. Our family's third sister is a typical nouveau riche. She looks unremarkable, but her family background is very thick. Little Ci Intong is opened by her, and she is also the vice leader of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. Furthermore, she had previously earned a windfall from gambling. Dong Wang Linger interjected. When she had first found out about Yun Sheng's identity, she had also been scared to death. She really didn't know that the unremarkable little girl she had met back then had now become an existence in the continent. With a stomp of her foot, the medical and magic world would tremble. After the Hidden Night Pavilion was destroyed, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion suffered the most serious blow since its establishment. Those contestants who were originally under the control of the Hidden Night Pavilion had also become a mob and pledged allegiance to the Skywings Branch Hall. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had cut off Skywing City's largest financial supply, and it was believed that it would soon decline. Little Enchanting would soon grow into the continent's #1 medicinal pill and potion pharmacy. You're actually the boss behind Little Enchanting? Even though Tianyu knew that Yun Sheng was very powerful, she didn't expect that at such a young age, she would actually have two important identities. If she didn't remember wrongly, how old was Yun Sheng this year? Not yet 15 years old. Chapter 707. Yun Sheng was able to achieve such a result at her age. It was simply too unreal. Tianyu couldn't help but have the urge to wipe her sweat. I don't need anything in return. I just need Big Sister to promise me that little Enchanting will handle the sales of elixirs and potions in Skywing City. Rest assured, I won't ask for sky-high prices. I guarantee that little Enchanting's prices will be unified across the entire continent. Yun Sheng patted her chest and guaranteed. Unified prices across the entire continent? Perhaps only Yun Sheng would be able to say such words. There were so many medical centers in the continent. Even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had different prices in different regions and countries. But Yun Sheng dared to say it. When Hidden Night Pavilion fell, Yun Sheng took the opportunity to subdue a large number of medical centers and doctors that were originally attached to Hidden Night Pavilion. Most of these people had rich experience in alchemy. Yun Sheng only needed to have Lin Yao make a trip here to train them. As for the transportation cost, Yun Sheng planned to recommend Zhou Qinchuan to enter Skywing City. Manager Chu has already left with the city lord. If Big Sister believes me, you can let Everlasting Chamber of Commerce take care of the treasure boat. This way, not only will you be able to focus on managing the city's affairs, but you will also be able to obtain a considerable amount of investment. When Yun Sheng said this, the intelligent Heavenly Wing Jade had already sketched out a brand new blueprint for rebuilding Heavenly Wing City. In fact, Yun Sheng had another idea. She also wanted to make Zhou Qinchuan and Tianyu work together. The two of them were top-notch existences in different fields of the continent. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their age was similar. It was a beautiful thing for the two pharmacists to become a couple. However, Yun Sheng knew that the fate between men and women couldn't be forced. Everything would depend on Big Sister Yu and Big Brother Zhou's fate. Hey, don't forget about me. I can also invest. I don't have much money, but I have $1 million in the Eastern capital. Dong Wang Ling was unhappy when she saw the two talking passionately. Oh, I didn't expect our second sister to be a rich woman. Tianyu and Yun Sheng both laughed. The structure of Skywing City changed from then on. From the initial Heavenly Wing City Lord's family to the little Enchanting and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the reconstruction of Heavenly Wing City became much smoother. In just a short exchange of words, Heavenly Wing Jade resolved the words that had troubled her for many days. She felt much more at ease. Yun Sheng, it's time to depart. Elder Hulian's reminder from the empty ship interrupted the conversation between the three of them. It was getting late. It was time for them to part. Most of the dozen or so mages who had come to train were still in Class A. Other than Chun Lian, who was hiding in the cabin, everyone had changed compared to a year ago. The male magicians had tanned a lot, and their bodies had also become more muscular. The female magicians also changed their arrogant and extravagant temperament. Moreover, each of them had a different look in their eyes. Outsiders could tell at a glance that these mages had experienced life and death situations. Among them, 3 had broken through to become sky magicians. They were Feng Tian, Gu Feng, and Abandon. Dong Wang Ling, strength had increased greatly. However, she still hadn't broken through. As for Yun Sheng, she could vaguely feel that her own progress had improved. From Elder Hulian's point of view, these results were a huge improvement. The training in the Heaven's Wings arena for a year had finally ended perfectly. The danger involved was something that Elder Hellion had never thought of before setting off. However, it was also thanks to the Beast Tide crisis that the Magic Elite Camp had ushered in unprecedented progress. Although there was no Combat King, Feng Tian's results were still the best. Thinking of this, Elder Hulian's chest unconsciously puffed out. When Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Ling bade farewell, a small empty ship was not far away, preparing to take off. The size of that empty ship was slightly smaller than Elder Hulian's. It looked simple and crude from the outside, but the interior was very luxurious. At this time, a man who looked like a guard captain was patrolling the deck and happened to see the 3 girls not far away. At first, the guard captain was attracted by the appearance of the 3 girls. However, when he saw Dong Wang Ling, appearance clearly, his expression changed. Wasn't that the princess? The guard captain hurriedly went into the cabin. Soon, a fat man with a belly bigger than his chest came out from the cabin. The man was dressed in plain clothes, but he was covered in gold and silver. Behind him was a beautiful woman. It was the left minister of the East Capital, whom Tianyi Dong had personally received last time. After Tianyi Dong's death, Tianyi Yu had also received the left minister of the East Capital symbolically. How could she have known that this person was also reckless? He saw that Tianyi Yu was beautiful and wanted to take advantage of her, but he was severely humiliated by Tianyi Yu. The Heavenly Winged Jade was still not satisfied and directly seized his empty ship. The left minister of the East Capital was angry, but he was still a powerful dragon that could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. He could only swallow his anger, rent a commercial empty ship, and after some slight modifications, set off for the East Capital. Are you sure? Did you really see the princess? The left minister of the East Capital leaned on the bow of the ship and took a closer look. He really did see the princess. It was not just the princess. With the princess was Tianyi Yu and another woman with outstanding looks and temperament. It really was the princess. Why would the princess appear in Tianyi City? The left minister of the East Capital looked confused. The left minister of the East Capital was Yuan Gui. Although Yuan Gui was the left minister of the East Capital, in fact, he was the biggest tumor in the East Capital. He was actually a spy of the 5 major countries, and he was responsible for monitoring the Huang's every move. Although this person was not handsome and was not a magician or a martial artist, he was indeed a genuine villain who was very good at scheming. On one hand, he curried favor with the royal family, and on the other hand, he dealt with the 5 countries and gained benefits from each country. It was also because of this that he had a high status in the East Capital. He held great financial power and interfered greatly with the royal family. Even the current East Emperor, Dong Wang Ling, brother, had to respectfully address him as left minister. Among the 5 countries, the left minister of the East Capital favored Later Qin the most. More than 2 years ago, the Later Qin emperor proposed to the royal family on behalf of Crown Prince Duguxiu, wanting to marry Princess Dong Wang Ling. Yuan Gui put in a lot of effort in the middle and finally facilitated the marriage. But since then, Princess Dong Wang Ling suddenly fell ill. The Empress used the princess's illness as an excuse to let her recuperate in the harem and not to be disturbed by outsiders. As for the princess's marriage, it was delayed again and again. Later Qin was already impatient. Yuan Gui was caught in the middle and did not have a good time. This time, he came to Tianyi City to avoid Later Qin's aggressiveness. On the other hand, he wanted to invite Su Daguai of Tianyi City to the East Capital. However, man proposes, God disposes. Tianyi City suffered heavy losses, and Su Daguai's Hidden Night Pavilion was replaced overnight. Su Daguai was busy with work, so he refused Yuan Gui's generous offer. Chapter 708. Left Prime Minister. The princess hasn't appeared in front of everyone for more than 2 years. Could it be that she ran away? I've asked around. That empty ship belongs to Elder Hellion of the elite magician camp. They've been here for training for a year. The man who looked like the head of the guards was the expert warrior that later Qin gave to Left Prime Minister Yuan Gui to protect him. I didn't expect the princess to run away from the marriage. Immediately send the news to later Qin. We can also return to the eastern capital and personally investigate the matter of the fake princess. Yuan Gui looked at Dong Wang Linger gloomily. Dong Wang Linger, who was immersed in the emotions of breaking up, didn't notice the empty ship not far away. Yin Sheng's 5 senses were sharp. Her beautiful eyes turned and fell on the empty ship not far away. There was no one on the empty ship opposite her. Could it be that her eyes were playing tricks on her? Why did she feel that someone was staring at her just now? The empty ship slowly rose into the sky and soon turned into a black dot in the blue sky. Skywing City was getting farther and farther away. 1 year, the Skywings Arena, the Hidden Night Pavilion, the Skywings Jade. Goodbye. Yun Sheng could still see the Skywings Jade on the city wall waving at them. Skywings City disappeared from sight. A year of training had also come to an end. All right, we've flown out of Skywing City. Everyone, come over. Let's count the results of the past year. Later, I'll ask the Great Elder to reward you according to your merits. Elder Hellion smiled. Just as Elder Hellion was about to speak, a carefree laughter came from the sky. Elder Hellion, counting the results and rushing back to take credit. But before that, shouldn't we also take into account the bet we made earlier? In the sky, more than a dozen students of the elite magician camp stood in the air. Each of them looked insufferably arrogant. Elder, you must have already inquired about the departure time of the elite magician camp and specially rushed to meet them at this time. Yin Sheng glanced over. Aside from Elder Yu, the martial artists of the elite camp all had a much stronger aura compared to the last time they were here. Several of them had already broken through to the martial saint realm. Among so many people, Yi Baiming's aura was the most unstable. Even Yin Sheng couldn't tell how strong he was now. Just by looking at it this way, the results of the Skywing City's trial this year seemed to be slightly better than the continent's elite warrior camp. Damned old fogey who just won't leave. I knew it. The moment he left Skywing City, he was in a hurry to settle the score. Elder Hellion did not forget about the bet. The 2 elders of the elite camp had joined forces for a few days during the Beast Rampage in Skywing City. The moment they left Skywing City, they started dog-eat-dog again. However, unlike at the beginning of the trial, Elder Hellion had a relaxed expression on his face. The 2 elders had already agreed that the conditions for winning the bet were, first, the person who broke through first, and second, the person who won the title of Combat King. The title of Combat King was originally very difficult to obtain. In the past year, according to what the 2 elders knew, no one in the elite magician camp or the elite warrior camp had obtained the title of Combat King. Even the outstanding ones like Yi Baiming and Feng Tian had not been able to obtain the title of Combat King in the past year, due to special reasons. More than 10 martial artists from the elite magician camp landed on the ground like arrows. The deck of the empty ship immediately became crowded. The martial artists led by Elder Yu all had an extraordinary aura. Compared to before, they were like sharpened swords. Just by standing to the side, one could feel the changes in their do qi. The 2 sides glared at each other. Yi Baiming was still the same. His pair of phoenix eyes seemed to fall on Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng pretended to chat with Dong Wang Ling, only willing to show him the back of her head. Perhaps knowing Yun Sheng's intention, Yun Sheng heard a deep laugh. Not knowing why, Yun Sheng's ears turned red. Elder Yu, it's fine if you want to settle the score. If the news is correct, Feng Tian was the first to break through. In the 3rd month after he came here, he had already broken through to become a sky magician. According to what I know, Yi Baiming only broke through 6 months ago. Elder Hellion was full of confidence. He had already investigated this matter. That's right, However, you probably still don't know that Yi Baiming had already broken through to Martial Emperor 3 days ago, right? It was during the chaos in Skywing City that he made his breakthrough. After Elder Yu finished saying those words, he burst into loud laughter. He did not need to look to imagine the change in Elder Helian's expression at this moment. Breaking through to Martial Emperor. When these words came out, the entire deck of the small, empty ship was in an uproar. Impossible. How is this possible? It has only been a short year. How is it possible for him to break through twice? Elder Helian muttered to himself. Yin Sheng's face also stiffened. She was just about to break through to become a sky magician. Yi Baiming had actually broken through to become a martial emperor all of a sudden. No wonder Yi Baiming had disappeared ever since he came out of the sea of clouds. It seemed that he had gone into seclusion to break through. Yin Sheng was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How old was Yi Baiming this year? It seemed that he was only 4 years older than her. Yin Sheng felt that her brain was not listening to her. The continent's youngest martial emperor. Yin Sheng had the urge to go crazy. How could Yi Baiming's breakthrough be as easy as eating and sleeping? Naturally, Yin Sheng did not know that Yi Baiming's harvest in the Sea of Clouds might not be as much as hers, but it was definitely not less than hers. Just killing many commander-level demonic beasts and obtaining their Dharma souls and beast blood had allowed Yi Baiming's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Elder Yu only knew about his breakthrough as a warrior. If others knew about his breakthrough as a magician, it would also be the same, knowing that Yi Baiming had actually broken through to become a martial emperor. Feng Tian's expression also changed slightly. On this empty ship, only Yin Sheng and Feng Tian knew that Yi Baiming cultivated both magic and martial arts. What Feng Tian was more concerned about was that Yi Baiming's cultivation as a warrior had increased. Then, his cultivation as a magician. Feng Tian felt sad and angry at the same time. What exactly did he have to do to catch up with Yi Baiming, or even surpass him? Just because you said you broke through to Martial Emperor, you're a Martial Emperor. Who knows if your mainland's warrior elite camp is playing tricks? A male magician from the magician elite camp stood out and pointed at Yi Baiming with a face full of disbelief. There were only a few martial emperors among the instructors of the continent's warrior elite camp. Now, a student who had entered the camp for less than 5 years had actually broken through to become a martial emperor. If this spread to the continent's warrior elite camp or the continent, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? Yi Baiming's expression did not change. He had already silently released a wave of fighting aura. The moment the fighting aura was released, the male magician who had provoked him groaned and took a few steps back. Chapter 709. As soon as Yi Baiming released his fighting aura, the magician felt as if he had bumped into a wall. It was as if his feet had sunk into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to even move a single step. Following that, he found it difficult to breathe, and his entire face turned purple from suffocation. Enough! Elder Helian hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Elder Helian was a rare dual cultivator in the continent's elite magician camp. His magician cultivation was slightly higher, but his warrior cultivation had already reached the martial saint realm. He was certain that Yi Baiming's cultivation was higher than his. Oh, so that's to say, Elder Helian, do you admit that your magician elite camp has lost this time's competition? Elder Yu stroked his smooth chin, feeling indescribably carefree. On the deck, the magicians of the continent's elite warrior camp were all glowing, feeling very proud. We've lost. Elder Helian felt very sullen, but the truth was right in front of him. Feng Tian had broken through first, but Yi Baiming had broken through 2 levels in a year. If one were to calculate, the magicians of the elite warrior camp had a greater breakthrough. On the other hand, the magicians of the magician elite camp were no longer happy about leaving Skywing City. They were all like defeated roosters. Feng Tian closed his eyes. Since that's the case, the continent's elite warrior camp will have the final say in the next search for the divine artifact. Elder Yu's old face was filled with pride. Wait a moment. Just when Elder Yu thought that the outcome had been decided, a very discordant voice interrupted him. Elder Yu couldn't help but look to the side, wanting to know who it was that dared to interrupt at this time. The one who spoke was a female student. "It's you? If I remember correctly, you're a substitute student. You really have no respect for your elders. How can a new student like you interrupt when an elder is speaking?" Elder Yu's face showed some displeasure. This female student was really too insensible. "Elder Yu, I want to ask again. What is the bet between the Magician Elite Camp and the Warrior Elite Camp?" Yinsheng wasn't scared off by Elder Yu's reprimand. You still want to stall for time at time like this? There's no harm in saying it again. My bet with Elder Hellion is to see which side has a student who achieves a breakthrough first. There's also a condition, and that's which side student wins the Combat King title. Elder Yu did not know that he had stepped into Yun Sheng's trap. Since that's the case, Feng Tian broke through to become a Sky Magician first. And Yi, senior martial brother, Yi broke through to become a martial emperor. Both of them broke through at the same time. At most, it can only be considered a draw. How can it be considered as our loss? Yin Sheng unwillingly called senior martial brother Yi. When Yi Baiming heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, but he did not expose him. He knew that little wildcat would not give up so easily. "Elder Yu, you're on your own now." "Preposterous, Elder Hellion. This student of yours can't be deliberately looking for trouble, right? How can a Sky Magician and a martial emperor be mentioned in the same breath?" Elder Yu said impatiently. "That's right. If you lose, you lose. You still refuse to admit it. Could it be that the mainland's elite magician camp can't afford to lose?" The students of the mainland's elite warrior camp jeered. Yin Sheng, stand down. Elder Hellion was a little embarrassed. "Then I wonder if the title of Combat King can be mentioned in the same breath as a martial emperor?" Yinsheng ignored him and asked another question. Combat King and martial emperor, it was hard to say which one was higher. But in terms of scarcity, the mainland's elite camp had participated in the trials for so many years, but there really was not a single Combat King. If it's just the title of Combat King, then it can still be considered a draw. Elder Yu did not think much of it. He was very clear that in this trial, no one from either side had obtained the title of Combat King. Then what if there are two Combat King titles? Yin Sheng asked again. "Two Combat King titles, then of course you guys will win. However, that's simply impossible." Elder Yu's face was full of ridicule. "Who says it's impossible? We do have two Combat Kings." Dongwang Linger also walked forward. "The two of us are this year's Combat Kings of the Yellow Wings Division." "Little girl, aren't you afraid that your boasting will be exposed? Just the two of you? Humph, the two of you don't have any battle records in the Heaven's Wings arena." Elder Yu glared. What the hell were these two up to? Did they think they hadn't lost enough face? If it was said that Feng Tian had obtained the title of Combat King, then that would be true. But these two people who only dared to compete in the worst Yellow Wings division also dared to say that they had obtained the title of Combat King. "Linger, don't say any more." Goofing pulled Dongwang Linger. Dongwang Linger and Yun Sheng gave each other a look, and the two of them took out their masks and put them on. On the deck, two female magicians wearing Yiksha masks immediately appeared. The two of them then took out their Combat King belts. Flame and Emperor? The students of the elite camp all opened their mouths wide. Only Baiming leaned against the side of the ship, looking like he was watching a show. The contest between the elite magician camp and the elite warrior camp had nothing to do with him. "We didn't use our real names to participate in the competition. In the past year, we participated in more than 100 two-person competitions, dozens of one-person daily competitions, 5 monthly competitions, and 1 annual competition. According to the Heaven's Wings Arena's conversion rate, the Flame Emperor duo obtained a total of 103 team victories." Dongwang Linger said proudly. Actually, there was no need for Dongwang Linger to say anything. The Flame Emperor's battle records, as well as their winning streak, were all explained in detail on the 12 Saint Seiya cards sold in Skywing City. As for the matter of the Flame Emperor killing the light unicorn in the Sea of Clouds, the Skywing City Lord residents had already appeared and issued a City Lord token. The masks were real. The Combat King belts were also real. All the evidence proved that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were the most legendary two-person team in Skywing City in the past year. The group of students were all dumbfounded. Even the students of the elite warrior camp who mocked Yun Sheng earlier were all embarrassed. In everyone's mind, there was only one common thought: pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The two of them actually obtained the Combat King title that other students couldn't obtain in the most inconspicuous Yellow Wings competition zone. After hearing this result, Elder Yu, who was originally very proud, twitched his mouth as if he was having a cramp. Elder Hellion couldn't help but jump out and point at Elder Yu, laughing loudly 3 times. "Old man, did you see that? Do you think that being a martial emperor is so great? 2 Combat King badges. Do you have any?" "Ha! The elite warrior camp doesn't even have one. What a good face. What a great face." He had long forgotten how disappointed he was when he found out that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger had gone to the Yellow Wings competition zone. At this moment, Elder Hellion couldn't wait to immediately return to the elite mage camp and tell the whole camp this good news. Chapter 710. Elder Yu's heart was filled with hatred. This feeling was as if victory was already within his grasp, but who knew that at the last moment, the other party would suddenly appear and steal the fruits of victory. What Elder Yu couldn't accept the most was that this Flame Emperor combination was something that he had said himself, that they would definitely not be able to achieve anything great. Good. Very good. The two of you, and the mainland's mage elite camp. Let's go. Elder Yu was proud of his success when he came, but now he was like a rooster that was defeated. He lowered his head and ran away. "Elder Yu, take care. I won't send you off. As for the matter of finding the divine artifact, I will personally pay you a visit to discuss the details." Seeing that Elder Yu was leading a group of fighters, he didn't even turn his head back and disappeared in the sky in anger. Elder Hellion was so happy that his eyebrows and beard were squeezed together. The mainland's warrior elite camp came and went like the wind. In a short while, they disappeared. Elder Hellion was so happy that he praised Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger. The students on the deck were still immersed in this huge reversal of victory. One after another, they went up to congratulate and curry favor with Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger. When Feng Tian, who was at the side, saw this, he revealed a mocking smile. "Damn it! How is this possible? Yun Sheng actually obtained the title of Fighting King in the Yellow Wings competition zone." In the cabin, Chunlier was so jealous that her eyes were about to turn green. Just now, everything that she saw and heard stimulated Chunlier. Also, those students who were disdainful of Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger earlier were all surrounding the two of them. Those fawning faces and words of praise originally belonged to her. Not to mention, when Yi Baiming was watching the show at the side, he was looking at Yun Sheng with a loving expression. Chunlin didn't have a mood to hide at the side and eavesdrop on Elder Holian's praises for Yun Sheng and the others. She returned to the cabin. Everything that had happened in the past few months flashed through her mind once again, tormenting her. Ever since the incident with Skywing Tower, several female magicians who had been on good terms with her gradually drifted apart, and the male magicians who had been pursuing her in the same line all showed a look of contempt for her, often opening their mouths to belittle her. These people flattered the strong and trampled on the weak. Each and every one of them was despicable. All of you, remember this. The humiliation you gave me today, I, Chun Lianer, will return it back many times over. Chun Lianer's beautiful face became very ugly due to anger and jealousy. She suppressed the anger in her heart and took out the labyrinth stone. After she killed Skywing Ta, she obtained this stone. However, she was worried that Skywing City Lord would investigate the matter of Skywing Ta, so she did not dare refine it. Now that the airship had left Skywing City, it should be safe. Chun Lianer carefully observed the stone. The stone was the same shape as the notch on her bracelet. However, Chun Lianer did not know how to forge weapons, so no matter how she looked at it, she could not see why. It seems that I can only go back and take a look. Chun Lianer gritted her teeth and put the stone away. There were still a few days before the students of the elite camp returned to the camp. In the remaining days, Elder Hellion ordered the students to cultivate on the airship. At this time, an unknown change was happening on the continent. On the night after the beast riot in Skywing City ended, on a snowy mountain thousands of miles away from Skywing City, in the pitch-black Condor King's nest, a lonely black figure stood. The black figure looked like a human, but also like a beast. The white-crowned Condor King, whose wing had been cut off by the Skywing City Lord, flew in, stumbling. "My lord," the Condor King spoke in a human-like voice after seeing the black figure. "Only you." The black figure discovered that only the white-crowned Condor King had returned alone, and his voice carried some surprise. "They're all dead." The white-crowned Condor King was afraid. Hearing this, the black figure was even more surprised. He knew the strength of Skywing City very well. 2 king-level magical beasts and many commander-level magical beasts. One of them had entangled the Skywing Great Lord, while the rest had entered the Cloud Sea to search for that magic array. Logically speaking, there should have been more than enough. But now, several commander-level magical beasts and 1 king-level magical beast had all died in the end. Who did this? Or could it be that the humans have nurtured so many experts over the years? The black figure's plan could be considered meticulous, but he did not expect that it would end up like this. I don't know. The magical beasts in the Cloud Sea have all disappeared. The corpses are all gone as well. The white-crowned Condor King could not find any clues as to who had done it. He only heard that before the Cloud Sea was sealed, the Skywing City Lord had issued a City Lord's order, and a large number of battle teams had entered the Cloud Sea. The black figure was furious. Even the corpses could not be found. Damn humans. The blood and soul stones of commander-level and king-level magical beasts had always been coveted by the humans. These commander-level and king-level magical beasts were rare existences on the boundless continent. If the black figure had not discovered and stimulated the magical beast potential in their bodies, they would most likely still be high-level magical beasts. Beside the black figure, a terrifying pressure was like that of a venomous snake. It flicked its tongue and emitted an invisible force of deterrence. When it felt the pressure, even the king-level magical beast, the white-crowned Condor King, trembled in fear. "Sir, please calm down. The Cloud Sea's magic array diagram is in our hands." The white-crowned Condor King took out a magic array diagram. It and its companions had spent many years hiding in Skywing City, and they had finally fulfilled their mission. After seeing the magic array diagram, the black figure's anger calmed down. He took the magic array diagram, and a strange look flashed across his invisible eyes. The Skywing City Lord, that martial artist, had only used this magic array to support the broken city of Skywing City. He had not discovered the wonderful use of this magic array at all. "Sir, after finding this magic array diagram, can my eagle descendants and I return to that place?" The white-crowned Condor King saw that the black figure was in a good mood and hurriedly took the opportunity to ask. "The time is not ripe yet. With your physiques, you can't pass through that barrier. You stay here and treat your injuries first. If there is any movement on the boundless continent, inform me immediately. I won't treat you unfairly." After the black figure finished speaking, a magical wave flickered, and he disappeared. The black figure was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he flew toward the east of the sky. In the easternmost part of the continent, a blood-red light shone. The black figure flew into the blood-red light before disappearing. On the other side, the messenger beast of Minister Zwa of the East Capital had already flown to the Crown Prince's residence in the later Qin. After the Crown Prince's chief imperial bodyguard received the news that the Princess of the East Capital had appeared in Skywing City, he immediately went to report to Duguxiu. Chapter 711. Your Highness, the left Prime Minister, Yuan Gui, sent a message. In the later Qin Crown Prince's palace, the guard captain found Dugu Xiu, who was practicing in the training room. A beautiful concubine was helping Dugu Xiu change out of his sweaty training clothes. Dugu Xiu took the letter and glanced at it casually. After reading the contents of the letter, Dugu Xiu's expression changed. Dong Wangling, of the eastern capital, is a fake. He waved his hand and pushed the beautiful concubine away. The left prime minister said in the letter that he saw the real princess in Tianyi City. He has watched the princess grow up since she was a child. There is no reason for him to mistake her. Crown Prince, should we ask the eastern capital about this matter? The guard captain asked. The Crown Prince's marriage had been a topic that everyone in the later Qin was concerned about in the past few years. Dugu Xiu was already 18 years old. Although he had many concubines, the Crown Prince's wife who could inherit his bloodline was still undecided. Dong Wangling was the princess of the eastern capital. Her status was noble. Everyone in the later Qin approved of this marriage. Dugu Xiu also planned to get married as soon as possible. After all, marrying the Crown Prince's wife was just a formality. As long as the woman was not Yun Sheng, it was the same to him. Ask the eastern capital? How do you think the Empress Dowager and Dongjun will answer? How could the Empress Dowager and Dongjun not know about the princess running away? Dugu Xiu had already asked around about Dong Wangling. He heard that the princess was not only beautiful, but also talented in magic. It was said that she was a dual-element magician. However, her personality was completely different from the current Dongjun. She was a willful and unruly princess. Unfortunately, in a large country like the later Qin that worshipped martial arts, a crown prince consort with outstanding talent in magic and an unruly personality was at most a flower vase. Dugu Xiu's impression of the royal family was that they were weak. Dong Wangling dared to run away. This news made Dugu Xiu curious about this princess. However, no matter how unruly she was, if a bird was disobedient, its wings should be broken. Regardless of whether it was a princess or a dual-element magician, in Dugu Xiu's hands, they were just political chess pieces. Are we just going to drag this matter on? Recently, the third prince's henchmen have been saying that the crown prince does not have an heir, which is not good for the future of the later Qin, the guard captain said respectfully. Dugu Xiu had a lot of power in later Qin, but he was only the crown prince. There were still a few princes eyeing him covetously. No matter how capable the crown prince was, he had never had an outstanding heir. The heir of the crown prince had always been a topic of concern for the officials in the imperial court. The crown prince's aides also believed that the crown prince should marry the crown princess as soon as possible and give birth to a child with an outstanding bloodline. This way, the later Qin could continue to prosper. Men, prepare a carriage. This crown prince is going to the eastern capital. I want to see how long that fake princess can disguise herself in front of this crown prince. Dugu Xiu sneered. As long as he could confirm the identity of the other party, even if he had to personally go to the continent's magic elite camp, he would still find out who the person was. Women were nothing more than playthings to satisfy his physiological needs. As for Dong Wangling, even if she had the bloodline of the imperial clan, he could still crush her arrogance one by one and throw her into the mud, making sure that she would never be able to rise again. Before Dugu Xiu set off, he also ordered someone to bring the news of him going to the eastern capital to the eastern monarch. The eastern capital was a typical Jiangnan city. It was the oldest capital city in the continent, and it had a rich cultural atmosphere. This place was adjacent to the easternmost Dongyu River of the boundless continent. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was very beautiful. In an ancient and somewhat majestic palace, an imperial guard captain told the eastern capital's Empress Dowager, Situ Miaoqing, and the eastern monarch, Dong Wang Tianqi, about the arrival of the later Qin's ceremonial guards at the border of the eastern capital. What? The later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiu, wants to enter the palace to visit patient? The eastern capital's Empress Dowager was around 40 years old. She had a beautiful appearance, and her eyes were very similar to Dong Wangling. Dong Wang Tianqi was Dong Wang Ling, Er's elder brother. His face was pale, and it seemed that his body was not very good. "Mother, what should we do? Did Dugu Xiu find out something?" Dong Wang Tianqi was very fond of his younger sister, Dong Wang Ling Er. Earlier on, he was also against the marriage between the later Qin's Empress Dowager Situ, Miaoqing, and Dong Wang Tianqi. However, as he was alone and weak, and most of the officials in the imperial court were bribed by the later Qin, he had no choice but to agree to his younger sister's marriage. Because of this matter, Dong Wang Ling was angry with him for a long time. It was only until he agreed to let his younger sister secretly go to the continent's magic elite camp that the situation became better. A few months ago, his younger sister even wrote a few letters to him. From the letters, it could be seen that she was very happy in the continent's magic elite camp. Empress Dowager Sidu shook her head and said, "The matter of Ling secretly going to the continent's magic elite camp is very secretive. It is impossible for outsiders to know about it. I think that Dugu Xiu only wants to check on Ling Er's condition. After all, he is already Ling Er's fiancé in name." Empress Dowager Sidu had heard of Dugu Xiu's great reputation. Towards this future son-in-law of hers, she also had many taboos. If it's just to check on Ling it would be fine. But if Dong Wang Tianqi felt somewhat uneasy, if Dugu Xiu comes, tell him that Ling has contracted a strange disease and can only see him through a curtain. They are only engaged, and according to etiquette, they shouldn't see each other directly. Empress Dowager Sidu quickly came up with an idea. She immediately instructed her subordinates to keep their mouths shut and not leak any information. That night, Dugu Xiu arrived at the eastern capital. The first thing he did when he arrived at the eastern capital was to bring some medicinal ingredients with him. Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Wang didn't expect that the later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiu, would actually enter the palace in the middle of the night. The two of them panicked and hurriedly came out to meet Dugu Xiu. The magical palace lanterns were lit, and the palace in the eastern capital was brightly lit. This was the first time that Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Wang Tianqi saw one of the rumored Wuji 5 annulus, Dugu Xiu. It was said that the later Qin's Dugu Xiu was a malefic star, and there was no one in the continent who didn't know of his ferocious name. Today, when they saw him, they saw an extraordinary man standing in the imperial court. He had a head full of red hair that resembled flames. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore a crown prince's yellow robe, which made him look extraordinarily noble. The previous 5 states of the continent were all vassal states of the Dongwang dynasty. Although the eastern capital had declined, according to etiquette, when Dugu Xiu met Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Wang Tianqi, he should still treat them as a subject. Dugu Xiu greets Dong Wang Tianqi and Empress Dowager Situ. Although it was the etiquette between a subject and a monarch, the later Qin's crown prince Dugu Xiu didn't kneel at all, let alone the etiquette between a subject and a monarch. He only bowed slightly. When Dong Wang Tianqi and Empress Dowager Situ saw this, they were very dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. The current eastern capital was nothing in the eyes of the later Qin. If the later Qin's crown prince angered him, Dong Wang Tianqi's life would be in danger. Chapter 712. Crown Prince, there's no need to be so courteous. We're family now. May I know why you've come to the palace at night? Seeing Dugu Xiu acting like this, Dong Jun was unhappy, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Oh, the Empress Dowager and Dong Jun have confirmed that the princess is sick and can't see me. You, Dugu Xiu, don't go too far." Seeing that the servant who pretended to be Dong Wang Ling was pulled out, the Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager were shocked. The Empress Dowager and Dong Jun's expressions changed. They didn't expect the later Qin's crown Prince Dugu Xiu to cause trouble in the eastern capital's palace. Crown Prince, please calm down." Empress Dowager Situ was anxious. Dong Jun didn't care about anything else and rushed forward. However, his weak body was nothing in front of Dugu Xiu. I heard that the princess was infected with a strange disease and hasn't recovered for many months. I'm very worried about her, so I brought a doctor and some precious herbs, hoping that he can treat the princess. Dugu Xiu calmly explained his intentions. After Dugu Xiu finished speaking, a doctor walked out from behind him. This person was the later Qin's imperial physician, Chengda. Behind Chengda were many attendants, each holding a box of precious medicinal herbs. From the looks of it, they were indeed here to visit the princess. After Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Jun heard this, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The servant who pretended to be the princess wasn't sick at all. If Chengda diagnosed her, wouldn't she be exposed? Dong Jun was young and couldn't handle Dugu Xiu's aggressive aura, so he stuttered. Crown Prince Dugu is too polite. My sister's illness isn't serious, so there's no need for Imperial Physician Cheng to help. Oh, since it's not serious, why don't you let me see her? I've been admiring the princess for a long time, so it's time for me to meet her. Dugu Xiu saw Dong Juan's timid expression, and he was even more convinced of what ministers was said earlier. As expected, the princess wasn't in the capital. Crown Prince, Empress Dowager Situ, also broke out in cold sweat. She was the Empress Dowager and had experienced the rise and fall of the Eastern royal dynasty. Compared to Dong Jun, she was much calmer. Since the Crown Prince is so kind and generous to invite the later Qin's Grand Master to visit us, I would like to invite the Crown Prince into the palace to treat my son's illness. After Empress Dowager Situ finished speaking, she secretly gave a look to a female official beside her. The latter understood and quietly left. The group immediately headed towards Dongwang Ling, Er's palace. Inside the palace, a pink curtain was lowered, and a slender figure could be vaguely seen sitting under the curtain. Thank you, Prince Dugu, for coming from afar. Ling is not feeling well, so I can't personally receive you. I'm very sorry. A woman's voice came from inside. Her words were polite and somewhat moving. Princess, you're being too courteous. There's no need for such formalities between us. Chengda Guoxiu, go and treat the princess. Dugu Xiu saw the pink palace, and his heart was filled with disgust. Chengda stepped forward and checked the princess. The princess hesitated for a moment, then stretched out a hand from the curtain. That hand was thin and slender, and the skin was excessively white. With a single look, one could tell that it was the hand of a person with a weak body. However, just as the princess stretched out her hand, Dugu Xiu, who was originally standing at the side, took a step forward and grabbed onto that hand, then pulled it forcefully. A young girl, who was wearing the clothes of the princess, was pulled out from the curtain and heavily fell onto the ground. The young girl was so frightened that her expression changed greatly. Prince Dugu, what are you doing? Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Jun didn't expect that Prince Dugu would suddenly make things difficult for them. You want to deceive me with an impostor? Empress of Heaven, Dong Jun, look carefully. Does the princess look like this? Dugu Xiu's face was filled with gloominess. He grabbed onto the chin of the princess. Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Jun knew that Dugu Xiu must have seen through the impostor. However, the two still had a trace of hope in their hearts. Empress Dowager Situ squeezed out a smile. Crown Prince, you really like to joke. She's naturally my daughter. Oh, Dugu Xiu used a bit of strength, and the impostor felt that her chin was about to be crushed. She opened her eyes wide in fear. I'm asking you, are you Dongwang Linger? If you are lying, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Dugu Xiu was like an unruly wolf king. His tall figure was like a black cloud, pressing down on the hearts of everyone present. Although they were within the imperial palace of the eastern capital, none of the imperial guards dared to make a move. The despair in Dong Jun and Empress Dowager Situ's hearts slowly spread, and the mother and son couldn't help but lean against each other. The impostor was so frightened that she couldn't say anything. On her face, which could be considered to be beautiful, there was only fear. Crown Prince, please spare my life. I'm only a maid. Right after she finished speaking, the sound of her chin being crushed could be heard. Empress Dowager Situ screamed miserably. The impostor was no longer breathing. Dugu Xiao swung his hand and threw the corpse away. The corpse smashed onto the palace wall, and blood splattered onto the wall. During the entire process, Dugu Xiao didn't even frown. To him, killing a lowly maid was as simple as stepping on an ant. From his thin and cool lips, he spat out a sentence that caused the Eastern Empress Dowager and Dong Jun to tremble. Such a disloyal servant. Xiao will help the Empress Dowager and Dong Jun deal with her. After all, Dong Jun was still young. When he saw Dugu Xiao committing murder in the Eastern Palace, he was so angry that his shoulders trembled. Ignoring the difference in height between him and Dugu Xiao, he rushed up and grabbed Dugu Xiao's collar. Gnashing his teeth, he cursed, "Dugu Xiao, you are too impudent. You actually dared to commit murder in the Eastern Palace. Dong Jun, watch your words. Xiao only killed an assassin who pretended to be the princess. Right now, the most important thing is to find the princess's whereabouts and ensure her safety so that she can marry into Later Qin as soon as possible. This way, Later Qin and the Eastern capital will be able to marry each other." Dugu Xiao looked at the thin and weak emperor with disdain. Dong Jun was about the same age as him. However, this youth, who was overly protected by the Eastern capital's imperial family, was as weak as a woman. His skin was fair, and his lips were pale. He looked like a weak and sickly young girl. Dong Jun's head only reached Dong Jun's shoulders. The hand that was grabbing Dong Jun's collar was still trembling. Dugu Xiao swept Dong Jun's hand away. The biting, cold, fighting aura caused Dong Jun to stagger and sit on the ground. "Guards, someone come. Chase this traitor out." Dong Jun's shouts echoed in the desolate Eastern Palace. The imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs all lowered their heads like ostriches. None of them dared to step forward to protect their master. Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Jun felt an unprecedented loneliness. This magnificent palace was like a lifeless tomb that could bury them at any time. Chapter 713. Crown Prince. After a long time, Empress Dowager Situ opened her mouth as if she was sleepwalking. "Crown Prince, there is no need to be angry. Because Ling Er's body was unwell, she was sent to the continent's magic elite camp to look for the dazzling light teachers to treat her. The impersonation was just to avoid people's attention. Since the princess is fine, Xiao can be at ease. However, it has been quite a while since the princess was treated. It is time for her to return." Dugu Xiao was very satisfied with Empress Dowager Situ's reaction. "Mother, you can't." After witnessing Dugu Xiao's beast-like ruthlessness, how could Dong Jun allow his sister to come back and die? "Crown Prince, don't worry. I will order someone to send a letter to Ling, or just say that I have contracted a serious illness. Ling is very filial and will definitely return." Empress Dowager Situ closed her eyes and tried to hold back her tears. "I have already tried my best. Ling Mother has let you down. However, if I don't follow this demon, the Eastern capital and your brother will be destroyed. I am a failure as a mother. I was unable to protect you and your brother. I have ruined your happiness in this life. If there is a next life, I hope that you will not be born in a declining imperial family." Empress Dowager Situ fell ill that night. Her illness was very serious. A few days later, the news was sent to the continent's magic elite camp's dark gold ranked teachers. However, at that time, Dongwang Ling was still on her way back to the continent's magic elite camp. Dongwang Ling was still immersed in the joy of returning to the continent's magic elite camp. Just when the airship was sailing, a small incident occurred. Two more people in the continent's magic elite camp made a breakthrough. Furthermore, the time when the two of them made their breakthroughs was almost the same. The first person to make a breakthrough was Chen Lian. After Chen Lian obtained a bracelet, her strength increased rapidly. Especially when she was confined on the airship, Chen Lian had a premonition that she was going to make a breakthrough to become a sky mage. The reason why Chen Lian made a breakthrough when everyone was eating breakfast was so that she could attract the attention of others. When she made a breakthrough, magic power gathered near the airship and emitted a strong magic undulation. When the students saw this, they all went over to take a look. Only then did Elder Helian's anger towards Chen Lian dissipate slightly. When Chen Lianer walked out of the cabin, she had a smug expression. Right at this moment, Dong Wang Ling hurriedly ran over. Elder Helian, Yun Sheng is about to break through. Early in the morning, Dong Wang Linger asked Yun Sheng to have breakfast together. However, Yun Sheng said that she wanted to meditate for a while more, as she felt that she was about to break through. Dong Wang Linger didn't take it to heart. When she returned to her cabin, she discovered that Yun Sheng had already made a breakthrough. On the other hand, Yun Sheng's breakthrough had been unintentionally facilitated. Furthermore, her breakthrough this time was very unexpected. Once the identity of the Flame Emperor was announced, as expected by Yun Sheng, Gu Feng's face was filled with resentment. He complained that Yun Sheng and Ling had kept it from them. Yun Sheng simply left the problem to Ling to solve. She didn't even bother to eat breakfast. While Dong Wang Ling was out, she took the opportunity to study the Maze Stone. After retrieving the Maze Stone from the Heaven's Wing Jade, Yun Sheng couldn't wait to find out what was hidden within the stone. According to Yun Sheng's plan, she originally planned to wait until she broke through to become a sky magician before embedding the stone. Right now, she was still quite a distance away from becoming a sky magician. Thus, she decided to take a look at the stone first. Looking at the stone in her hand, Yun Sheng first knocked on it. From the outside, it didn't look any different from an ordinary stone. Immediately after, Yun Sheng used the fire of spirit to burn the stone. The dirt on the surface of the stone immediately peeled off, revealing the color inside. The color inside was actually multicolored. Yun Sheng's finger touched the stone. Suddenly, a wave of magic power rushed out from the stone. By the time Yun Sheng realized the power contained within the stone, it was already too late. A thought immediately flashed through her mind. She had to throw away the stone. Otherwise, her body would very likely be crushed by the excessive amount of magic power. Yun Sheng made a prompt decision and immediately cut off the connection between her and the terrifying stone. However, that wave of magic power that entered her body earlier was still moving around in Yun Sheng's body. It was as if there was a small snake moving around in her body, surging towards Yun Sheng's Dharma soul. Yun Sheng's face turned red. Her four limbs were filled with magic power to the point that they were about to explode. Yun Sheng's Dharma soul was like a balloon, rapidly expanding. It was also this wave that made Dong Wang Ling mistakenly think that Yun Sheng was about to break through. Hearing Dong Wang Ling's words, Elder Helian had a calm expression on his face. There's no need to be nervous. It's just a master magician breaking through to become a saint magician. Before Elder Helian finished speaking, the entire airship shook violently. It was as if the airship had suddenly encountered an air current while flying. Elder Helian was dumbfounded. Why would there be such a huge wave of magic power when breaking through to become a saint magician? This wave of magic power seems to be even greater than when Chen Lian broke through to become a sky magician. Elder Helian was shocked. He immediately ordered the students to move away. Don't go in. She's currently at the critical moment of breaking through to become a saint magician. If you recklessly go in, it will be very dangerous for both of you. Elder Helian stopped Dong Wang Ling. He also ordered the other students to move away from the cabin for the time being. After a long while, that wave of magic power finally disappeared. Yun Sheng checked the Dharma soul within her body. Indeed, it had grown bigger. However, it was a pity that it still wasn't able to break through to become a sky magician. After this, Yun Sheng didn't dare to casually touch that stone again. Yun Sheng thought for a while, then decided to just say that she had broken through to become a saint magician. After all, she had already pretended to be a master magician for long enough. Congratulations, Yin Sheng. Now, you will be able to obtain a chance to learn high-level magic. Her friends were all very happy for Yin Sheng. Long before the group of students set off, Elder Hellion had already said that any students who could break through in this trial would have the chance to learn high-level magic. Although Yin Sheng's breakthrough this time didn't happen in Skywing City, it still happened before the trial was completed. Elder Hellion had been careless previously. He had only said that one could obtain a chance to learn high-level magic after breaking through. This time, Yin Sheng could be considered to have picked up a ready-made bargain. With this, there was one more person who obtained a chance to learn high-level magic. They were Yin Sheng, Abandoned, Gu Feng, Chun Lien and Feng Tian. Other than Yin Sheng, the other four were already sky magicians. The other students on the airship could only feel envy in their hearts. 15 days later, the team from the continent's elite camp finally returned to the elite camp. Chapter 714. This time, Elder Hellion could be considered to have returned with great honor, bringing honor to the continent's magic elite battalion. The people of the Elder Council had also heard the news from the continent's warrior elite battalion. All of them were so happy that their faces bloomed. Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger. The two of you have done well. The great elder represented the Elder Council and praised Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger. The reason why they were able to win this time was all thanks to the sudden emergence of Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger's Flame Emperor combination. Previously, the elders had never thought that they would be able to make use of the unpopular Yellow Wings competition zone to turn the tables and win. The brilliance of the others was also completely overshadowed. Even Feng Tian was no exception. When it came to depressing matters, there were two people who had suffered the most losses in this trial. Needless to say, Chun Lien disappeared without a trace the moment she got off the airship. Her matters had more or less spread to the continent's magic elite battalion. Although her strength had also broken through, her reputation had completely gone down the drain. Therefore, her teacher, Xiao, also had a constipated expression. Her gaze when looking at Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger was like a knife, causing people to have goosebumps. The second person who was depressed was Feng Tian. Originally, he was the one who broke through the fastest among everyone. However, who knew that Yi Baiming from the continent's warrior elite battalion was even more monstrous than him. He actually broke through consecutively and became a martial emperor in a short span of a year. When the continent's youngest martial emperor appeared, Feng Tian's brilliance was immediately suppressed. He also didn't have the heart to stay any longer. After getting off the airship, he walked away. Gufeng, you have also done well. I've heard that you've already become a sky magus. Haha, you're our elite camp's second light element sky magus after Shiguang. The age at which you broke through is only 1 year away from the continent's #1 magic genius, Xiao Wenxiu. The head elder once again examined the situation of the other students participating in the trial. He was very gratified to discover that in the past year, almost everyone's cultivation had risen by a large amount. According to the agreement before departure, any student who broke through will be able to obtain a chance to learn high-level magic. The people who broke through this time were Feng Tian, Chun Lien, Abandon, Gu Feng, and Yin Sheng. Especially Yin Sheng, your performance in this trial was the most outstanding. After discussion, the Elder Council has decided to make an exception and promote you to a 2-star student. The Great Elder announced the results of the trial. Those who had received rewards were overjoyed. The others also had their own gains. On the other hand, Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger couldn't wait to tell the good news to their dark gold rank teacher. After the trainees returned to their respective mentors, the Great Elder gathered a few elders, including Elder Hellion, to discuss what they had seen and heard during the trial. For the elite magic camp of the continent, this trial was definitely not as simple as an ordinary trial. Many students broke through, and there were even students who became combat kings. However, these were not the most important things. Whether it was Elder Hellion or Elder Yu, They seemed to be arguing endlessly on the surface, but they were secretly moving around in Du Tian Wing City. In the past year, they had collected a lot of information. Big brother, the things you wanted me to inquire about, the whereabouts of the forbidden medicine, and the strength of venerable heavenly wings. Elder Hellion reported the things he had inquired about. The matter of the forbidden medicine that third brother is concerned about is confirmed to have come from Hidden Night Pavilion in Skywing City. However, just before we returned, Hidden Night Pavilion was disintegrated. It is said that it has now become a branch of Little Sea Iantong. Elder Hellion only heard about it afterwards. Oh, Hidden Night Pavilion was unexpectedly disintegrated in such a short period of time. The second elder couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. Little Sea Iantong was the fastest rising medical center in the continent in recent years. It was said that even Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't do anything about it. A few years ago, it had already attracted the attention of the second elder. The second elder also specifically inquired about Little Sea Iantong, but the information about its founder and its behind-the-scenes boss were all very mysterious. However, one thing was certain: Little Sea Iantong had an extremely strong relationship with many hunting corps and everlasting chamber of commerce on the continent. Little Sea Iantong's reputation is good. It is more popular than Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They also deal in potions, so we can cooperate. The Great Elder and Second Elder didn't have much opinion about the rise of Little Sea Iantong. Medicine Emperor Pavilion's tyranny was well known in the continent. They were also very happy to see a new and more powerful medical center replace Medicine Emperor Pavilion. As for Venerable Heavenly Wings cultivation, it is stronger than we expected. The second elder recounted the story of Venerable Heavenly Wings beheading White-Crowned Eagle King. It seems that our previous suspicions were not wrong. Venerable Heavenly Wings went to the Dutian Blood Beast world. I suspect that he went to that place. The Great Elder pondered. Big brother, do you think that Venerable Heavenly Wings also went to the deepest part of the Blood Beast world? Several elders asked. Unfortunately, the first generation of the Sea of Clouds is heavily guarded. Even I have no way to enter. Several students who went in also said that they didn't see the appearance of the Sky Magic Array. Elder Hellion went to Sky Wing City this time to enter the Sea of Clouds and explore the Sky Magic Array. It should be right. The Sky Magic Array should have imitated part of its function. The beast chaos in Sky Wing City this time is definitely not a coincidence. I'm afraid that those magic beasts have succeeded in their conspiracy and stole its secret. The Great Elder's face was full of worry. On the continent, only the true experts knew what it was. Gufeng had said earlier that the continent's elite camp had the ability to open the entrance to the Dutian Blood Beast world. In fact, this wasn't entirely true. The secret of the Blood Beast world was not a secret in the eyes of the strongest experts on the continent, such as sky magicians and martial saints. Many experts would enter the Dutian Blood Beast world to train. However, their training areas were mostly concentrated in the outer regions of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Very few people would enter the inner regions. As for the depths of the Blood Beast world, that was where the real taboo was. This was because poison and blood spirits existed in the depths of the Blood Beast world all year round. Only those who had spiritual herbs or were extremely strong could enter. And those who had access to these spiritual herbs and paths were, to put it bluntly, only a few large organizations on the continent, a few powerful families, and even the core members of the royal family. Only they knew the true secret of the Dutian Blood Beast world. That was the entire Dutian Blood Beast world was supported by a gigantic sky magic array. As for the origin of the Dutian Blood Beast world, there was a brief explanation in the history of the continent. Thousands of years ago, the human race and the Bakr orcs had fought a bloody war over the boundless continent. However, the history books only recorded part of the truth. Chapter 715. History was always in the hands of a few people. The 8 humans who possessed the 8 barren artifacts rose to power and eventually killed the leader of the Bakr orcs, the most powerful beast clan. They used their blood to draw the boundary of the Dutian blood beast world. All the beasts were either killed or injured. The remaining beasts were all banished into the blood beast world. They either died within the boundaries of the blood beast world, or some of them escaped the blood beast world and went to an unknown continent. From then on, the boundless world gradually settled down. The humans lived in peace and prosperity. The 5 major countries rose to power, and the civil forces in the mainland were equally divided. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until 500 years ago that the first beast blood cloud floated out of the heavenly beast blood world. The appearance of the beast blood cloud and the hatching of the blood cloud beasts made the humans realize that the beasts, especially the descendants of the Bakra orcs, might very well go extinct. However, the mainland then was different from the mainland a few thousand years ago. The 8 barren artifacts had passed away for many years. Even the artifacts they used to kill the 8 leaders of the beasts were lost. If the beasts rose again, the boundless world would be vulnerable. Out of desperation, the monarchs of the 5 major countries and the emperor of the East capital, as well as the major organizations in the mainland, including the Dharma Temple, the Zao State, the Elite Camp, and the Hunters Guild, selected the most powerful individuals. These powerful individuals practiced and opened part of the seal of the Dutian blood beast world. They entered the Dutian blood beast world. On one hand, they killed the blood cloud beasts and newborn beast blood clouds in the Dutian blood beast world. On the other hand, they sent people to patrol the Dutian blood seal from time to time. Once they discovered any abnormalities in the Dutian blood seal, they would report it immediately. Even though the beast race had already disappeared for many years, rumors about the remnants of the beast race, especially the rise of the beast race in the 8 wastelands, that they would one day invade the boundless world again, had always been spreading in the continent. However, as long as the Dutian blood seal was not broken, the boundless world would be safe. The Dutian blood seal was the greatest secret of the boundless world. Thousands of years ago, 8 peerless powerhouses who possessed the 8 barren divine artifacts killed many beast clan leaders and used their blood to draw a huge magic array. That magic array was also the magic array that separated the humans of the boundless continent from the large number of beasts, including the exiled Bakra orcs. Because it was drawn with fresh blood, this magic circle was also known as the Dutian blood seal. It was also because of the existence of the powerful Dutian blood mark that the magical beasts were unable to invade the boundless continent. Once they got close, they would be wiped out by the powerful mana emitted by the blood mark. For many years, the remnants of the Bakra orcs had tried to break into the Dutian bloodline, but to no avail. Therefore, the Dutian blood beast world could be called the last line of defense for the beasts. For so many years, the blood seal had been normal. However, the beast riot in Sky Wing City this time made the Great Elder feel uneasy. 2 king-level magical beasts and many commander-level magical beasts had appeared in Sky Wing City at the same time. If there was no mastermind behind the scenes, this beast riot would not have happened. The beast riot in Sky Wing City seemed to have been resolved, but the Great Elder had a feeling that an even greater crisis was about to erupt. If Elder Hellion was not wrong, the Sky Magic Array of Sky Wing City was probably an imitation of the Dutian blood seal. The Heavenly Winged Supremacy was a powerhouse who had risen in recent decades. He had outstanding strength and courage. He should have entered the Dutian blood beast world and broken the agreement between a few large organizations and a few large countries back then. He entered the depths of the blood beast world and saw the Dutian blood seal. This person was really bold. He actually copied the Dutian blood seal and built a Sky Magic Array to support Sky Wing City. The magical beasts must have realized this as well, so they took the risk and gathered a group of powerful magical beasts to steal the magic array. If the magical beasts' plan succeeded and they obtained the array, the next step would be to invade the Dutian blood beast world in large numbers and destroy the Dutian blood seal. It was likely that Skywing Venerable had thought of this after the incident, which was why he had left Skywing City. His goal was to avoid being questioned by the bosses of other organizations and forces. Elder brother, should we inform the temple or the Zao state about this? A few elders broke out in cold sweat. Oomph, do you think those old fellows don't know? At this moment, the temple and the Zao state, including the Hunters Guild, should have already received the news. The continent has been peaceful for thousands of years. The darkness before dawn is about to arrive. What we can do is to let our students grow as quickly as possible before the crisis of the Dutian Blood Beast world erupts. We also have to speed up the search for the 8 Baron artifacts. The Great Elder stroked his beard with a deep gaze. According to Elder Brother, won't it be very dangerous for our students to enter the Dutian Blood Beast world in the future? A few elders discussed. Dangerous? Do you want them to be like flowers in a greenhouse? It's because of your thinking that there are no more 8 Baron artifacts on the continent. The Great Elder glared at them. Almost at the same time, in the temple of the continent, Xiao Wenshu was meditating in his room when he suddenly opened his eyes. Since you're here, please show yourself. Young Master Siming, sorry to disturb you. Yin Songhai instantly appeared in front of Xiao Wenshu. Yin Songhai. Xiao Wenshu felt an unfamiliar magical wave in the room. However, this magical wave did not come from air, so he did not call for anyone. Yin Songhai was a little surprised. He had snuck into the temple to ask about the magic crystal. He had heard that the young Master Siming had a good memory and was famous for his good temper. That was why he had found Xiao Wenshu. He did not expect to be discovered by Xiao Wenshu as soon as he snuck in. The young man in front of him, who looked as warm as the sun, was indeed frighteningly powerful. However, what surprised Yin Songhai was that Xiao Wenshu had recognized him at a glance. If his memory was correct, he had never seen Xiao Wenshu before. When Yin Songhai was young, he was known as the #1 magical genius in Zhou State. He had been famous for a long time, but at that time, Xiao Wenshu was still an infant. By the time Xiao Wenshu became famous, Yin Songhai had already become a drunkard in Banana Leaf Village. The two of them should have never met before. I know Yin Sheng. You met her once when she was 6 years old. That was 8 years ago. Seeing Yin Songhai's surprised expression, Xiao Wenshu smiled and roughly told him what had happened that year. Yin Songhai's poison had really been cured by Yin Sheng. In that case, young Master Siming can be considered our savior. Yin Songhai hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Yin Songhai only remembered after that. At that time, he had been poisoned and had fought with the Blood Cloud Beast, falling into a coma. If it had not been for someone's help at that time, he and his daughter would not have been able to reach the Jade Capital alive. Yin Songhai noticed that when he mentioned his daughter, Xiao Wenshu's eyes lit up slightly. The smile on his face also softened. Chapter 716. Although he tried his best to conceal it, just now, Xiao Wenshu still couldn't help but glance a few times behind Yin Songhai. His eyes gradually darkened when he didn't see Yin Sheng, but he managed to hide his disappointment. Yin Songhai was an experienced person, so he saw Xiao Wenshu's abnormal behavior clearly. Could it be that he felt something for his daughter? Yin Songhai felt proud when he thought of his daughter. That's right, my daughter is beautiful, obedient, and smart. No wonder Xia Ximing likes her. Speaking of his daughter's marriage, Yin Songhai didn't approve of Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming's marriage. But his daughter was growing up and was already 14 years old. At this age, she should have been engaged long ago. But because he was in a coma many years ago, Yin Sheng somehow got engaged to Lord Baiming. Yin Songhai couldn't help but look at Xiao Wenshu a few more times. Then, he compared Xiao Wenshu to Yi Baiming. In terms of appearance, Xiao Wenshu and Yi Baiming were neck and neck. Even someone as picky as Yin Songhai couldn't put his finger on it. In terms of appearance and temperament, Xiao Wenshu was like a round pearl, bright and unparalleled. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, was like a black diamond, hidden and eye-catching. But in terms of temperament, Xiao Wenshu had been famous for many years, but he was only 17 or 18 years old. His face was like the full moon, and he was dressed in white. He always had the warmest smile on his face. Thinking back to that day, Yi beaming in the sea of clouds. Yin Songhai immediately gave Xiao Wenshu a lot of points in his heart. Yin Songhai thought that his daughter wanted to find a man who doted on her and spoiled her. The Xiao Wenshu in front of him looked like a considerate and good man. Moreover, Xiao Wenshu was the young arbiter of life of the Dharma Temple. He was clean and honest, and there had never been any bad rumors about him. But Yi Beiming was different. He was a man who had been engaged before. This man had a marriage contract, but it was a worn-out shoe. Moreover, his daughter had always been bullied by that brat when she was young. Now that she had grown up, he was afraid that she would be completely under his control. It was better not to provoke this kind of man. How could Xiao Wenshu know that with just a glance, Yin Songhai naturally categorized him as one of the potential son-in-law candidates? Sheng went to study at the magic elite camp on the mainland and didn't come. This time, I'm here to look for young Master Siming. I want to ask about the origin of a type of magic crystal. Yin Songhai looked at his son-in-law, but he still remembered the purpose of his visit today. After he left the Cloud Sea, he searched for Hu Jiusheng, but he still couldn't find her. Moreover, even if he found Hu Jiusheng now, she would not recognize him since she had not recovered her memories. Speaking of magic crystals, he had to mention the magic temple. There were many types of magic crystals on the mainland. There were magic testing crystals, evil warding crystals, illuminating crystals, and other kinds of crystals. Most of these crystals came from the magic temple on the mainland. Since the other party was Yun Sheng's father, Xiao Wenshu would naturally help him. Magic crystals? Uncle, ask away. If I know, I won't hide anything from you. Xiao Wenshu took a schematic diagram from Yin Songhai. This diagram was drawn by Yin Songhai based on the memories of the magic crystal in the fifth summoner's hand that day. Xiao Wenshu carefully looked at the crystal structure and combined it with Yin Songhai's description. After a while, he replied with certainty. This crystal should be a heart crystal. Heart crystal? What kind of crystal is that? What are its specific effects? Does the magic temple have this kind of crystal? Yin Songhai hurriedly asked when he heard this. He asked a few questions in a row before he realized that he had been rude. After all, the other party was his junior, and this was the first time they had met. However, Xiao Wenshu smiled slightly. He couldn't help but recall the first time he met Yin Sheng. This father and daughter pair had similar temperaments. It's hard to explain the heart crystal in a few words. Uncle, you should have heard of the heart lamp, right? Xiao Wenshu could tell that Yin Songhai was very anxious. Of course, Yin Songhai had heard of the heart lamp. It was one of the famous 8 barren divine weapons on the mainland. Didn't the heart lamp disappear a long time ago? Could it be that the heart crystal is related to the heart lamp? Yin Songhai was suspicious. Most magic crystals can only be used after a certain amount of magic power is stored in the crystal. The heart crystal is different from ordinary magic crystals because it stores the light of the heart lamp. Xiao Wenshu had never seen the heart lamp before. However, according to what he knew, the heart lamp belonged to a powerful summoner before it disappeared. The 8 barren divine weapons were the 8 most powerful weapons and magic weapons on the mainland. Their powers and effects were different, and they belonged to 8 peerless masters. However, thousands of years ago, after the Duqian blood beast world was established, the mainland regained peace. The 8 masters died one after another, and the 8 divine weapons were lost among the people. The heart lamp was different from the auxiliary magic bracelet and the offensive halberd of the god of war. It should be an illusion magic weapon. It was said that the light of the heart lamp had a strong power of confusion. It could even control the thoughts of humans and beasts. The summoner who owned the heart lamp could control thousands of beasts because of the heart lamp. His strength was comparable to the first pope who owned the magic bracelet. After the death of the heart lamp's owner, the heart lamp was once owned by the king of Penglai. A court magician discovered it by chance, and the heart crystal was made. The first batch of heart crystals was used for medical treatment. Patients who wore the heart crystal could sleep better and give birth better. They could even undergo some surgery. However, there were pros and cons in everything. The heart crystal was accidentally discovered by a few dark magicians. They used the heart crystal to do many bad things. In some cases, they even used it to rape and plunder for personal gain. About 300 years ago, the heart crystal was banned from large-scale use by the Dharma Temple. It was also at that time that the heart crystal and the heart lamp disappeared. "Uncle, where did you find the heart crystal?" Xiao Wenchu's expression was serious. Someone actually dared to go against the Dharma Temple's order and misuse the heart crystal again. "I saw it by chance. I'm not sure if it's the heart crystal." "All right, young Master Ming, is there a way to break the effects of the heart crystal?" After Yin Songhai understood the origin of the heart crystal, he also understood that his wife, Hu Jiuxing, must have had the heart crystal used on her. That depends on the person using the heart crystal. Generally speaking, the stronger the magic power of the person using the heart crystal, the harder it is to break the effects of the heart crystal. "Uncle Yin, did someone use a heart crystal on them?" Xiao Wenchu was observant. He noticed Yin Songhai's expression, and only then did it abruptly change. The Dharma Temple had already banned the use of the heart crystal. However, the other parties still dared to use the heart crystal on Hu Jiuxing. Moreover, Hu Jiuxing was now the 9th summoner of the Zhao state. Yin Songhai already knew who would use the heart crystal on her. Chapter 717. In the continent, only the Emperor Zhao in red would dare to go against the Dharma Temple and attack the heart crystal. The Emperor Zhao in red strength was unfathomable, and Yin Songhai wasn't his match at all. Needless to say, the Zhao state was filled with experts, and it was very difficult for Yin Songhai to get close to the Emperor Zhao in red. Is there no other way to save the person who has been attacked by the heart crystal? Yin Songhai didn't give up and continued to ask. There is another way, and that is to find the heart distress lantern. However, this method isn't really a method. Xiao Wenchu saw that Yin Songhai's expression changed a lot as he spoke, and he knew that Yin Songhai had something that he couldn't say. Xiao Wenchu didn't ask anymore. "Thank you for your answer, young Master Ming. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first." After understanding the origin of the heart crystal, Yin Songhai left in a hurry. After Yin Songhai left, Xiao Wenchu stood up, and after a while, he took out a crystal. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Xiao Wenchu's expression became serious, and he sighed softly. Yin Sheng and Dongwang Linger returned to their residence. The dark old instructor didn't come to welcome her students like the other instructors, but the two of them were already used to the cold personality of the dark gold instructor. The two of them returned to the straw hut, and just as they entered, they saw Koling blocking the entrance. "Senior sister, move aside." After Dongwang Linger saw through Koling's true colors, she was very disgusted with her. "What? You became arrogant just because you received the praise of the Elder Council?" Koling decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed her true colors. After knowing that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were lucky enough to receive the title of Fighting King, Koling was jealous and hateful. "The Heaven's Wings Arena is only SOSO. The two of you don't seem to have made any progress in your cultivation," Koling said sarcastically. "Koling, let them in." The dark old instructor walked out. When she saw Yun Sheng and Donghuang Ling, a trace of gratification flashed past her usually expressionless face. A year's worth of training in Skywing City had allowed her two disciples to be reborn. Koling might not be able to see it, but the dark gold rank teacher was able to see the difference between Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling. Although the two people from before were also talented, due to their birth, they were like delicate flowers growing in a greenhouse, unable to experience the true baptism of dark magic. However, after surviving in Skywing City for a year, especially under Elder Helian's policy of free range, the two of them had no choice but to seek survival in the continent's most elite arena for the sake of their livelihood. Everything had changed. Their eyes became even more resolute. Although the two of them had already safely returned to the elite camp, their positions, including their footsteps, were still the same as they had been in the Skywings arena, with one person in front and one at the back, maintaining absolute vigilance. Even if Kuling did something, it would be difficult for her to harm them. Their growth was not only in terms of appearance or cultivation, but also in terms of spirit. They had become completely stronger. The dark gold rank teacher was sure that if Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling were to be surrounded by other female students, they would definitely not be in such a sorry state. They would definitely be like the sharpest claws, tearing apart the throats of those female magicians. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling also understood something from the dark gold-ranked teacher's eyes. The two of them said in unison, "Teacher, we're back. Good. You've done well this time. You're finally qualified to learn my magic." The dark gold-ranked teacher nodded. Kuling's eyes were about to pop out. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling were delighted. After waiting for 2 years, they finally had the opportunity to learn dark magic. However, in the next moment, the dark gold-ranked teacher said something that made Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling very confused. "However, I'm afraid the matter of learning magic will have to come to an end. Ling, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip back home," the dark gold-ranked teacher said meaningfully. She took out a letter and handed it over to Dongwang Ling. The letter was written by Empress Dowager Situ's maid. It said that Empress Dowager Situ was seriously ill and wanted Dongwang Ling to make a trip back to the eastern capital. After reading the letter, Dongwang Ling's expression changed. "Mother is seriously ill. I have to rush back to the eastern capital immediately." Dongwang Ling's father died early. Since young, she was brought up by Empress Dowager Situ. After coming to the mainland's magic elite camp, she didn't return to the eastern capital for 2 years. She missed her mother and brother very much. However, she didn't expect that her mother, who was always in the prime of her life, would suddenly become seriously ill. Dongwang Ling kept feeling that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what it was at that moment. The letter was written by Empress Dowager Situ herself. "Seriously ill? What kind of illness does she have? Linger, why don't I accompany you back to the eastern capital? I should be able to help." Yin Sheng could tell that Dongwang Ling was very anxious. "There's no need. There are imperial physicians in the eastern capital. I think that mother must have missed me. That's why she became ill. Her body wasn't very good to begin with." When Dongwang Ling mentioned her mother, her face was filled with guilt. Including the year she spent in the training, she hadn't returned to the eastern capital for 2 years. In half a month's time, it would be her mother's 40th birthday. Chun Lian originally planned to return to the eastern capital as soon as possible after returning from Skywing City. However, Dongwang Ling originally wanted to invite Yun Sheng to go to the eastern capital with her. However, after returning, Yun Sheng would be able to practice high-level magic and enter the Duqian blood beast world to cultivate. If she were to go to the eastern capital, she would miss this opportunity. Thus, Dongwang Ling could only change her original plan and give up on inviting Yun Sheng. After packing her luggage, Dongwang Ling quickly bid farewell to Yun Sheng and returned to the eastern capital by herself. On the second day after Dongwang Ling left, Yun Sheng woke up early in the morning. The dark gold-ranked teacher told Yun Sheng that she could head over to the Great Elder's place to receive a chance to learn high-level magic. Yun Sheng followed her teacher's instructions and went to the Great Elder's residence. Even though he had been in the Mage Elite camp for nearly 3 years, he still couldn't make it. However, as she was busy participating in the closed-door training of the dark gold-ranked instructor and went out to participate in the trial in the 3rd year, Yun Sheng was not very clear about where the Great Elder lived. It wasn't until they arrived at the Great Elder's residence that Yun Sheng discovered that the Great Elder actually lived in a forest behind the Magic Elite camp. There, Yun Sheng met Gu Feng, Feng Tian, Qi, and Chun Lianer. The 5 of them were also the 5 students who had broken through to become Sky Mages before the end of the last training in Skywing City. When they saw Yun Sheng, Chun Lianer's expression didn't look good. Feng Tian still had a poker face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Yun Sheng's opportunity. Chapter 718. The Great Elder is here to teach us magic. Yunsheng looked around and felt that the Great Elder's living quarters were even more shabby than the Dark Gold Mentor's. It's still unknown whether or not you can learn it, Chunlian said coldly from the side. Chunlianer had always felt that Yunsheng was not qualified to learn high-level magic. Even her title of Combat King this time was inexplicable. Perhaps it was because of her good relationship with the Heaven's Winged Jade that she obtained it through unorthodox means. Chunlianer, how can you speak like that? Yunsheng is a 2-star student. If she is not qualified, do you think you are? Gufeng could not stand it when he heard that his good friend was being bullied. Yunsheng's star indicator level had also risen from the initial 1-star student to the same level as Feng Tian, a 2-star student. Star indicator students had a much higher status than veteran students. It was said that star indicator students even had some privileges in certain special occasions. Chunlianer still wanted to throw a tantrum, but she noticed that Feng Tian was frowning. She was secretly delighted. Looks like I'm not the only one who is unhappy with Yunsheng. Let's not argue with her for now. Let's wait and see. You're all here. The Great Elder appeared. He looked at the 5 students present and nodded with satisfaction. These 5 people could be considered the most outstanding disciples in the mainland magic elite camp in recent years. You have all seen the magic forest behind me. Today, whether or not you will be able to learn advanced magic will depend on your strength and luck. The Great Elder pointed at the forest not far away. Magic forest? There is such a place in the mainland magic elite camp? Yunsheng was stunned when she heard this completely unfamiliar word. Learning high-level magic required entering the forest? It was no wonder that Yunsheng had such a reaction. Before coming to the magic forest, Yunsheng had always thought that learning magic was either taught orally or through magic scrolls. There were only a few ways to learn magic on the mainland. Generally speaking, beginner magic was mostly taught orally by elders or mages in the temple. Once a person reached the intermediate level, they would usually purchase magic scrolls by themselves or be gifted to them by their elders. Yunsheng's intermediate magic was something she had comprehended on her own. She had also learned a few from the magic scrolls given to her by Mary. It was only today that Yunsheng found out that the high-level magic of the continent's magic elite camp was not recorded on magic scrolls. Magic scrolls were easy to be stolen and destroyed. Therefore, the high-level magic of the continent's magic elite camp was stored in the magic tree in the form of magic fruits. Different magic attributes would result in different magic trees. When the Great Elder led everyone to the magic forest, he explained the history of the magic forest to everyone. The magic forest was created by a wood magician who had studied in the magic elite camp. This wood-type mage had originally been a magic scroll craftsman. However, he discovered that if he used magic scrolls to record spells, over time, the magic scrolls would rot and the spells might be lost. After a period of research, the wood mage discovered that he could store magic in the form of magic fruits on plants. In this way, as long as the plants did not die, the magic would continue to exist. The first magic tree was planted at that time. After the magic forest was created, the wood-type mage established an unwritten rule. Any student who had studied in the continent's magic elite camp and broke through to become a sky magician must enter the magic forest before they passed away and plant a magic tree, leaving behind the magic they were most proud of. Although it was said to be planting, it was actually to store their life's magic in the form of magic power and in the form of an immortal plant in the magic forest. The students who entered the magic forest had to be at least a sky magician. In this way, the continent's magic elite camp could obtain the best magic inheritance for many years and establish themselves as first-class magicians on the continent. This rule had been passed down in its entirety. Even some of the magicians who had left the magic elite camp early on would eventually return to the magic forest and leave behind 1 or 2 types of magic or even more. The magic forest was also the only forest on the continent that stored magic in the form of plants. There were many magic trees in the forest. These magic trees looked no different from ordinary trees in appearance, but the magic fruits on each tree were very different. The magic fruits on the same magic tree could belong to the same magician, or they could belong to different magicians. Every time a student obtained a major achievement, they would be allowed to enter the magic forest. However, students of different magic realms were allowed to enter the magic forest in different areas. The enchanted forest differed according to the different magic realms, and the depth that the students could go into was also different. They were divided into the Sky Tree region, the Holy Tree region, and the Emperor Tree region. Just from the names of the areas, one could tell that the students or instructors who could enter these three areas had to be at least a sky magician, a saint-level law emperor, and a law overlord. The height of the trees in different areas was different. The trees in the Sky Tree area were generally around 100 meters tall, while the Holy Tree area was over 500 meters tall. As for the Emperor Tree area, which was located at the very center, the trees were so tall that even the Great Elder could not tell their exact height. In the continent's magic elite camp, only the top 10 magicians who had broken through to the Saint-level Law Emperor could enter the Emperor Tree area and obtain the super magic fruit. For example, the Great Elder's favorite student, Blue, and the number 1 magician, Lu Tongtian, had both entered the Emperor Tree area. Everyone knew that for mages, under the same level of magic, the mage who knew more advanced magic had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, learning advanced spells and super spells was especially important. Yunsheng realized that the strength of the continent's magic elite camp was far beyond her imagination. She thought to herself that she had to think of a way to become a sky magician as soon as possible. If the continent's magic elite camp has the magic forest, then what about the continent's warrior elite camp? Gu Feng asked curiously. They have the tomb of martial emperors. I believe that the warrior elites who broke through during this trial should have already entered the tomb of martial emperors. It's not just the continent's elite camp. In fact, in the continent, first-rate organizations and forces, and even aristocratic families, have their own special inheritance grounds. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to remain standing for so many years. The Great Elder replied, "The strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated." This was the unchanging law of the continent. Chapter 719. This was the case for both the elite magician camp and the elite warrior camp. In the tomb of the martial emperor, there were a large number of battle energy steels left behind by the previous martial emperors of the elite warrior camp before they passed away. The martial emperor students who had accumulated a certain amount of battle merits also had the opportunity to enter the tomb of the martial emperor to choose a suitable battle energy steel and learn the corresponding battle techniques. Entering the magic forest or the tomb of the martial emperor meant that these students had become the core members of the elite warrior camp. In the future, they would have more opportunities than other students in their daily training and missions. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the magic forest. The Great Elder looked proudly at the lush magic forest in front of him. Before Yun Sheng stepped into the magic array, the Great Elder stopped her again. "Yun Sheng, you have the lowest cultivation level among all the students who entered the magic forest. I will give you some personal advice. Choose the magic that is most beneficial to your current cultivation level." What the Great Elder meant was that it would be best for Yun Sheng to make a move on dark magic. Yun Sheng could enter the magic forest, but she was an exception. Under normal circumstances, the Great Elder did not approve of students who were only holy magicians entering the Sky Tree area. However, since Elder Helion had already made a promise, and Yun Sheng's performance in this trial was exceptionally outstanding, Elder Helion thought to himself, the Great Elder cherished talent, so he agreed to let Yun Sheng enter the magic forest to collect magic fruits. "Thank you, Great Elder." Yun Sheng knew that the Great Elder meant well, but she was determined to succeed in this trip to the magic forest. The magic forest was a very special place in the elite warrior camp. In the past hundreds of years, countless teachers and elders had planted the magic tree and stored the high-level magic that they were most proud of in the magic forest. Only the most outstanding students had the opportunity to enter the magic forest. According to the Great Elder, There were even some long-lost magic in the magic forest. However, whether the students could successfully collect the magic fruits depended on their own luck and strength. When Yunsheng woke up earlier, she thought that she was already very familiar with the entire continent's magic elite camp. It wasn't until this magic study that she realized that she had only been involved in a very small part of the continent's magic elite camp. Behind the magic elite battalion, there was a vast sea of trees and forests. It was only because this forest was a restricted area of the continent's magic elite camp that ordinary students would not have the opportunity to enter the magic forest. Yunsheng finally understood why the Great Elder's residence was located in the forest. To put it bluntly, the Great Elder was the guardian of this magic forest. Near the magic forest, there was a barrier that could only be opened by the Great Elder. Sure enough, there was a magic array at the entrance of the forest. Before entering the enchanted forest, there are a few points that need to be clarified. Right now, you can only enter the Sky Tree area. Each person can enter the forest for 1 hour, and each person can only pick a suitable magic fruit. This 1 hour includes all the time you spend searching, harvesting, and comprehending. Once the time is up, you will be immediately sent out of the enchanted forest. The Great Elder announced the rules of entering the enchanted forest. In other words, regardless of whether they successfully picked a magic fruit or whether they could learn magic in the end, each person only had 1 hour. This made the 5 of them uncontrollably nervous. Learning a type of high-level magic in 1 hour was a very difficult task in itself. Previously, the 5 of them had thought that as long as they entered the enchanted forest, they would be able to learn a type of high-level magic. Yunsheng, Feng Tian, you two step out first. The Great Elder looked at the 2 of them. I will send you 2 into the enchanted forest first later. You have half an hour more than the other students to find a suitable magic fruit. The Great Elder ordered Yunsheng and Feng Tian to step out. One of the privileges of the Star Indicator students was that they had more time. Remember, with your current strength, you can only learn high-level magic at most. Don't be greedy for more high-level magic. Otherwise, your magic souls will not be able to bear the burden and may even devour your magic souls. It will be very detrimental to your future cultivation. The Great Elder reminded them again. The 5 of them nodded. Yunsheng and Feng Tian walked into the magic array first. The Great Elder began to chant. With a flash of magic light, the 2 of them entered the enchanted forest first. Abandon. Yunsheng should be fine, right? Gufeng looked at the enchanted forest. This forest was surrounded by a layer of magic medium, which looked like a layer of mist. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that due to the mist, it was impossible for people outside to see the specific situation in the enchanted forest. If it's Yunsheng, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's think about which type of magic we should choose later. Abandon had never doubted Yunsheng's ability. He was more worried about whether they could make use of this precious opportunity to learn a type of high-level magic. Even though he and Gufeng were already sky mages, they had yet to learn advanced magic. The same type of high-level magic would be able to play an unexpected role, whether it was fighting against a powerful opponent or participating in the trial in the Duqian Blood Beast world in the future. Chun Lien'er's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared at the enchanted forest. Yunsheng and Feng Tian only felt a gust of wind whistling in their ears. When their feet touched the ground again, they were already in the enchanted forest. They breathed in the air that was similar to that of a primitive forest. The fresh smell of leaves and the smell of rotting old leaves filled their nostrils. Feng Tian, who was beside them, did not say a word as he looked around. 1.5 hours. They had to find a suitable high-level magic and comprehend it. Time was tight. Yunsheng found that the enchanted forest was much larger than she had expected. In the Sky Tree area, most of the trees were about 100 meters tall. Due to the existence of the magic fog that was unique to the enchanted forest, one's vision was greatly limited. Yunsheng could only see things within 500 meters at most. In the enchanted forest, the trees were of different heights, and there were all kinds of precious trees and herbs. Before entering the enchanted forest, one could freely look for enchanted trees and collect enchanted fruits. Whether it was Yun Sheng or Feng Tian, they knew that since they had entered the enchanted forest, it was best to find a suitable secondary high-level magic. After all, nature magic was too common. In comparison, secondary high-level magic was much rarer. Yun Sheng stood at the entrance. She pondered for a moment and looked at a tall tree beside her. With a few steps, she climbed up the tree. Feng Tian snorted when he saw this. Due to the existence of the magic fog, it was difficult to find the exact location of the enchanted tree even if one climbed up. He would not waste time on pointless climbing. Feng Tian immediately cast a wind magic and entered the forest. Chapter 720. Seeing that Feng Tian had gone far away, Yun Sheng revealed a meaningful smile. In a few breaths, she had already flown to a large tree about 50 to 60 meters tall. After climbing up the tree, Yun Sheng did not look around. She just closed her eyes. She could not see with her eyes, but her Dharma soul would definitely help her find the most suitable location for the magic tree. Combined with celestial meditation, the surrounding fog disappeared from her eyes. The huge magic forest and countless trees disappeared in a trance. Yun Sheng tried hard to find the most suitable magic tree for her. Time passed by minute. At this time, in the magic forest, Feng Tian used his magic and searched all the way in the forest. The first thing he saw was the wind magic tree. It was a green magic book that looked like a willow tree. The green leaves symbolized the wind magic of the 4 major attributes. On the willow branches, there were olive-like wind magic fruits hanging. Feng Tian counted roughly. There were at least 10 wind magic fruits hanging on a wind magic tree. The 4 major nature magic mages were the most in the mainland. The corresponding magic fruits were also more. Wind magic was not of much use to him. Feng Tian did not stay for long. He immediately ran in the other direction of the forest. Wind, fire, earth, water. Yun Sheng used celestial meditation and also found the location of the 4 major nature magic trees. However, she did not stop searching. After searching repeatedly, Yun Sheng's heart suddenly trembled. She found a magic tree that wasn't very tall, but it bore dark fruits. Dark magic tree. That's it. Yun Sheng was delighted and quickly opened her eyes. She immediately jumped down from the tree and rushed in the direction of the magic tree. Half an hour passed quickly. Feng Tian and Yun Sheng had not come out yet. The 3 of you can go in. The great elders sent Gu Feng, Qi, and Chun Lianer into the magic array. As soon as they entered the magic forest, the first reaction of the 3 was that they were dizzy. The magic forest was huge and the temperature was very low. The worst thing was that there were no so-called road signs or landmark buildings. All the trees and paths were the same. No wonder there was no news of Yun Sheng and Feng Tian after half an hour. Gee, I'm going to find the light magic tree. Be careful. Gu Feng's target long ago was the light magic tree. She nodded. He also chose a path and immediately ran in a certain direction. Chun Lianer waited until everyone had left. Only then did he unhurriedly take out the worn-out bracelet. Chun Lianer had long discovered that the bracelet's ability to distinguish magic. As long as she wore this bracelet, her sensitivity to magic elements. Sure enough, as soon as she put on the bracelet, Chun Lianer felt a strong wave of wind magic coming from the northeast direction of the forest. Chun Lianer was a wind magician. Her goal this time was to cast advanced wind magic. Chun Lianer sprinted all the way, and a green magic tree covered in wind magic leaves appeared in front of her. Great, I just need to pick a magic fruit to harvest. Chun Lianer did not expect it to be so easy to find magic fruits. She walked to the front of the wind magic tree and carefully observed the 10 magic fruits. These olive-shaped magic fruits didn't look any different in appearance, and it was difficult to find out what kind of magic was hidden in them with spiritual sense. Before entering the magic forest, teacher Xiao had told Chun Lianer that there was a trick to harvesting magic fruits. Generally speaking, the magic fruits that grew at the top of the magic tree often meant more powerful magic. She only had one chance to choose. She had to choose the most suitable magic fruit. In the end, Chun Lianer chose the magic fruit that grew at the top. After Chun Lianer chose the magic fruit, a pair of green magic wings grew out of her back. She was like a butterfly, shuttling between the wind magic trees. Chun Lianer had already touched the magic fruit. The moment she picked it, a bolt of lightning struck her. Chun Lianer was startled by a bolt of lightning. She hurriedly dodged, and the magic fruit in her hand accidentally fell to the ground. The magic fruit disappeared as soon as it landed. Chun Lianer took a closer look and found that Feng Tian was holding a magic scepter in his hand. The scepter flickered with magic light. Feng Tian, what are you doing? Chun Lianer was furious. Chun Lianer, I haven't avenged you for scheming against me last time. Don't even think about getting a magic fruit today. Feng Tian had already learned a high-level magic in half an hour. He did not leave because he wanted to settle the score with Chun Lianer. During the Skywing City trial, Feng Tian hated two people the most. One was Yi Baiming, who had defeated him. The other was Chun Lianer. Compared to Yi Baiming, Chun Lianer, who had humiliated him, deserved to die. However, the magic elite camp of the continent was not allowed to kill fellow disciples, so Feng Tian had not done anything. Until this time, when Chun Lianer came to pick the high-level magic fruit, Feng Tian finally made a move. Feng Tian, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Chun Lianer had the magic bracelet in her hand, so she did not have much fear of Feng Tian. In a fit of anger, the two of them actually started fighting in the magic forest. On the other side, Yunsheng had already run across more than half of the Sky District. Just the Sky Tree District was so big. Even with the help of wind magic, Yunsheng was exhausted. Along the way, Yunsheng also saw many magic trees. In addition to the 4 natural attributes, there were also some trees whose leaves were very strange in color. Those were secondary attributes, such as thunder, ice, and so on. The leaves of an ice magic tree grew like a pine tree covered in snow. Finally, Yunsheng stopped. She felt the aura of the dark magic tree that she had discovered during her celestial meditation. Compared to the colorful magic trees she had seen along the way, this dark magic tree's appearance was really not very good. Most of the trees in a magic forest were like northern trees, tall and straight, about 100 meters tall. This tree was different. It looked like it was burnt. The height of the tree was half a head shorter than Yunsheng, and only a few clusters of leaves grew on it. As for the magic fruits, there were only 2 of them. But one thing was for sure. This was a dark magic tree, and the magic fruits on it must also contain high-level dark magic. Teacher said that when looking for magic fruits, try to choose magic fruits that grow in high places. Yunsheng looked and chose a slightly taller one. She could pick that magic fruit with a raise of her hand. Bo, my dear master, don't pick that one. Pick the one next to your feet. Just as Yunsheng's hand was about to touch that magic fruit, the puffed egg in the beast language ring suddenly warned. Chapter 721. The puffed egg had been very active recently, but it was the first time that it directly reminded her like this. However, there was no magic tree at her feet. Yunsheng felt strange and looked at her feet. Only then did she realize that there was actually a gray mushroom. The corner of Yunsheng's mouth twitched. The puffed egg didn't want her to pick this thing. This mushroom didn't have any magic waves around it. It was no more than the height of a thumb and looked inconspicuous. Yunsheng had just run over and stepped on more than a dozen kinds of mushrooms along the way. Dear master, trust me, you can't go wrong. This forest is not bad. Release the puffed egg and play with it. The puffed egg tried to persuade her. Yunsheng released the puffed egg and looked at the mushroom at her feet carefully. Yunsheng hesitated and looked at the magic fruit of darkness again. In the end, she decided to believe the puffed egg and picked the gray mushroom. When Yunsheng picked the mushroom, a strange magic suddenly appeared in her mind. Congratulations. You have learned the forbidden magic, space-time prohibition. Forbidden magic? Yin Sheng almost didn't hesitate immediately and waved the magic scepter in her hand. A leaf that was about to fall suddenly stopped in midair. It took about 3 seconds for the leaf to fall to the ground. This is Yin Sheng shivered. She remembered that she had seen this magic before. Last time, in the immortal Zhu nation, when she first met her mother, Hu Jiuxing, at the last moment, her mother used this magic. However, the space-time prohibition used by Hu Jiuxing was not at the same level as the current rookie Yin Sheng. The same space-time prohibition magic was used by Hu Jiuxing and made all the living creatures around at that time, including the terrifying blood dragon, stop moving. It was also that spell that saved Yin Sheng from the fatal blow of the blood dragon. However, the space-time seal that Yin Sheng had just learned was obviously much weaker. Obviously, this was because Yin Sheng's magic realm was too low. Yin Sheng sighed with emotion. She had unintentionally learned the same forbidden magic as her mother. After Yin Sheng entered the continent's magic elite camp, she had systematically learned all kinds of magic concepts. In particular, the Dark Gold Mentor had forced her and Ling to study all kinds of magic. Yin Sheng had some impression of forbidden magic. Forbidden magic was a very rare type of magic on the continent. Its appearance went against the rules of the 4 elements of magic. It was not affiliated with any type of magic and was even rarer than secondary magic. This type of forbidden magic could temporarily stop time, depending on the proficiency of the magic. Yin Sheng had just learned this magic, which could temporarily stop time for about 3 seconds. 3 seconds sounded very short, but if used properly, such as when chanting magic, even if the enemy's chanting was delayed by 3 seconds, it could cause an unexpected and amazing effect. Yin Sheng was still thinking about the specific use of space-time prohibition when she suddenly heard a crunching sound in her ears. Looking back, Yin Sheng was completely dumbfounded. Puffed Egg had jumped to the side at some point. This guy's body was round, but it was very agile. Taking advantage of the time when Yin Sheng was comprehending the magic, it had already swallowed a magic fruit on the dark magic tree into its stomach. At this moment, it was eating happily. If Yin Sheng hadn't stopped it in time, the 2 magic fruits would have been eaten by Puffed Egg. Puffed Egg. The crunching sound that Yin Sheng heard just now was the sound of Puffed Egg eating the dark magic fruit. At this moment, it was secretly preparing to swallow the other magic fruit as well. You can't eat anymore. Your body can only bear the magic power of 1 magic fruit at most. Yin Sheng almost died of anger at Puffed Egg. She shook the Puffed Egg desperately, trying to shake the magic fruit out of Puffed Egg's mouth. The Puffed Egg was dizzy from being shaken by its master and flapped its wings desperately. It jumped up and down and kept screaming, "Dear master, stop shaking me. Puff, puff, I'm going to throw up." With that, the Puffed Egg really did throw up. With a flash of magic light, a circle of dark hellfire was ignited on the ground. Within a radius of half a mile, all the plants were burned to the ground. Yin Sheng was shocked. What was going on? She looked at the Puffed Egg again, which was touching its belly with a satisfied expression. Was that a high-level dark magic spell? Yin Sheng was very familiar with her family's ability to screw her mother over. Ever since the Puffed Egg came out of the Orc Ring, it could eat and sleep, but it couldn't use magic. It only had 3 skills. 1 was crying, 1 was merging, and 1 was monstrous strength. With just these 3 skills, the only thing that could still be called a magical beast in the world was egg popping. This was the first time it used magic. Yin Sheng almost burst into tears. Puffed Egg, you've advanced and learned magic? Yin Sheng grabbed the Puffed Egg's wings and checked it up and down. Puff, dear master, are you talking about the magic just now? The Puffed Egg blinked. Puff, after eating the magic fruit, I felt my stomach growling nonstop. When I opened my mouth, I used magic. Yin Sheng was sweating profusely. She was sure that after the Puffed Egg ate a dark magic fruit, it activated the magic left behind by the previous generation of magicians. The magic fruit was originally preserved by the previous generation of magicians by sealing a part of their magic power in the fruit. The reason why the Great Elder allowed all the students to only pick and learn one magic fruit at a time was because for magicians of sky rank and below, the magic power of a high-level magic fruit required a large amount of magic power to digest. If they rashly absorbed 2 magic fruits, it would be easy for their magic soul to be devoured. But the puffed egg was different. It wasn't a human magician, and it had the strong constitution of a magical beast, so it didn't have to worry about being devoured by any magic soul. Moreover, after eating the magic fruit, Yunsheng discovered the 4th ability of the puffed egg, which was to eat the magic fruit and convert it into high-level magic. In this way, a magic fruit was like a magic tool that stored high-level magic. As long as the puffed egg ate it, it would be able to use high-level magic that could only be released by sky-rank magicians. When Yunsheng thought of this, she quickly came up with an idea. If she could find more magic fruits in a magic forest and store them, wouldn't it mean that she could let the puffed egg use high-level magic in the future when she met a strong enemy? In that case, wouldn't egg popping, who had always been a good-for-nothing, become a super magical beast that could use all kinds of high-level magic? Chapter 722. As for how to preserve the magic fruits, Yunsheng had already thought of a way. As long as the magic fruits were stored in the exquisite beast tower, which was full of spiritual energy, the fruits would not rot. Yunsheng had only used half an hour. In other words, she could still stay in a magic forest for another hour. Yunsheng immediately decided to release all the magical beasts from the Orc Speech Ring and the exquisite beast tower. She let them collect the magic fruits in a magic forest and save them for the puffed egg. Anyway, the magic forest was so big that even if a few magic fruits were stolen, the Great Elder would not be able to find out. Listen, you can enter the magic forest and collect 1 or 2 magic fruits from each tree. Remember, come back and gather in an hour. Also, don't let anyone find you. After Yunsheng gave the order, the magical beasts scattered to look for suitable magic fruits. In the remaining hour, Yunsheng had nothing else to do. However, she did not intend to leave. Anyway, the magic forest was so big that she wanted to see how the others, especially Gu Feng and Abandon, were looking for the magic fruits. Yunsheng had only taken a few steps when she found a tall light phoenix tree in front of her. This should be the tallest tree in the vicinity. At a glance, it was at least 100 meters tall. Under the phoenix tree, Gu Feng stood with a crying face. The 2 of them stood under this tree and looked very small. Gu Feng, why are you here? Yunsheng stepped forward. When Gu Feng saw that it was Yunsheng, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Yunsheng, I'm afraid I can't get the magic fruits on the tree. Gu Feng pointed to the phoenix tree. The magic forest was very big, but there were very few magic trees with light attributes. Gu Feng also wasted more than half an hour to find such a light attribute magic tree. However, there was only 1 magic fruit on this tree. Moreover, this magic fruit was coincidentally growing at the top of the phoenix tree. Yunsheng observed carefully and soon found Gu Feng's dilemma. The phoenix tree was a very special kind of tree. Its branches were very smooth, and ordinary people would not be afraid of going up. You can't even fly up? Yunsheng was referring to Gu Feng's magic wings. After breaking through to become sky mages, even if they didn't use wind magic, they could still use magic wings to fly at high altitudes. I tried. This tree is too strange. Whenever someone gets close, it will shoot out light thorns. I can't get close at all. Gu Feng rubbed his arm as he spoke. Yunsheng took a closer look and found that there were indeed many fine needle-like wounds on his arm. Yunsheng didn't believe it. She condensed her magic power, and a pair of magic wings appeared on her back. She had just flown a few meters when countless light thorns exploded on the phoenix tree like a rainstorm. Yunsheng could only jump down in a flurry. There's no other way. I can't climb or fly. It seems like I have to give up. Gu Feng wondered if he should find a magic fruit of other attributes. Wait. Yunsheng calmly took out 2 axes from her beast language ring. You. Yunsheng, you're not thinking of cutting down this tree, are you? Gufeng stuttered again. What else can I do? The Great Elder said that it's enough to pick the magic fruit. He didn't say that we can't cut down the tree. There's not much time left. Hurry up. Yunsheng took the lead to cut down the tree without saying anything. Time passed minute by minute. Chun Lianer was still entangled with Feng Tian. Feng Tian get lost. Chun Lianer was furious, but she couldn't beat Feng Tian. At this moment, a loud bang came from somewhere in the magic forest. Looking from afar, a magic tree fell. Feng Tian and Chun Lianer couldn't help but stop. Outside the magic forest, the Great Elder, who was waiting for the students to return, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. When he heard the sound of the tree falling, the Great Elder jumped high and rushed into the magic forest anxiously. Gufeng, Yinsheng, you actually cut down the tree. Chun Lianer took the opportunity to reprimand them. As soon as the Great Elder entered the forest, he saw the phoenix tree that had been cut down. Hearing the commotion, Chun Lianer, and Feng Tian, who rushed over, also surrounded the tree. The Great Elder also stood at the side. He had brought so many students into the magic forest to pick magic fruits, but no one dared to directly cut down the tree. Not a single one. The phoenix tree of light was quickly cut down. After the tree was cut down, Yunsheng let Gufeng pick the magic fruit and immediately began to comprehend and absorb the magic fruit. Great Elder, Yunsheng cut down the phoenix tree. She must be severely punished. Chun Lianer calculated the time. She no longer had time to find her own magic fruit. She didn't obtain any high-level magic, but she would never let Yunsheng have it easy. The Great Elder looked meaningfully at the fallen phoenix tree. Yunsheng, tell me, why did you do that? This tree can't be climbed, so there's only one way to obtain the magic fruit, and that is to cut it down. It's just a tree. The way to conquer it is nothing more than climbing or cutting it down. If we can't solve such a simple problem, wouldn't it make us look like idiots? Yinsheng glanced at Chun Lianer from the corner of her eyes. After the latter was insulted, she was about to flare up, but the Great Elder waved his hand. You're right. People who enter the magic forest often think too simply of the magic fruit. This adds a lot of unnecessary trouble to themselves. The phoenix tree can't be climbed, but it can be cut down. 1 hour has passed. Let's leave the magic forest. Gufeng had also comprehended the new magic in the magic fruit. Everyone left the magic forest together. At the root of the phoenix tree that had been cut down, a bud quietly grew out. When they returned to the entrance of the magic forest, the Great Elder asked everyone about the results of their trip. Feng Tian learned the high-level earth magic, Sand Helmet. It was a high-level magic that could use the earth magic element to form any form of armor. Its defensive power was amazing. Abandon learned the high-level wind magic, Concealment. Using Concealment, Abandon and Little Qing could disappear for more than 15 minutes. It was an excellent magic for ambushes and lookouts. When it came to Gufeng, he paused. In fact, he hadn't fully comprehended his new magic. Time was tight just now, so he only absorbed the magic concept in a magic fruit. My magic has a strange name. It's called Life Burning. It seems to be a kind of auxiliary magic that can help strengthen the magic effect when I use other magic. But I probably won't use this magic. Anyway, it's still a high-level magic. If the dazzling light teachers know, they should be very happy, Gufeng said embarrassedly. Yinsheng and Qi couldn't help but laugh. Gufeng was afraid of pain, and he was afraid of death. Burning his life force to increase the effectiveness of his spells wasn't something Gufeng would do. This magic was a bit useless. Chapter 723. Chun Lianer didn't obtain any advanced magic. She glared fiercely at Feng Tian. Seeing that everyone had gained something, and she was the only one who returned empty-handed, Chun Lianer's heart was bleeding. It was all Feng Tian's fault that she didn't get anything. First Elder, just now in the magic forest, Feng Tian deliberately obstructed me from collecting magic fruits. Chun Lianer was so angry that she directly complained to the first elder. Is that true, Feng Tian? The first elder reproached Feng Tian. First elder, Feng Tian didn't deliberately obstruct me. It's just that I happened to fancy the same magic fruit as her. The elite camp didn't stipulate that we can't compete with our companions for the same magic fruit in the magic forest. It all depends on one's own ability. Feng Tian casually denied Chun Lianer's accusation. When the first elder heard this, he couldn't find anything to say. Indeed, there would be some disputes in the magic forest. If one skill was inferior, they couldn't blame others for not being able to get the same magic fruit. Moreover, Chun Lianer and Feng Tian were now in a completely different position in the first elder's heart. Chun Lianer's reputation was already in tatters. It was impossible for her to be so stupid as to disobey the first elder. The first elder was obviously more biased towards Feng Tian. Forget it. It's fine if you miss this opportunity. In the future, cultivate more and rely on your strength to obtain more. There will be plenty of opportunities. The first elder casually dismissed Chun Lianer with a few words. Seeing the first elder's perfunctory words, Chun Lianer was furious. Back then, the elder's attitude towards her was much better than now. This time, even the teachers were much colder to her. On the other hand, Yunsheng's face was flushed with success. Just wait and see. One day, she would make these people regret it. In the end, only Yunsheng hadn't explained the magic she had learned. Seeing that the first elder and the others were staring at her, Yunsheng hesitated, not knowing whether to confess or not. I learned a forbidden magic, time prohibition. The first elder's expression suddenly changed. He cried out, "What did you say? You found a forbidden magic in the magic forest? Quickly tell me, where did you discover this forbidden magic?" Seeing the wise and steady great elder lose his composure like this, the others were also surprised. In order to find out where Yunsheng found the forbidden spell, the great elder brought the 5 of them back to the magic forest. I was originally looking for the dark magic fruit nearby, but I didn't expect to step on a mushroom and somehow learn the forbidden spell. Yunsheng coughed twice. She had already thought of an excuse. It's actually a mushroom. This sigh, I really don't know what the ancestors were thinking. The great elder sighed. He told the other students that this forbidden magic was left behind by the founder of the continent's magic elite camp, who was known as the continent's legendary magician. The sorcerer of that era had another identity. He was the teacher of the first Dharma deity of the Dharma temple. Therefore, the former Lord Mage God also knew this forbidden magic. The great elder looked at Yunsheng as he spoke. Master Shunyan's spell had been left in the magic forest for many years. However, no one had been able to learn this forbidden magic. No one would have thought that Master Shunyan would leave such a unique forbidden magic on a mushroom. At this thought, the great elder felt a headache coming on. Wow, Yunsheng, doesn't that mean you learned a very powerful spell? It's even more powerful than a high-level spell. Gu Feng was envious. Wasn't it infuriating to compare oneself to others? Yunsheng's new spell was a unique spell that only the Dharma deity and the founder of the continent's magic elite camp knew. Unlike him, who just so happened to learn a life ignition spell that required one's life. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is too low. It seems like this spell isn't that powerful. Yunsheng was a little embarrassed. She couldn't possibly say that her space-time prohibition spell only lasted for a pitiful 3 seconds. No matter what, all of you have gained something from this high-level spell learning. Those who didn't learn any high-level spells don't have to be too sad. As long as you perform well in the Blood Purge, you can still enter the magic forest in the future. The Great Elder nodded in satisfaction. Just as they were about to leave, the Great Elder suddenly thought of something and looked at the dark magic tree behind him. Why is there not a single magic fruit? I remember that there should be 2 magic fruits on this tree, right? The Great Elder was puzzled. Although there were many magic trees in the magic forest, there were very few dark magic trees. The Great Elder remembered that he saw 2 magic fruits here the last time he was patrolling the forest. Why did the dark magic fruit disappear after a few years? This didn't seem right. Or was it because he was old and his memory was wrong? Great Elder, let's go out quickly. It's getting late. The dark gold minter is still waiting for my news. Yin Sheng felt guilty and hurried the Great Elder to leave quickly. Everyone left the magic forest. After the Great Elder returned to his residence, he recorded the process of picking the magic fruits today in the magic forest log. When he wrote about Yun Sheng's forbidden spell, the Great Elder's pen paused. Why was it Yin Sheng, a sage sorcerer who was proficient in healing and fairy magic? Was it all a coincidence? Or could it be that Yun Sheng's appearance had something to do with the impending catastrophe? The Great Elder didn't tell Yun Sheng a long time ago that the time prohibition was actually a forbidden spell that could be continuously improved. The time prohibition was indeed invented and passed down by Lord Shunyan. However, it was in the hands of the first Lord Fazhan that it was really developed. Back then, after the first mage god learned this forbidden magic, with the help of the mage god's bracelet, after 10 years, he successfully improved the forbidden magic of time and space. He discovered a super forbidden magic that shocked the entire magic world of the continent, the reversal of time and space. The Lord Fazhan also used this terrifying spell to successfully kill the Bakr orcs. It was a pity that after the Lord Fazhan passed away, the Lord Fashion's bracelet was lost, and this heaven-defying forbidden spell was also lost. There was also a rumor in the magic world of the mainland that the first Lord Fazhan hid the secret of the super forbidden spell in the Lord Fashion's bracelet. Only someone who learned the time prohibition and obtained the Lord Fashion's bracelet at the same time could possibly understand and activate the super forbidden spell of the Lord Fazhan. I'm really old now. I'm starting to let my imagination run wild. The Lord Fashion's bracelet, one of the legendary artifacts of the world, has long been lost. Yun Sheng is just a newly advanced sage sorcerer. How could she possibly understand such a profound spell? The Great Elder sighed and put down his pen. Whether or not she could make a breakthrough in the time prohibition spell and finally understand a more profound spell would depend on Yun Sheng's personal talent. Chapter 724. Chun Lianer walked to the tavern alone, ordered a pot of wine, and started drinking. After drinking a few mouthfuls, a few shifty-looking magicians and warriors came up to her. "Oh, isn't this junior sister Chun? Drinking alone here? Do you want us to accompany you for a few drinks?" Chun Lianer was a beauty on the Sakura list. The elite camp students had been coveting her for a long time. It was just that before, Chun Lianer had the appearance of an ice beauty and always had an unapproachable expression. However, it was different now. They heard that she had been played by the son of Skywing City's Skywing City, and the other party was married. In the eyes of these people, Chun Lianer's status naturally plummeted. Seeing her sitting at the table with a red face, all the perverts stared straight at her. "Get lost," Chun Lianer said angrily. "Hey, why are you still putting on airs? Chun Lianer, do you still think you're beauty on the Sakura list? Everyone knows that you've been played by someone. Why are you still pretending to be innocent?" Seeing that Chun Lianer was not giving them face, they all began to grope her. Chun Lianer was about to lose her temper and reach out to grab her magic scepter. However, the scepter had already been snatched away by someone. Those people surrounded Chun Lianer, laughing and cursing. The more Chun Lianer thought about it, the angrier she became. "Stop!" An angry shout came from the side. It was a bald, bare-chested magician. He did not have a magic scepter. His magic artifact was a necklace that looked like Buddha beads. However, upon closer inspection, the necklace was not made of ordinary pearls or strange stones. Instead, it was made of beast skulls of similar sizes. In the middle of these beast skulls, there was a soul stone inlaid. Furthermore, the bones of each skull were blood red in color. Only the skulls of blood cloud beasts were blood red in color. There were a total of 6 soul stones on this person's necklace, indicating that his cultivation had reached the level of a sanctuary-level guardian king. When those lechers saw this person, they all took a few steps back. That person also looked straight ahead and walked straight towards Chun Lianer. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace in a short while. Lu Tontian, it's Lu Tontian. Lu Tontian, ranked first on the magic ranking of the continent's magic elite camp. Lu Tontian looked at Chun Lianer with a complicated expression. He was the Shi Xiang who had always taken care of Chun Lianer. However, very few people in the mage elite camp knew about this. Lu Tontian could be considered an anomaly in the continent's magic elite camp. He was originally an orphan with no family background. Lu Tontian's original strength was also very ordinary. It was only through hard work that he was able to enter the continent's magic elite camp. Even so, in the first 5 years after he joined the magic elite camp, there was nothing special about him. But 3 or 4 years ago, after Lu Tontian participated in a blood purge, he suddenly rose to prominence. In half a year's time, he even surpassed Li Xiao and Azura, who were known as geniuses in the continent's magic elite camp. He relied on killing blood cloud beasts to ascend to the magic power rankings. This person was cruel and ruthless. Countless blood cloud beasts had fallen into his hands. Chun Lianer had also met Lu Tontian during her first blood purge. Due to Lu Tontian's humble background, his personality was somewhat twisted. He had always been temperamental. However, he fell in love with Chun Lianer at first sight. Not only did he save her, but he also took care of her. However, his looks were ordinary, and he was even a little ugly. He was also short. Apart from his magic, tall, powerful, and handsome appearance, he had nothing to do with anyone else. In addition to his ordinary background, Chun Lianer found him vulgar. She already had Yi Biming in her heart. However, she thought that she could still use him, so she had always been indifferent to him. Lu Tontian did not understand Chun Lianer's thoughts at all. He only wanted to please the beauty. He tried his best to please Chun Lianer. He did not even hesitate to lend her his greatest secret, the magic bracelet. However, Chun Lianer still did not appreciate it. After this trial in Skywing City, he had already heard about Chun Lianer. He had privately sought out Chun Lianer, but she was unwilling to return the bracelet and had been avoiding him. If not for today, Lu Tontian would not have met Chun Lianer in the tavern. You people, stay away from Lianer in the future. She is mine. The necklace on Lu Tontian's neck emitted a stinging red light. When Chun Lianer heard this, she did not feel happy. Instead, she felt somewhat disgusted. If the same words could come out of Yi Biming's mouth, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the one who said these words was Lu Tontian. Who was his woman? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Only then did the group of people realize that Lu Tontian and Chun Lianer were involved. They were so scared that they ran away like bees. Chun Lianer suppressed the disgust in her heart. She lowered her head and called out, "Senior Lu." It had to be said that Chun Lianer was very good at acting. She hated Lu Tontian very much, but on the surface, she looked pitiful. She was already beautiful. With this appearance, at least 8 or 9 out of 10 men would be seduced by her. When Lu Tontian saw this, his heart ached even more. He hurriedly pulled her to sit down and asked her about her well-being. "Lianer, why didn't you come find me when you came back?" He took the opportunity to grab Chun Lianer's hand. Feeling the smoothness of her hand, his heart rippled. His eyes stared straight at Chun Lianer's face. "Senior Lu? Already know? Then you don't dislike me?" I didn't dare to see you." Chun Lianer sighed and pretended to drink more. Lu Tontian grabbed her wine. "Lianer, what exactly is going on?" I was forced. Someone framed me. That bastard Skywing Takeo has been coveting me for a long time. I was also drugged by Yun Sheng's group. When I woke up, I found that everything was ruined." After saying this, Chun Lianer began to cry. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. When Lu Tontian heard this, anger rose in his heart. "Lianer, I knew you weren't that kind of person. You said someone framed you? Skywing Takeo, Yun Sheng? Who are those people?" Seeing that Lu Tontian already believed her, Chun Lianer was secretly delighted. Skywing Takeo already deserved it. He already died in the Beast Riot in Skywing City. As for Yun Sheng, she is from the Magic Elite Camp. But I don't dare to say. She pretended to be afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that she's even stronger than me? A Saint Regent Shakyamuni. Lu Tongtian patted his chest. He didn't believe that a normal student could be stronger than him. That damn new student. He actually caused Chun Lianer to lose her chastity. He definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.